Good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Allen, the Ward 6 Council Member and Chair of the Council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Thursday, February 26, 2026, and we are meeting in room 120 of the John A. Wilson Building, as well as over the Zoom virtual platform. The time is now 9:45 a.m., and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing of the committee. During today's performance oversight hearing, we will be hearing from government witnesses from the following agencies: the Green Finance Authority, the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency, the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, and the Department of Energy and Environment. The Green Finance Authority, also known as the DC Green Bank, was created to improve access to capital in support of sustainable development. It focuses its investments on energy-efficient buildings, solar energy generation and storage, transportation, electrification, and stormwater management. The Green Bank helps harness and redirect private capital to maximize the impact of public dollars in a manner consistent with the district's climate commitments. The mission of the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency is to assess the potential impacts of climate change to the district and make recommendations to the mayor and council to mitigate and prepare for those impacts. The commission works to promote sustainability, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and ensure the district's people and its infrastructure are prepared to withstand and adapt to the effects of climate change. The commission holds public meetings quarterly and produces an official report every 3 years. The DC Sustainable Energy Utility's mission is to help residents, businesses, and institutions in the district achieve energy efficiency, reduce their energy consumption, and increase their use of clean and renewable energy sources. DCSEU offers a range of programs and services, including home upgrades, rebates, incentives, and technical assistance to promote electrification, renewable energy generation, and energy efficiency across the city. By partnering with local stakeholders and implementing innovative solutions, the DCSEU aims to enhance environmental quality, lower energy costs, and promote economic development in the district. And the Department of Energy and Environment, or DOEE, is the district's leading agency for energy and environmental issues. The agency's mission is to improve the quality of life for residents of the district by protecting and restoring the environment, conserving natural resources, mitigating pollution, increasing access to clean energy, and educating the public on achieving a sustainable future. DOEE has wide-ranging responsibilities, including enforcing environmental regulations, monitoring and assessing environmental risks, developing energy policies, issuing permits, providing funding, technical assistance, and information to residents and businesses in the district. While today's hearing is going to focus on our government witnesses, please note the committee is still accepting written testimony from the public until the close of business on March 6th, 2026. And individuals are encouraged to submit testimony through the council's hearing management system, which can be found on the council's website at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. We had a very robust day of hearings with public witnesses. And again, my gratitude to all of our public witnesses who showed up and helped tee up and frame a lot of the conversation that we're going to have today. We're going to start with our witnesses for the Green Finance Authority. After that, I'm then going to turn to the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency, DCSEU, and DOEE. So with that, let me call up Brandy Colander, who's the CEO of the Green Finance Authority, aka DC Green Bank. Ms. Colander, if there's anybody you want to bring to the table with you, please feel free. All right, and what we will do is swear you in, and then I'll turn it over to you to deliver your testimony. And then just because we have you on the witness list, but Mr. CFO, we don't have you on it, if you'll just introduce yourself just so the record has your name on there, right? All right, so please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm on penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give to the Committee on Transportation, the Environment, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? There you go. Thank you. All right, if you'll push the button so the red light comes on, the mic will be on and pick you up. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee. My name is Brandy Colander, and I serve as the Chief Executive Officer to the Green Finance Authority, more commonly known as the DC Green Bank. I want to thank Chair Allen, members of the committee, his staff, and my fellow district residents for the opportunity to represent our DC Green Bank team today and discuss our performance over the last year. I'm also honored to appear alongside dedicated colleagues committed to their careers to public service. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share DC Green Bank's work on behalf of our team. This is my first time testifying as the organization's CEO, having taken over on an interim basis in June and permanently in September. I'm excited to lead the organization into a new chapter and build on the success of the team and my predecessors in partnership with our board of directors. With the support of Mayor Bowser and the council, DC Green Bank was created to catalyze investments in community and economic development that support resilience, affordability, and job growth in the District of Columbia. In fiscal year 2025, we delivered on that mission with one of our biggest years of lending to date. With 11 projects directly financed for a total of more than $25 million invested, we doubled our total investments from fiscal year 24. Through these loans, we have brought solar energy to homes across the district, financed hundreds of affordable housing units, and supported the growth of local businesses. This impact comes even as we've seen significant volatility in policy and in funding. We've also seen tremendous growth in PACE financing in the last year. With the support of the council, we facilitated the largest PACE deal in the history of PACE, a $460 million loan that is going to deliver more than 500 homes in DC. The last year, we also saw two PACE loans over $20 million, which are supporting energy efficient new hotels that will bring visitors and jobs to the district. Our economic impact goes beyond our own financing. Since the beginning of the 2025 fiscal year, DC Green Bank has supported more than $750 million of investment. These dollars are delivering affordable homes, cutting utility bills, creating jobs, increasing the resilience of our community, and building a more dynamic future for the district. I'd like to share this morning a few examples of our success and how they represent what we are working to achieve by investing in our core sectors: energy efficient buildings, solar energy and battery storage, transportation electrification, and stormwater management. Councilmember Allen, as you know, having joined us for the ribbon cutting last year, we provided financing to the Howard Theater to upgrade its HVAC system and add solar power and battery storage. Together, these upgrades will save the historic institution nearly $2 million in reduced energy bills over the lifetime of these systems. We thank you and your colleagues for helping us to celebrate this milestone in September and ushering the Howard Theater into a chapter as a paragon of both culture and resilience. It is quite an institution in the district, so thank you. Not too far from Howard Theater, we also recently celebrated the opening of a net zero all affordable housing unit in Ward 5. We did this literally the Thursday after the snowstorm, so it's very vivid in my memory. It's called Cycle House, and Mark James and his team are fantastic. This building will generate as much energy through solar energy as it uses annually, cutting costs for residents. This development shows that investing in highly efficient buildings is a pathway towards affordability. We're proud to partner with local developers who are leading the way with pioneering projects like Cycle House. In the past year, we also wrapped up a collaboration with the Department of Housing and Community Development to invest in affordable housing developments across the district to help ensure they meet or exceed the district's building energy performance standards. This partnership provided nearly $19 million in low-cost financing to help stretch district's investments and will deliver approximately 612 affordable homes. These buildings are also pioneering approaches, expanding what is possible in the district. At Berry Farm, our financing supported one of the largest geothermal systems in the district. This geothermal system will cut costs and improve resilience at the 139 homes in the Edmondson, and it has the potential to serve future buildings in the neighborhood. Jubilee Housing King Emmanuel Baptist Development is providing homes for returning citizens and job training at a nearby aquaponics farm and community kitchen. These homes will provide stability for people who need it the most, alongside workforce development opportunities that will help them thrive. In Ward 4, we provided financing to Mikasa to retrofit 2 buildings to preserve 43 units of affordable housing and upgrading them to be fully electric and more energy efficient. Our investments are also providing direct savings to DC households through solar energy. Through 2 of our loans, more than 400 DC households, they will be saving money on their utility bills thanks to solar systems that have been installed in their homes. Many of these households will be receiving the energy at no cost, which means they'll be saving money from day one. Our financing for solar energy is also creating jobs. One of our longtime partners in DC is the DC solar developer Uprise Solar. And since we've made our first loan to them in 2022, and we represented this also at the ribbon cutting for Howard Theater, Uprise has grown from a single employee to 30 staff and expanded its offerings to include battery storage, EV chargers, and roofing. Because of the growth and expansion of these businesses, Uprise employs its installers and construction team directly, providing steady, good-paying jobs. This small business growth is part of the promise of the DC Green Bank. We aren't just investing in projects, we're investing in individuals, we're investing in businesses, and they're growing the economy here and delivering good jobs in DC. Through partnerships with businesses like Uprise, we're expanding opportunities for resilience in DC and making it easier for residents to access the benefits of clean energy. As I mentioned earlier, we've also seen tremendous growth in PACE financing. As a reminder, Property Assessed Clean Energy, or PACE, these loans help developers finance energy efficiency and clean energy upgrades, and then they repay the loan with the savings that they realize. In December, we closed the largest loan in the history of PACE, a $460 million loan for an office to residential conversion in DuPont. The Geneva will add more than 500 homes, including 60 affordable homes, while also meeting high standards for resilience and efficiency. Through PACE financing, we're delivering more investment into DC and encouraging developers to invest in green buildings. Through PACE, we also finance 2 new boutique hotels that are creating destinations for tourists and business travelers, creating new jobs and bringing more money into the district. As lending for projects tighten, PACE loans are attractive to bridge financing gaps and meet the unique development challenges of DC. The long-term affordable financing offered by the PACE program encourages developers to reach for higher standards of resilience that may otherwise be completely cost prohibitive. DC Green Bank plays an important role in administering the PACE program, both connecting borrowers with capital providers and ensuring that deals are reaching high standards of energy efficiency. And over the last year, we've built this program up by bringing in new capital providers, which allows us to attract more sophisticated developers and larger projects. We are also grateful to the partnership of your office to help pass emergency legislation in tremendous short order that made these projects possible. And I just have to personally commend your team, around the clock to get that done. So thank you. Thank you. The growth of PACE lending is just one example of how DC Green Bank has adapted to changes in the market and policy at all levels of government with our support and leadership. With more than 5 years of operation to draw from, we have responded to our lessons learned from previous loans and feedback from customers. For example, our investment team has changed its focus to ensure we pursue deals where our financing will have the highest impact possible. With our success, we must be more discerning to ensure we're working with partners that best align with our mission, maturation, and best position to encourage borrowers to reach higher standards. Our investment team is also expanding its outreach to find new borrowers and spread our funds across the district. And in addition to ensuring that our investments are achieving our mission and start on solid footing financially, we now work with an external underwriter that reviews all deals prior to approval. This arrangement leverages external expertise while providing an extra set of eyes on deals and risk management. In the absence of predictable and consistent funding, these changes ensure the continued stability of the DC Green Bank and keep the organization aligned to its mission. With the support of our board, we will continue to adjust and properly scale the organization and meet our organizational needs accordingly. We realize that some of these changes may affect our partners, and we will continue to be open to feedback and reach out to the community to understand how we can best support local partners in achieving our goals collectively. We're grateful for the continued support of the council and for the mayor for our work. We are proud of what we are building and the pioneering imprint our work is having in DC and beyond. And we're glad that you, Chair Allen, and many of your colleagues have lent your support to join us in celebrating our success to allow these dreams to come true. We're excited to continue to deliver on our mission while also supporting the goals of the city to revitalize downtown, to make DC a destination for sports and entertainment, and to build an economy for the future of DC. As the pace of office conversions continue to grow and we plan for the future of the RFK campus, there will be lots of opportunities to support more efficient and more resilient infrastructure. Local leadership and capital support are more vital than ever, and with that in mind, each year the council asks us, what do we need to be successful? I'll continue to outline a few priorities and discuss how we can build on our success together. Predictable funding. It allows DC Green Bank to plan strategically to align our investments with the district's economic development and housing goals and be reliable partners for district agencies, local businesses, and communities. Furthermore, sustained local capital ensures the organization's resilience against fluctuations in federal funding opportunities and market cycles, safeguarding our ability to continue to invest in our communities year after year. Funding to DC Green Bank not only gets invested into the community, but it also helps us bring in more capital to local projects and businesses. While many lenders are pulling back in a difficult market and regulatory changes, they certainly affect our workplace and our workforce. The DC Green Bank continues to deploy capital to meaningful projects that have an impact. Our work also relies on a network of district agencies and partner organizations, especially those that are represented on the panel for later today. The incentives that the DCSEU provides help that really enables and supports the financing to pencil out. As inflation and tariffs increase uncertainty, they bring down costs at the end of the projects. The team at the DCSEU also provides valuable technical assistance to our borrowers to ensure they are investing in equipment that delivers meaningful savings. Based on feedback we've heard from borrowers, we are working with the DCSEU to increase our coordination and ensure that our partners have a more seamless experience across our organizations. Our colleagues at DOEE also provide vital support, both as collaborators on programs and conveners that help educate the community about the importance of energy efficiency and resilience. Continued funding for these agencies and organizations is essential to the growth, the sustained growth of the clean economy in DC. Alongside our partners, DC Green Bank is building a resilient and vibrant future for the district in support of the Mayor and DC Council's renewed focus on economic growth that touches every community in the district. In conclusion, DC Green Bank is proud of the outcomes that we have achieved to date, and we stand ready to build on this success. We're excited to work with you to advance the district's resilience goals and foster economic growth. As I have outlined today, our team has directly invested more than $84 million and has successfully leveraged public and capital and private capital sources of more than $1 billion to deliver affordable housing, create jobs, build small businesses, and support families in every ward across the district. And DC Green Bank continues to meet, exceed, and build on these goals while growing into a mature, self-sustaining organization. Together, we can shape a more prosperous DC. Thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to address you this morning. We look forward to continuing to work collaboratively with the DC Council and support current and future administrations to implement a shared vision of inclusive prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Colander. And this is your first hearing as the CEO, so congratulations.
Thank you.
One of the topics that I have both been frustrated by and then try to use my chairmanship of this committee is to try to break down what I see as traditional barriers that exist between the environmental efforts, sustainability efforts, clean energy efforts, and the nexus between business and economic development in our city. All too often, we hear from business community say, we can't do that clean energy project. All too often we hear we can't do that sustainability or efficiency. It's going to cost us too much. It's going to be too hard. Yet, what I think the Green Bank does, and you talked about this in your testimony, you just outlined project after project after project where partnership with development, partnership with business is delivering clean energy, lower costs, more efficient building, creating new homes, creating new jobs. To be successful and to build the green economy and the city that we want to be, we have to break down that old barrier that has existed. And I think the Green Bank is one of the great ways that we help do that. And I think you can point to countless projects at this point now where that is happening. To me, that is a big priority of how we change the conversation, how we ensure that there is investment there, and that we realize it makes really good business sense to create more efficient buildings, to lower energy costs, to create affordable housing, to support businesses in lowering their costs. I feel like we talk all the time about my power bill that I might read at home, but trust me, every small business I'm talking to right now is just pulling their hair out about all these increasing energy costs for them as well. And even if they don't own the building, it's getting passed right on to them. So we don't talk about that enough. All that to say, so my question is, as you are now in your first year and you're kind of thinking about the year ahead, can you lay out what do you believe are some of the top priorities that when we get back together again next year, you want to be able to say, this is some of the work that we've been able to help deliver? What are some of the top priorities kind of as your stewardship now is on more firm ground, that you've been in this position for a little bit and now you're looking to a first full year? What are some of the big priorities you want to focus on?
I appreciate the question. There's a natural tension there, right? And I think it's a healthy one. I also feel like the two core tenets that we as a team talk a lot about are affordability and partnership. Because, in some contexts, we're designed to be a credit intermediary, but we're also really designed to, we're not the traditional bank in the context of you put your deposits there. I'd like to think of us as more of like a grocery store. You come in, you need food, but you need to figure out what aisle, right? Like what's the sustenance you need? And that allows us to be able to spend time to understand what's the dream you're trying to achieve. And then is PACE the right vehicle? Is Storm the right vehicle? Or like we figure out what the financing mechanism is based off of your capital stack, really. For us, I also feel like the business community that we have in DC is extremely unique for lots of reasons, and to not intentionally put yourself in the middle of that just feels like a lost opportunity. We're not going to avoid it. We're going to lean into it. We're going to partner. So one of the things we've done already is we've joined the Chamber of Commerce. That just seems like a natural extension of being able to help the business community understand the resource that we are. And then from there, understanding what their needs are. COVID has had a devastating impact across the country on downtown real estate. And so I think we are very committed to revitalizing DC and continuing to make it a destination. We recognize the importance of tourism. And then I also mentioned sort of the vision that's been outlined. And I do feel like the ecosystems to support sports and entertainment has to also reflect everything from the labor to where we want to grab a bite after. And so figuring out how to be partners in alignment with current and future administrations to do that are really important. In terms of other strategic priorities that I would like, I've talked a little bit about the growth of PACE, which has been really fantastic. Even at the ribbon cutting for the Geneva project, the CEO of the Post Brothers said, like, go to the green bank first. And what it was the best sort of advertisement, but what he was really saying is you can move through a lot of friction by going there to understand the broader ecosystem of how to navigate DC, technical assistance that we provide, and then figure out if it pencils, right? And that's the bridge that we're hoping to provide. And I would love, Councilmember Allen, for us to really leverage our ability to be a convener for thought leadership and a convener for stakeholders to say, this happened. And I recognize when you do that, it's good, bad, and indifferent, right? This happened. They were terrible. Let me tell you why they were terrible and give us a chance to make it right. This happened. It was amazing. I don't know how we would have done it otherwise, and you should partner with them. And we're going to continue to evolve to make sure that we can meet those needs.
Great. Thank you. I'm going to start with a couple of operational questions, and then we'll kind of get into different projects. So one thing I look through is how we're looking at vacancies and some of the positions we have there. So it looks like, based on the response we got to our oversight questions, there are several vacancies currently at the Green Bank. Some of those due to separations, some of them turnover. Would you define or would you describe, are we going through a restructuring of the Green Bank? Are we going through a realignment? Is this a natural amount of attrition? Is it a combination of all those? Can you talk a little bit from an operational perspective and specifically looking at the vacant positions you have?
Yeah. So we are, I would say we are a restructuring. I think at the end of the day, you have, as I mentioned, some headwinds that we're managing from a regulatory perspective, and then also from a, which of course impacts policy, which also impacts funding. And so there is definitely going to be continued focus on bottom line and how we move bottom line drivers. I also think there's a skill set recalibration that always happens with any good business. And as we continue to attract opportunities to invest in sophisticated projects, we've got to make sure we grow those skill sets as well. And then we're always going to be here for the folks that are emerging. And even if they're not initially ready, we perhaps put them in pipeline to make sure that over time we can be a resource to them. I think it's also important to mention, I have not been here for the full 2025 year. So I'm going to do my best to speak to most of those pieces. In that time, we have also had a transition with HR. We had an internal HR person. We now have a great external HR partner. We also have employment counsel, and of course we have the board. So we believe in our sort of grounding philosophy of treating employees with fairness, and that's our operating principle. And we also are running a business. And so I think, as you've been really, I think, a vocal advocate for full funding, that has not always been our experience. And that has an impact on how we think about how we manage our growing demands.
Yeah. We will certainly come back to that in a little bit around making sure that the district actually delivers what it says it's going to do.
Noted.
But all right, so would it be fair to say that the amount of transition of individual positions is greater this year than it has been in previous years? If I'm hearing it as a restructuring.
I don't know if that's completely, I don't know the history offhand to be able to answer that completely honestly, but what I just don't know the actual answer. But I do think that what is also, I think there is some normal attrition that happens year after year. I also think that there is a period of maturation that we're in now that is different. And I think if you have two things happening, one where you're new, you're nascent, you're heavily subsidized, to you're 5 years in, you're not, your funding looks different. I tell the team often, we have to hunt more now, right? Like the opportunity for us to be able to mature into the self-sustaining entity that is going beyond the proof of concept that is our charge. We have to be much more intentional about outreach, facilitating different types of partnerships, and growing our capital stack and pipeline as well. And to be clear, we've been able to perform remarkably, but to calibrate to get that to sustain is part of ongoing management.
Okay. And in terms of the current vacancies that we have at the Green Bank, is your goal to hire for those positions, or are you looking at restructuring the actual FTEs that are currently vacant?
I think it'll probably be, I mean, this is a hard personnel question to answer in this context, but I think it'll probably be some combination of both. The skill sets that are, we recently posted a couple of roles in particular for the investment team. And so that's just a very clear need to grow our investment team. We have a huge opportunity there, and we think it's exciting. And we also have a fairly new lead sort of originations partner who's part of our leadership team, who has had a lot of experience in this space and delivered in short order.
And when we look at the board, we have one vacancy, I believe. Is that correct?
I think that's my,
right.
Yeah.
Okay. And I am not aware of any nomination for that position right
My
now.
understanding is that it is with council, but I don't, we could, so then we should,
Okay.
happy to follow up there.
Okay. All right. We'll follow up and make sure.
Okay.
So your understanding is, has someone been selected or at least vetted that you believe is going to be sent out?
I believe that the my last touch point with MODA was that they were moving it forward with council. I'm not as intimately close to that process, but yes.
Got it. Well, no, because you don't select the board. Yeah. All right. So we can follow up with OPLA and MOTA to find out where things are on that.
Okay.
Okay. Let me turn to a couple of items, partly as a chance for you to also help educate the public and the thousands and thousands of people tuned in to the hearing today. I always like to highlight the ratio, for example, and I think it's been very helpful to talk about an investment, like why should we have public investment here? and seeing that rate of return. So it's kind of bounced around a little bit between a 14-to-1 return, a 9-to-1 return. Regardless of whether it's 9-to-1 or 14-to-1, still pretty darn good.
Yeah.
So can you talk a little bit about the success from an economic growth perspective of what does that return mean? So a little bit of asking you to put it in layman's terms, but when the district is investing $1 and we are leveraging private financing, private investment back, what does that actually mean? In other words, why is that important that that public dollar is able to turn into so much more? And what is our ratio now?
Yeah.
And what kind of trend lines do you see?
Yes. So I'm going to answer your question and then I'm going to ask for a little bit of privilege to explain why I think this will be a good area for us to maybe workshop moving forward the right metric. But our leverage ratio, it varies year to year based on the types of projects that we finance, the funding that we have available to invest for that year. And so our current 8-to-1 ratio, it reflects from last year, 2025, it reflects a $25 million investment in financing across 11 projects, which catalyzed more than $200 million of additional investment in DC. Now, our 2024 ratio was higher because we supported several large affordable housing developments in a year of lower overall investment. For fiscal year 2025, we invested in a wide array of impactful projects. Some were smaller, like Howard Theater and Uprise Solar, and they can have an outsized impact relative to their investment size because they support local businesses and they may not have happened, quite frankly, but for an entity like the DC Green Bank. Last year, we calculated the leverage ratio as an average across our projects, and we've updated this number to reflect our totals for the year and the lifetime of DC Green Bank, because we think that's more reflective of our total impact. I think what I would welcome the opportunity to talk through with you about is the leverage ratio as the right metric, because it ultimately is a reflection of commitment and not always all things actualized. And so it's helpful to better understand, which is why we do a very extensive annual report. I mean, trying to really contextualize our commitments and seeing things all the way through. And so I think it's helpful to figure out how do we convey the way that our investments catapult projects and catapult stimulus in the economy in DC, but also, frankly, become a metric that the average person actually understands. So that's
Okay, that's helpful. You talked a little bit about what, as you kind of said to your team, go hunt. And so you've got some big projects actually that are really big successes. You talked about one with the Geneva, for example, which is just going to be deeply impactful. It's a huge project, and I would say it's a huge kind of feather in the cap of DC Green Bank to be able to help land that and help facilitate that.
Thank you.
Does the success in kind of those big fish projects, how does that impact your smaller projects? Does it give you more flexibility to then help have additional capacity and space to be able to help finance a project that maybe is not quite as financially viable? Over the years, we've seen the Green Bank be just the linchpin in some startup businesses, entrepreneurs, projects that are deeply impactful from a public benefit perspective, but aren't going to be at the scale of a Geneva, right?
Totally.
But deeply impactful. So what I'm kind of getting at is twofold here. One, does a big project like a Geneva help increase your capacity to deliver on some of those big impact, but smaller projects? And then second, does the big project in any way reduce your capacity to focus on those small projects? Because I do think that significant public benefits a requirement under the Establishment Act. And so while I'm right there with you celebrating the big one, it's a great big deal. I want you to kind of think about or talk to us about what the impact looks like for our smaller, huge, significant public benefit, but relatively smaller projects.
It's a great question. Quite frankly, I think it's a testament to the success of the growth of the bank. This is not something we could have done year one. It would not have been, we would not have been trusted, frankly, with a project of that stature. I think it's also indicative of the need of sophisticated developers for tools like PACE. I think it's a tell on the importance of bridge financing for them as well. And for the right partners, and we'll stick to the Geneva. I think it's also fantastic that they are committed to integrating affordable housing, because I think that's often where it works really well. And so I think both are true. I think the opportunity for us to be able to convene emerging and sophisticated, more tenured developers is part of what we would hope to do over time in terms of the convening power, like this time next year, you asked earlier. Because otherwise I don't know that they would be in the same rooms, quite frankly. And when they can all say, we've all relied on the DC Green Bank to make this possible, I think that's the system working. So both are true. That also means we've got to make sure that we are able to the core of it is, yes, it definitely helps, because those types of projects will give us more in our capital stack to be able to do more from a financing perspective. And I also think that there's there's a need for even the most sophisticated developers to partner with entities like ours, because of the ability to navigate things like getting legislation to be able to expand a cap that was really there initially as a proof of concept, not there to stifle the district's downtown revitalization possibility. So I was personally really glad to know that we were able to get that done so quickly, because for me, that was a tell that we could say to developers, you don't have to go look at another jurisdiction. We're going to figure it out together. But it took a lot for that to happen. And it just so happened that we were able to partner systems aligned in real time. There's a moment that we often miss because people don't have forever to finance things. And so I think bringing it central to the point of like, does one suffer because of the other? I don't think so at all. I think we're enriching both as a result.
It's really important, I think, to me and to the city, right? I want to be standing right there with you celebrating, a Geneva project.
Yeah.
And I also want to be there when you're helping celebrate, a Flywheel, an Uprise. The projects that are just not at the same scale.
100%.
But again, deeply impactful, as I think you've highlighted. So making sure that capacity remains or is deepened to kind of create those projects.
And if I can, 100% aligned. I also think we owe it, as we mature, to our emerging developers, perhaps especially, to make sure that we're setting them up for success, right? Because I appreciate the appetite to just want to get a deal, but I also want to make sure we get them to the finish line, right? We're not sort of in perpetuity supporting as a credit intermediary. Our design is to actually help you reach that goal. So if it takes more time on the front end to get you in pipeline and to prep you, that's what I want to see us do more of, instead of finding a way to make it work, which is part of the reason why having that external underwriter as an extra like gut check for us, frankly, is the future forward.
Kind of related to that a little bit, we did hear from not a large number, but a handful of public witnesses at the hearing that were housing providers when we talked about, as they try to move projects forward to create new housing and do so with energy efficiency, that their experience has been that they just could not make the Green Bank rates kind of pencil out for a project. Can you talk a little bit about how you work or help them through technical assistance, through maybe the nascent parts of a project, but also looking at how reducing energy use and housing costs help the financing overall of a project? And you may not have gotten the feedback from some of those providers directly, so we can also follow up afterwards, but
yeah,
heard from a couple that just felt like the rates were just a little bit out of reach for them. And certainly traditional banks weren't even a starting conversation.
I think it goes back to the conversation we just had, which is we're not doing people favors by penciling it just in, right? Because it doesn't help month over month. I think anyone who's looking to buy a house right now, I mean, affordability is a challenge for any American right now. So I'm not going to sugarcoat what the numbers tell us. I think for us, the opportunity is to nurture people on the front end more to make sure that they can run the distance. And I can appreciate 110% how that's going to be bristling for some. It doesn't mean that we're not committed to partnering with you. It just means that we're going to do it in a way that makes sure that this will actually reach the finish line. And frankly, this is also this is a relationship like any other, where if we are able to cooperate with one another, that typically means the deal will work over time. If there's a misalignment, I think it's okay to say we might not be the right partner for you for this deal to get over the finish line. And I think that that is, again, a sign of us maturing. And again, I appreciate that that's not always the news people want to hear, but I think that's the obligation we have to them to say, you know, year one, we may have been more cooperative to get deals over the finish line because we were excited and we wanted to deploy the capital, and we learned things as a result of that. If we just move past those lessons learned without changing our behavior, I think that's doing everyone a disservice. I would, as a footnote, welcome the opportunity to walk through the specifics, and we're happy to do follow-up. I tried to mention Mikasa. We were tuned in on Friday, and so we've done several with them, and they were in our annual report, and we look forward to that partnership sustaining.
Great, thank you. Let's go talk about PACE for a second.
Yeah.
All right, so obviously we just had the largest PACE loan in the country. And again, we've referenced the Geneva multiple times here. You know, over the last few years, we've talked a good bit as we've come out of the pandemic and then try to think about what does the future of our downtown look like, talking about those office to residential conversions. And I frequently hear a combination of things is what I'm going to get at, of what I want to ask you, kind of how this deal and how the Green Bank's able to help tackle these things. We often hear the issues financing, finding the funding. These are expensive projects, and the valuation of buildings cratered out immediately following as the office marketplace just changed.
Yeah.
The other thing, of course, is the physical building itself. When I construct an office building, the floor plates are very different than when I'm going to build a residential. Light, air, all the things to be compliant with code, for example. And so the actual physical part of taking an office building and turning it into apartments is incredibly challenging, whether it's just a full demolition, or is it punching holes in, or is it older buildings that might actually be more attuned to this? Can you talk about this project, for example, and if you want to expand it out to others? What is a project like this? What are some of the challenges that they had to overcome? Not just can they make it pencil, but in terms of finding the financing, and then the unique challenges of an office building that's just hard to turn to residential in the first place.
Yeah, so I actually saw the Post Brothers CEO yesterday, and he was showing me pictures of the demolition, and he lives for this stuff. So he is again an example of the benefit of having someone who knows this very well and has a team that does this very well, but also partnered with Nuveen Capital, right? And so I think that it's a combination. Again, these are things where it does not happen without partnership. The key aspects, I think, of PACE are, I did want to just sort of lay that context for folks who are maybe less familiar. But you have property owners that work with the approval of governments to receive financing for qualified improvements. And so effectively, we're saying you want to build this residential property. Sounds amazing. It could be so much more resilient long-term if you use solar panels, use this insulation, so there are these qualified improvements that fall under PACE. And then the repayment is added to the property tax bill as a special assessment. I think the variation of interest rates right now is also another reason why this is becoming attractive for folks. And then, of course, the long-term financing as a mechanism, which could range from 10 to 30 years, just depends on where you are. And I think that the opportunity to do this in the commercial context, especially for downtown DC, make it specifically attractive. So when you take the combination of us post-COVID, varying interest rates, looking to do something at scale, we become a very attractive resource. We've also done it at a smaller scale. So you take like 60 DC Hotel in DuPont. And that's a boutique hotel. That model is actually really working well in DC because of height restrictions, and you've got the opportunity to do something special. You can have restaurants inside, so it's multi-use in that regard. But then the other role that we think is really critical that we're playing is working to become a approved lender. So banks initially were, traditional banks were a little nervous about the prospect of PACE and what that might mean for them, how that might make them subordinate in some contexts. And now they have shifted to the water's warm, get involved. It's great. And that has allowed us to work with other banks to become approved PACE lenders. So the ecosystem of PACE and PACE Nation is sort of the third-party resource that helps to facilitate a lot of these things has been, I think, incredible. And it's a bit of a renaissance moment, honestly. And in some ways it's out of hardship, but it's bringing the right partners together.
That's helpful. And I feel like we have heard over the last couple of years, when it comes to new housing construction, people are more than happy to tell me all the time, capital's just flowed out of the district. It's gone to Richmond, it's gone to Charlotte. People aren't investing. And I think the PACE program is one of those strategies to show actually capital can come in the district and we are actively recruiting it. In that regard, is there, whether it's eliminating or just significantly raising and modifying the bond cap, are there any other legislative reforms that you recommend that we should be looking at for the CPACE program to make it be as attractive as possible?
Well, we're already working with your team, which is great. I think, the cap is, I would, for the record, claim that the cap is a initial construct and is, I think we've surpassed the utility of having a cap, quite frankly, because I think what you want to show is that you can attract these types of projects. There's tremendous vetting that goes into them. You're partnering with the city. And so the exercise of having to marshal the council in short order to do an executive action is not ideal for business, because you want to signal with projects like this that we can continue to do projects like this. I also think, quite frankly, the work of the council and the work of this administration have been remarkable in light of what is happening at the federal level, which has had a chilling effect on the labor force for construction. And so I would be remiss in not, footnoting that. We have tremendous grace, and we work tremendously intentionally with all of our developers, no matter what scale, because we know that their workforce is being impacted by some of the immigration policies as of recent. And so I think it's important to acknowledge the work of the mayor, the work of the council in signaling DC is still wide open for business, the work of the chamber. We live here, we work here, we want this to be a vibrant place, and we're doing what we can to finance that.
Yeah. Are there any exciting CPACE projects on the horizon you want to highlight?
Go ahead. I'm sorry, that's way on the spot.
I have confidence in you. You can do it, but you just introduce yourself since it's your first time.
do.
Just make sure you say your name so that people have it for the record.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Greg Haygood, CFO of DC Green Bank. We do have an exciting pipeline for PACE. I believe we're not at the point where we can share publicly what those project names are.
We do.
Thought you could try to make some news today.
We're only the good kind of news. We're hopeful, and we have a fantastic team. I should also say our colleagues Doug and Trebo have been phenomenal.
All right. Well, I'm going to talk about RFK then. As we think about the RFK site, which I have to remind people frequently that it is more than a stadium. We are talking about the development of 6,000 to 8,000 new homes, parks and green spaces. I think the stadium will continue to dominate the attention span for people, but it really is the opportunity to create thousands of new homes that to me is one of the more attractive parts of this. But has the Green Bank been part of any preliminary conversations around what that site looks like, be it stadium or many of the other projects that will be associated with it?
I've done some outreach to Brian Hanlon, and so we've had some conversations, and he's put me in touch with someone on the commander's team. We're in the very early stages, and we've basically just signaled we want to be partners, we want to be involved. We also have, of course, coordinated with the DOEE, and we're hopeful that we can be integrated through that partnership as well, where it's appropriate.
Okay. As part of that project, of course, there are certain environmental and sustainability standards that have to be met. The stadium itself is to be LEED Platinum. The sites have to be at a high level. So the Green Bank to me is a natural space both to share expertise about how to deliver projects that are going to meet that standard. Have you had any conversation yet with the commanders, or is it just directly with Brian Hanlon?
Both. Yeah, but it was an initial conversation with the commanders to orient them to who we are, what we do, and how we can plug in. And they're kicking off the process, right? And so we know this will be a long journey, but I think what's ideal is, quite frankly, for us to figure out the way to do this at scale. We also think about this, and I shared this in those conversations, not just in terms of like the actual campus, but the surrounding periphery, because that's what we do every day already. So we are, and we'd welcome your support in figuring out how to navigate that if helpful or appropriate, but we look forward to being involved.
Excellent. I think you should be involved. I think you have to be, the one piece of advice I would have is to be mindful of, this is a project that is deeply subsidized by the public. So while you have a mix of sources of revenue that come in that help you facilitate and do the projects, I would not want to see my public dollars put into the Green Bank create yet a second level of subsidy for something we've already deeply subsidized. But I know you have multiple layers of input as you are doing that. So I would flag that for you to be aware of as you have those conversations. But I do think the Green Bank has the technical expertise, the ability to deliver major projects, leveraging private financing as well. And so I think that's something to keep in mind. And I certainly would love to help facilitate some of those conversations. I just want to put a little caveat and flag on it that I don't think we have an interest in double subsidy to achieve the goals.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely. All right, so let's talk about our local funding. You rightly pointed out, I mean, I just feel like you and I've talked about this. I'm deeply frustrated that we have both seen the funding that is supposed to be going in, and by funding, I mean the DC appropriations, be cut, be reduced, and then just be held back. Even after the council has approved funding, you unfortunately can't count on it. The executive has not delivered the funding to you to do your job. And businesses need certainty. A bank certainly needs certainty. If we tell you this is the amount of money we're approving, we're appropriating, and we're giving you to help do these projects, if you can't count on it showing up or when it will show up, it is just tying your hands. So I am deeply frustrated with the executive just not putting the dollars where they're supposed to go. It happened last year. I think we're in that same boat again this year. Have the FY26 funds that were approved and appropriated by council been transferred to you?
We actually received work, actually.
Thank you, Chair. We did receive word yesterday that half of the scheduled funding is en route to DC Green Bank.
I love when hearings have consequences. All right, so yesterday, magically, the day before the hearing, what does en route mean? Is it like there's a mail carrier out there with a check delivering it to you? When will you receive the funds?
My understanding is that the administrative process is underway and that the funds are being released any day.
Any day.
Well, I will say also, we have the benefit of having Director Jackson on our board. And so I have full confidence that when these commitments are made and we receive notification, that things will move forward. This is obviously an awkward dynamic, but I feel like I have tremendous appreciation for the mayor's stewardship, the work that you're stewarding. I feel like we're in a difficult time, and it is worth saying, I also think that we're making hard choices against hard choices. And so one of the reasons that we are continuing to evolve in terms of our business model approach, et cetera, is because unlike some other line items, they can't find another way. And so that's what we have to do. And that's a little bit more of how we are able to make sure that we can continue to invest in DC.
Yeah. Every budget's difficult.
It
You
is.
know, the last couple of years have been challenging. This one coming up is challenging. If I truly believe in a growth agenda for the city, if
Yeah.
I truly believe in a downtown recovery, if I truly believe in creating new jobs, then I invest in the Green Bank.
I appreciate
You
that.
outlined over and over again the ability to help support a small business grow from 1 to 30 employees, delivering hundreds, if not thousands, of new housing, lowering costs for businesses, for residents. It is backwards thinking to not put my money into a green bank because you guys have shown that you deliver. You're lowering costs for residents, for businesses. Again, creating new housing, which is what we want for a growth agenda. Landing a project like the Geneva, which is part of a growth agenda. So I don't view it as we're having these trade-offs where we're just pitting one good thing against another good thing. This is investment. If you believe in investing in your city, this is where you put some of your money. You don't keep starving it. You make sure the dollars get out. So I know you have to navigate both executive and legislative branch, so I'm not going to have you respond to that. But
Thank you.
it blows my mind to see us or see the city try to reduce the funding or not get it to you, because all the things we say we want to do, frankly, our Green Bank's a great example of being able to deliver that. So let me switch to federal funding for a second. In the responses to our questions, the Green Bank's a grantee for an $18 million National Clean Investment Fund, if I understand correctly. For this project, the Green Bank's a sub-grantee and borrower under a grant agreement between the Coalition for Green Capital and the EPA. Could you provide any updates on the project? Is it a facility that's being funded? Is it, tell us more about this.
Yeah, so this is all the climate community has been substantially impacted by GGRF funds being pulled unceremoniously. It has truly transformed the prospect of what we were planning to build out. And so that has to be noted up front. We are continuing to partner with CGC to explore our legal options. So I'll put that footnote there. I believe was in an en banc hearing this week. And so there's tremendous verbiage from the courts noting the importance of these dollars. That said, checks have not cleared. And so without those resources in hand, it becomes a challenge. We are still moving forward with building out our NCIF program. The broader federal ecosystem, we're continuing to watch closely. Solar for All in particular was pulled in August, and that of course had impact. And then we know that federal tax credits for solar are all expiring on July 4th of this year. So there, again, continue to be dynamic headwinds from a regulatory perspective. I am hopeful that we will see more traction on the geothermal side. Seems to be a lot of federal support there from a regulatory perspective. And then there seems to be tremendous focus on the revitalization of coal and natural gas. So our work continues as mission aligned and outlined earlier, the electrification prospects, the solar, stormwater, et cetera, because we believe these systems work and they pencil out, and we're going to continue to do what we can do to make that happen.
Okay. Trying to parse what I heard.
Sorry, what?
That's okay. What I'm trying to get is, am I to understand that grant is being withdrawn, or that is an active grant that you are receiving?
We are unique in that we still have a $10 million NCIF fund and program that we're building out now. And so we plan to move forward. Separate from that, there are some active litigation dynamics that we're continuing to navigate. So that is as clear as mud as I can be, unfortunately.
So the 10 million those are grant dollars you have received?
Correct.
Okay.
You want to?
And then that 10 million is a program you are going to be
administering.
Correct.
Small technical correction, it's a loan.
Okay.
So of the total 18 million, 8 million is a grant that we cannot deploy at the moment as we continue to navigate the legislative challenges. But the 10 million we are building out and plan to deploy.
Okay. Does that, I think of the Green Bank often as the lender. If this is a loan, does that mean the Green Bank is the borrower in this?
That's correct. We do pay a cost of capital on those funds.
Okay. Is this the only funds where the Green Bank is actually the borrower, not the lender?
At present time, yes.
Mhm.
Okay. And is that a role that the Green Bank has had before of being the borrower, not just the lender?
This is the first time,
Okay.
per my understanding, this is the first time that we've actually had debt on our balance sheet.
And what are some of the risks you have to assess of taking on debt now as a borrower versus the more traditional role you've played of being exclusively the lender?
We have to be, appropriate fiduciaries for our capital, regardless of the source. So that responsibility doesn't change. We have to ensure that when we deploy the capital, we do so with an appropriate spread so that we can continue to service the debt. But beyond that, the fiduciary responsibility remains the same.
Okay. And then is there we've seen the grant dollars be pulled back from the federal administration in some cases, and certainly with our agencies. Am I hearing you correct then? This is a loan, so there's no risk of them clawing back what's already an executed loan? Or you believe that is at least a risk factor that exists in this?
We believe there is some
Uncertain.
opaqueness.
Yeah.
We do. That's,
Okay.
it is difficult to explain because there is an argument there.
Yeah. Okay. Are you having to, during that uncertainty and before this program is up and running, are you paying?
Hmm.
Mm.
In other words, as the borrower and you're carrying that debt, are you making payments
Yes,
for
we
a
are.
fund that may be pulled back as well?
Yes, we are. We are required by the terms and conditions of the program to continue servicing that debt regardless of deployment.
Okay. All right. Maybe we can talk more about that later.
Yeah, it's I understand.
Okay. All right. And then we talked a little bit about, and we talked a good bit about this last year, helping continue to get the Green Bank into a space of greater and greater self-sufficiency.
Yeah.
So that the unpredictability on the federal side, and then frankly, the unpredictability with DC government, and moving towards that greater self-sufficiency. Last year, we talked a good bit about trying to envision the district helping facilitate the creation of a green bond that would create, I think, a longer and more predictable source of funding rather than are we not, when's it going to happen, when's Charles holding a hearing so the day before we can announce that we're getting the dollars out the door. We allocated $250,000 to the Green Bank in this current fiscal year to support capacity building in that regard to move towards a green bond. And I know our CFO doesn't like the phrase green bond. We're really talking about a dedicated bond. Can you provide an update on that effort and where we stand today?
Yes.
And when I said CFO, I'm sorry, I didn't mean you CFO. I mean our DC CFO, Mr. Lindley. Just to clarify, so many CFOs in the room.
Yes. So we have, first of all, thank you for the contribution. We're working with outside counsel to basically build out that, the process. And so we have, had them for a while now. They've presented to the team. They've walked us through a few scenarios, and we're now at the point where we're comfortable coming in and briefing you and your team. And so we have time scheduled, I think, in a couple of weeks for us to be able to do that. But it's a process of getting to the place where we feel like we understand the risks, the puts, the takes. So soon we're going to walk you through those pieces and then figure out next steps. We'll also probably bring on a financial advisor specific to the green bond development exercise. It is a process that does take time. We would anticipate 9 to 12 months is what we've been told. And it also remains extremely attractive to us for a whole host of reasons. And I think will be a great resource for the city, hopefully this year.
Got it.
This time next year.
Well, from a timing perspective, so the district is about to head into
Budget
a
season.
budget. Obviously, the mayor's doing her part in deliberations right now about the proposal. I assume that we'll get that budget on time in early April, and then the council goes through its process. Do you believe that you will have kind of matured that process and thinking and proposal to a point that in April, in May, we have a level of specificity and kind of maturation of that concept that the council
Yeah, I think so.
could look at the budget
I do think
as
so.
a vehicle? Okay.
And you'll have a better read in a couple of weeks, and then we can, based off of that feedback, figure out if that's the right next
Yeah.
step.
Okay. I definitely appreciate you prioritizing that because
Yeah.
the timing of it was our goal in putting the funding in last year, was to be able to have the capacity to do the work to then help inform budget decisions that we'll be making in the spring and early summer of 2026. So if you're able to stay on that timeline and track, I look forward to the meeting in a couple of weeks to kind of get that briefing on it, and keep pushing hard so that
Yeah.
if there's a opportunity in this upcoming budget for us to take these steps, that's the goal.
Okay. We're working with Tiber Hudson, and they've done bonds before. So I feel like we're with the team that understands how this mechanism works.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. All right. I don't think I have any further questions. Ms. Colander, is there anything else you wanted to add before you wrap up, and then we'll excuse the Green Bay?
I really appreciate the opportunity to speak on our behalf today. So thank you for giving us the chance. I also just think it's important to, again, acknowledge the partnership that we've had with DOEE and DCSEU and the mayor and her team and your team. We are in a season here in the District of Columbia and as Americans, and we're doing our earnest best to navigate a lot of challenges. So thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Thank you all very much. I
Thank
appreciate it.
you.
All right. We're going to switch now to our next panel. And just for everybody here, here's my game plan of how I'm going to try to do this. So I'm going to call up our next three witnesses. What I'll likely do, everyone will give their testimony. I'll likely focus first on the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency. I think we'll likely wrap up questions for the commission and be able to excuse them. Then we'll have DOEE and SEU probably stay because there might be some questions where I want to be able to have both SEU and DOEE be able to reply. So just kind of telegraphing my game plan of how I'm trying to do that. But with that, let me call up Uwe Brandes, who's the chair of the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency. Benjamin Burdick, who's the executive director of the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. And Richard Jackson, who is our director of the Department of Energy and Environment. And so the order we'll go in is Uwe, then Benjamin, and then Mr. And Director Jackson. And my staff corrects me here. I'm not kicking off Uwe when you're done. What I meant was I'll probably focus some questions here. And then if you'd like to stay, of course, please feel free to hang out. But I'll kind of just logically try to flow through some of the questions here. But you will not be kicked out, I promise you. All right. Thank you all very much. Mr. Brandeis, why don't we start with you first?
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning, Committee Chair Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. My name is Uwe Brandes, and it's my honor to serve as the chair of the District of Columbia Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency. I'm here today to provide an update on the commission, convey highlights from our recently released third report, which I have a copy of here, which is subtitled Strengthening Capacity and Anticipating Change. This report is available on our website, climatecommission.dc.gov. And I'm going to talk just a little bit about the commission's goals for the coming year. The commission was established by the district government to bring an independent and long-term perspective to the complex issues associated with climate change. We're heartened by past progress, but we're deeply concerned by recent trends and headwinds. Here we are, it's 2026, and the District of Columbia has established a greenhouse gas emissions baseline year in 2006. And in the kind of proper way, you can't manage what you can't measure. We've been measuring emissions for 20 years now. And we've been on a journey, and there's really good news. The data that we have, which is incredibly detailed research data, shows that we've reduced greenhouse gas emissions in the District of Columbia by 42%. It's amazing. But as we look ahead, we're only 19 years from DC's legislatively mandated milestone of achieving a carbon-free DC. And the commission asks, is this achievable? The commission's report, the third report, again entitled Strengthening Capacity and Anticipating Change, starts off with 5 key findings. These are overarching findings. The first is kind of simple, but we want to just reinforce this, and that is everyone, every resident and every visitor, every organization in the District of Columbia has a role to play in this journey. Second is that the overall progress in emissions reductions face serious new headwinds. We just heard a little bit of that in the previous testimony. There are a number of different emerging trends that produce these headwinds. Some of them public sector, some of them federal, some of them regional, some of them within the district, and then also many in the marketplace. And I think this is really, really important because this is not just a conversation about government. This is really about the broader economic performance and how we use energy in the District of Columbia. And so changes in the commercial real estate industry have an enormous impact in this conversation. And maybe we can talk a little bit about that in discussion. The third, and this is really a very new and emerging trend, and that is that the ability to predict energy demand and supply and the assumptions that go with that are unreliable. They have been reliable for a very long time, but there are major changes happening, certainly regionally, but really across the country and around the world, that suggests that the assumptions associated with how energy will be consumed in the future are no longer reliable. A big part of this has to do with society's adoption of artificial intelligence technologies. And we know this very well in our region because we're in kind of globally most significant place for data centers. And so this issue that is kind of intangible for us in the district because we don't have a lot of big data centers in the District of Columbia, but certainly they fall within the PJM interconnection and have, again, a kind of a direct and material impact to district citizens. Fourth is that global emissions continue to rise. And this is really important from a district resilience perspective. These are forces that we can't control, but we have to adapt to. And so globally, we've blown way past, the assumptions associated with the Paris Agreement. And those global greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise, not fall. And then the fifth finding is that related to the first, and that is we're now on a countdown within the District of Columbia. If we are going to fulfill the policy frameworks established by the district government, we're on a 19-year countdown. I think of it as like a shot clock. And so we don't have an infinite amount of time. We have a very discrete amount of time in order to align our economy, the lives of our residents with the policy goals established by the District of Columbia government. There's a couple of key recommendations. The report is full of lots of recommendations. There's a couple of key recommendations I just want to highlight. And I just wanted to mention, this report has pivoted somewhat in that we have led with all of the resilience issues in the report, given the significance of adapting to a changing climate. And so our first resilience recommendation is really around restoring the position of the Chief Resilience Officer as a position that reports directly to the city administrator. This position exists today, and it is within HCMA, but we're recommending that that get elevated. Also, in the adaptation and resilience space, we really believe that the issue of urban heat islands needs to be put right back at the front of everyone's mind. This issue is important both for some of the most fragile and vulnerable communities within our city, but it's also incredibly important for the downtown. And thinking about the urban heat island in the context of downtown revitalization is a major recommendation in the report. Broadly, in the mitigation space, in this emissions reduction space, the report actively recommends that we build on existing infrastructure, especially the incredible regional infrastructure that we have, which is WMATA, and that we really tailor investment recruitment strategies to leverage the existing infrastructure that we have. You could say like this is a simple goal that we've had expressed in district policy for many decades now. This is really a regional smart growth goal, but the time is now. And the commission has described the downtown as really a once in a, it's more than once in a generation. This is a once in a 100-year opportunity to recapitalize the downtown. And we have to do so on the basis of the existing regional infrastructure that we have. Finally, I want to end with this recommendation that the report makes to create a vibrant culture of innovation. And we heard a little bit about this in the previous testimony. We need to dramatically ramp up everyone's participation in these matters. Certainly, this requires participation and active engagement across all sectors of the district economy. And we need to do so in a way where we regularly report key performance indicators. Again, with the goal to empower all individuals and organizations to take action. I just want to close by saying the Commission's goals for this upcoming year are to disseminate and debrief to stakeholders on our third report and to continue to critically assess and reassess the Commission's overall approach to its work. Thank you very much for the opportunity today.
All right, thank you very much. Also, apparently I completely forgot to swear you guys in. So I'm not going to make you repeat your entire testimony. What I am going to do is I'll do our quick oath and then just tell me if you agree that you did not just perjure yourself or anything like that. All right, so if you will all please raise your hand. Anybody from the executive agencies that might get pulled up to help testify at some point, you can just do it from over your seat. All right, do you swear or affirm with penalty of perjury that testimony you're about to give to the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Brandeis, retroactively, do you agree?
I do.
All right, thank you all very much. All right. Sorry, Mr. Burdick, why don't we go to you, and then Director Jackson will have you be the keynote on this panel.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. My name is Ben Burdick, and I'm the Managing Director of the District of Columbia Sustainable Energy Utility, or DCSEU. I'm a district resident of 20 years and a current resident of Ward 5. On behalf of the DCSEU, thank you for the opportunity to testify and highlight the many ways that the DCSEU continues to deliver on our energy affordability commitment to district residents and businesses through our programs. Let me start with our sincere thanks to DOEE, the DCSEU Advisory Board, and the Council for your ongoing commitment to these programs. I also want to thank the entire DCSEU staff and our many contractors and partners, including the DC Green Bank, who continue to work to advance clean energy here in the district. I have submitted more extensive testimony, but I'll try to keep it a little bit shorter here. It does include our FY25 annual report, but we'll try to summarize, our overall progress, highlight our FY25 performance, some of our accomplishments and challenges this morning. Next month, the DCSU will celebrate its 15th anniversary. One thing that continues to stand out, especially at a time of increasing concerns around affordability, is that the DCSU is the only entity in the district with a specific mandate to invest in and deliver long-term energy affordability and clean energy accessibility for DC residents and businesses. The DCSU was created to drive achievement of the district's clean energy, environmental, and economic goals. But one number really stands out and crucial to highlight at a time when energy affordability is at top of mind for many folks, and that's $2.2 billion. That's the total lifetime cost savings for DC residents and businesses that the DCSU has delivered since 2011. That includes $154 million from FY 2025 alone. When you compare that to the $360 million invested by the DCSU since 2011, for every dollar invested by the DCSU, DC residents and businesses should see $6 in lifetime cost savings. As these numbers demonstrate, we know investing in efficiency and clean energy works. We also know that the demand for energy will continue to grow. According to a February 2026 study released by ACEEE, energy efficiency programs save energy for a median cost of $21 per megawatt hour. That's less than half the cost of generating electricity with even the least expensive new gas-fired power plants, which typically range from $45 to $108 per megawatt hour. With utility prices at record highs, efficiency programs remain the most valuable, cost-effective, and readily deployable tools in the toolbox to manage increasing energy demand and increasing energy bills. For the past 15 years, we've worked on a performance contract administered by DOEE, supporting residents and businesses through the delivery of financial incentives, technical assistance, educational initiatives. Our results over that time include investing over $120 million in low-income programming, including $9 million in FY 2025, providing no-cost solar to more than 11,000 low and moderate income families since 2019, which delivers $80+ million in lifetime bill savings, investing over $99 million with CBEs since 2012, including $8.1 million in FY25, supporting the creation of dozens, hundreds of full-time equivalent green jobs each year, including 90+ in FY 2025, graduating more than 300 residents through our workforce development program with a very high job placement rate and 31 graduates in FY25, and achieving 10+ million metric tons in CO2 lifetime equivalent greenhouse gas reductions, including 548,000 metric tons in the last year. In FY25, as it relates to our contract performance benchmarks, the DCSU exceeded its 4-year cumulative minimum greenhouse gas reduction target, exceeded its 5-year combined energy efficiency and renewable energy maximum performance benchmark, exceeded the maximum benchmark of 88 full-time equivalent green jobs created, and exceeded the minimum and nearly met the maximum performance benchmarks for investments in affordable housing. In terms of some program updates and some federal funding challenges that we face, during FY 2025, the DCSU launched and updated several programs. In November 2025, we launched the DC electrification rebate offer for enhanced rebates for switching from natural gas to efficient electric equipment for all DC residents. We launched the nation's first refrigerant recovery and reclamation pilot led by an energy incentive program, which reduces non-energy GHG emissions from high global warming potential refrigerants. We also updated the affordable home electrification program, Solar for All, and affordable housing retrofit accelerator programs to meet some extensive federal requirements that allows DOE and the DCSU to leverage some significant federal funding alongside local SETF funds. The district was one of only 6 states or territories nationwide to launch both federal home electrification and appliance rebates here and home efficiency rebates, HER programs. Partnering with DOE to make these updates and access federal funding is certainly a good accomplishment. It certainly brought some additional challenges as well. For AHEP, the Affordable Home Electrification Program, that entered its 4th full year, continues its support for low and moderate income households by electrifying heating, water heating, and cooking at no cost. Where possible, we also pair these upgrades with Solar for All in order to keep energy bills manageable for those residents. In FY 2025, 50 low-income households received electrification upgrades. 37 of those were fully electrified, and the DCSU brought on some additional CBE contractors in support of the program. The program did face some obstacles, though. Uncertainty in both federal and local funding availability. Federal program requirements necessitated some program redesign adjustments that slowed some project starts. Contractor licensing and capacity constraints as we expanded to try to serve more residents. And refrigerant phase outs, tariffs, market shifts that affected equipment availability and costs. I do want to acknowledge that we did not make as much progress completing AHIP projects in FY 2025 as we would have liked. Some of these federal requirements and funding uncertainty did add a level of complexity to our work, did cause some delays. But that said, I was proud of what our team was able to accomplish despite these headwinds. And I think having addressed many of those issues in FY 2025, we now do expect to complete electrification projects for at least 100 units in FY 2026. For ARA, the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator, this also required some major updates to leverage federal HERF funds and face some of the same challenges as AHEP. While the additional federal resources are incredibly valuable, HERF funding requires that projects achieve at least 20% overall energy savings, which does add some complexity, especially in large multifamily buildings where timelines often span fiscal years. Despite this, we did deliver $1.3 million in incentives across 8 properties, representing more than 1,000 units. We completed energy audits and load studies that will end up guiding some of that future electrification work in some of those properties. And we have over $45 million in potential projects identified for FY 2026, pending federal timelines. Obviously, we will not be able to fund all of those, but we have a robust pipeline. Solar for All, in FY 2025, the DCSEU partnered with 6 local solar developers to complete 156 solar installations for income qualified single-family households, which did exceed our goal of 150 homes. These systems will save each family at least $10,000 over 20 years. And since 2019, we've provided no-cost rooftop solar to more than 800 low and moderate income single-family households. EPA's August 2025 decision to terminate the National Solar for All program, part of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, did put a significant number of our solar projects, especially community solar projects, on hold. But working closely with DOEE, we pivoted to utilize local funding and advance some community solar projects that are targeted for completion in this fiscal year. Despite that setback with GGRF, the Solar for All program did mark the interconnection of the 1.8 megawatt DC Water Brentwood Reservoir Community Solar Installation, one of the district's largest, and it will provide clean energy to more than 500 income qualified families. Across some of the other programs that serve income qualified residents and owners and managers of affordable housing, we provided more than 1,800 energy conservation kits to low-income residents, including air purifiers that help improve indoor air quality. And we completed 22 income qualified efficiency fund and 27 low-income comprehensive projects with more than $4 million in incentives. And some of those did include some electrification measures as part of those. In terms of our residential and commercial programs, in FY 2025, as I mentioned, we did expand some of our programs, providing $1.87 million in rebates to more than 2,000 district residents. Everything from electric lawnmowers and smart thermostats to Energy Star heat pump water heaters, and refrigerators. DC electrification rebates did launch, which provided some significant additional rebates, up to $15,000 in rebates for residents switching from natural gas to energy efficient electric equipment, which does include rebates for things like enabling upgrades for heavy ups, new circuitry, et cetera. We were able to serve more than 375 households, electrifying at least one piece of equipment in their homes through that program. And this did include a pretty comprehensive public outreach campaign to increase awareness and participation in electrification programs. Commercial customers continue to operate in a challenging environment. The DCSEU again offered prescriptive rebates for qualifying equipment, as well as custom incentives and no-cost technical assistance from our account management and engineering teams for customers seeking additional support. Overall, we provided $5.6 million in incentives to DC commercial, institutional, and market rate multifamily owners, supporting more than $43 million in projects. Combined, this will generate $129 million in lifetime cost savings for businesses. And I do want to thank the chairman for joining us at, as Ms. Colliner said, for the event that we had at the Howard Theater, which was fantastic to include you there. With workforce development and training, we continued our work in expanding opportunities for district residents in the green economy. Through our workforce development program, we placed 31 externs representing all 8 wards with host sites and mentors while providing weekly training and skills development at the DCSEU offices. Program participants graduated with hands-on professional development training, and opportunities to take courses to gain national certifications. Through the Train Green program, program participants earned 238 national credentials and 59 courses were made available at no cost to DC residents and employees of CBEs. This is the highest number of courses that we've offered in the program's history. And we were able to work with DOE to utilize funding from the Training for Residential Energy Contractors TREC grant from the IRA to expand the program. Now, having established the program over the past several years, we are seeing former course participants become course instructors through the program. In closing, while there are additional updates in progress we could share, I do in the interest of time want to wrap up here. So despite the uncertainty and complexity of the last year, our momentum remains strong because our mission remains clear. The DCSU exists to serve people, whether it's people like the Sinickies, who I think you heard from last week, or at least submitted testimony last week. They're new homeowners in Ward 6, transforming and electrifying their century-old home for comfort and lower bills. Or residents like Aldrich, who participated in our workforce development program, who was hired by his mentor and is looking to build a career in clean energy. We measure the success by lasting impact on district residents and are committed to continuing this work. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. And Director Jackson.
Yes, sir. So as always, I want to thank you for the hearing. I want to thank you for the public witnesses last Friday. That was very, very helpful for us and my team. Stayed for the majority, but then had to break, unfortunately, but I did listen to everything and was pleasantly surprised to hear from what stuck out the most for me was Miss Wilson that talked about our LIHEAP customer service. And what I really appreciated about her comments was the way she talks about the concern and the actual compassion that team gave her when she was seeking assistance. And it wasn't the fact that she talked about DOEE, it's the fact that she talked about the team. And it's because of the services that they provide and them understanding those services that make DOEE. So I really appreciated her comments. Actually, we're in the process of trying to download that clip. So if the team hadn't heard it, they can hear what she has said. So I just want to say thank you to her for those comments. Always thank you to my team, my deputies that are here today, all my team back at the offices. Were it not for the mayor allowing me to be in this position and my team doing the good work that they do, I wouldn't be sitting in front of you. So it's always about them, and I really thank them for the opportunity to sit here. And you know, it's been an interesting few weeks. Maybe throw a few more lifelines out today than I normally would, but yeah, we're ready to get going. So I just wanted to say thank you to you, to the team, and you know, we'll get started now. So good morning, Chairperson Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and Environment. I'm Richard Jackson, Director of the Department of Energy and Environment. I'm pleased to appear before the committee today to provide testimony on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser on the department's activities and accomplishments in fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026 to date. The Department of Energy and Environment includes dedicated engineers, scientists, inspectors, environmental protection specialists, analysts, administrators, public outreach specialists, and support staff who are working to protect and restore the environment, conserve natural resources, mitigate pollution, promote resiliency, increase access to clean and renewable energy, and secure a sustainable future. Throughout fiscal year 2025 and in early of 2026, as we're in now, DOE has advanced Mayor Bowser's vision to make the District of Columbia the healthiest, greenest, and most livable city for all district residents. Our continued focus on building a green economy and environmental education supports small and local businesses and provide pathways to the middle class for district residents. Our Green Trades DC Technical Training Program enrolled in training an additional 110 residents in FY25 to prepare them for careers as journey-level electricians. Last year, DOE also successfully hosted the first Environmental Education Expo for the Office of the State Superintendent and DC Public Schools, faculty, and staff. The event promoted DOE's environmental education programs and fostered new partnerships with educators across the district. With strong attendance and positive feedback, the Expo is poised to become an annual event with expanded outreach planned in 2026. FY25 was also the inaugural year of our Energy Administration's Building Science Education Program at Phelps High School. The program served 70 students who were mentored and placed into different teams and contributed to the successful design and construction of a net zero energy shelter. The program received overwhelming positive reviews from the students, faculty, and staff that participated. As we work forward in FY '26, DOE is developing programming partnerships with the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services at their ACES campus to provide supplemental environmental education to visiting youth with the goal of expanding DOE's school-based programming that builds a science workforce development program. We're continuing the strategic partnership with the University of the District of Columbia through quarterly leadership meetings. These meetings serve as a platform to align our goals and explore collaboration across various topics. This partnership strengthens interagency coordination and supports advancing equitable, community-centered, sustainable initiatives. And sometimes one of the best ways for us to support small and local businesses is to make sure as regulators that we do what we can to make compliance with our regulations easier. As an example, in FY '25, DOE modernized the district's pesticide applicator licensing program by replacing outdated paper exams with a modern digital system to strengthen public health protections and improve efficiency by ensuring faster certification of qualified professionals. Recently, DOE also expanded language access to its licensing program by providing these exams in Spanish so that these operators receive accurate and accessible safety training with fewer barriers. In FY '25 and '26, DOE also made important steps in advancing major environmental cleanup efforts. In 2025, DOE completed the 100% design of the Anacostia River Sediment Project and currently seeking a laydown area so that we can actually move forward with starting actual cleanup in the river, Anacostia River. This milestone marks one of the most significant environmental achievements in the district's history, laying the groundwork for long-awaited cleanup actions. By coordinating closely with federal partners, the district has positioned itself to restore one of its most important natural resources. Once cleanup begins, residents across all 8 wards will benefit from a healthier river, expanded recreation opportunities, and long-term ecological recovery. We've also made progress in monitoring and improving the quality of air we breathe. In FY '25, DOE continued our partnership with district residents to host small air quality sensors known as Purple Air that measure hyperlocal particulate matter. 44 sensors are in the field and collecting data. Moving into FY '26, DOE will install 4 new solar-powered community-scale park bench air monitoring stations to monitor black carbon, fine particulate, and ozone in under-monitored neighborhoods in the district. The real-time air quality data will be displayed on a publicly available website. The stations are located near a park, 2 recreation centers, and a community center in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8. These wards were chosen by the Air Quality Awareness Board, a group of residents primarily from wards 4 through 8, as well as several air quality experts. We are also moving forward with installing a Clarity node network to improve air quality data. Partnering with charter schools, local businesses, and DC public libraries, DOE will install 52 multi-pollutant, low-cost sensors known as Clarity nodes. Because these sensors collect data on multiple pollutants as well as meteorological data, the purple air sensors do not collect, DOE will be better able to use the Clarity nodes to determine sources of pollution and perform other research. DOE has partnered with the Harvard Kennedy School, the African American Mayors Association, and the Environmental Defense Fund to develop a robust placement strategy throughout the district for these sensors. DOE also continues our vital effort to reduce exposure to other toxins such as lead. A major focus in FY '25 and '6 is implementing the recently adopted federal rules on lead dust. In late 2024, the US EPA finalized more stringent regulations governing lead dust. The new rules reduce the level of lead in dust that is considered hazardous when found in homes or childcare facilities to any reportable levels measured by an EPA-recognized laboratory. The rules also lower the level of lead that can remain in dust on floors, window sills, and window troughs after a lead-based paint abatement occurs. These new levels must be implemented by January 12, 2027. DOE's Environmental Services Administration is beginning outreach efforts, emails, flyers, and webinars to the regulated community this spring to ensure compliance by the deadline. In 2025, DOE also successfully transitioned our Healthy Homes branch to the DC Health Department new Environmental Health Administration. This will enhance DC's health capabilities, and ensure that the epidemiologists and other public health professionals currently at DOEE can work most effectively. DOE retains responsibility for inspections and enforcement on the district's regulations related to lead-based paint and lead-safe work practices, issuing lead certification and abatement permits, conducting environmental investigation and lead assessments. We will continue to work with child care facilities to ensure lead-free drinking water by continuing our robust filter program and conducting a lead reduction program to assist eligible households with lead hazard reductions activities. In a time of rising energy costs, DOE also supports district residents in reducing household energy burdens and providing emergency assistance to vulnerable residents. The Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, formerly known as LIHEAP, approved benefits for approximately 16,000 district residents in FY 25, leveraging over $12 million in Federal Department of Health and Human Services block grant funding. Through our utility discount programs, we also supported more than 19,000 income qualified district residents by identifying them as eligible for discounts at DC Water, Pepco, and Washington Gas. While both emergency and long-term assistance for vulnerable residents is an essential part of what we do, our agency's work also continues the vital work of tackling the structural issues that create such high energy costs in the first place. In 2025 and 2026, DOEE has been working to make energy more affordable for district residents and businesses through our programs and through policy reforms. This includes advancing reforms for third-party energy suppliers to bring down costs for low-income residents. Our work with the Public Service Commission is also oriented toward reducing the cost of natural gas infrastructure by making smarter investments that ensure system safety. We've also been supporting the PJM Governor's collaborative and effective advocacy for reforms in the management of our regional energy grid. DOE's efforts to reduce energy burden also includes our work to make buildings and energy systems more efficient. Our building performance programs experience continued success with continued improvement in our energy efficiency of the district's commercial building stock. Over 70% of buildings are on track to reach their energy performance targets by the end of 2026, with more than half already hitting their targets ahead of schedule. Buildings subject to the Building Energy Performance Standards, BEPS, has reduced their energy use by 13% from 2019 to 2024, which is up from a 9% reduction the year before. Our team has supported these achievements through extensive compliance assistance, responding to over 10,000 inquiries a year and hosting weekly office hours, and conducting site visits to provide hands-on support to building owners and managers. In 2025, we also worked with the Public Service Commission to begin making improvements to the solar interconnection process by helping reduce uncertainties around interconnection costs and helping people take advantage of federal tax dollars before they expired at the end of 2025. That work continues this year as we collaborate with the Department of Buildings and the Public Service Commission to streamline the permitting and interconnecting process for solar, battery storage, and other distributed energy resource technologies to lower the cost of adoption. DOE also continues our effort to restore health of our waterways and other natural habitats. In FY 25, DOE developed the ecological restoration plan for Kingman and Heritage Islands and started implementing the plans by clearing over 35 acres of invasive plants from the islands and planting over 10,000 native trees and 25,000 native plants. Additionally, DOE completed 60% design for wetland restoration in Kingman Lake and produced a draft environmental assessment in partnership with the National Park Service. Also in partnership with National Park Service and DMPED, we began restoration activities along the riparian forest buffer between RFK Stadium and Kingman Lake. DOE hosted several trash and invasive plant removal days to prepare the area for restoration. In FY 25, DOE also reached major milestones to reduce bacterial pollution from point sources. The agency launched a large-scale pollution source tracking strategy to eliminate sources of E. coli from the Broad Branch watershed. DOE completed phase 1, including comprehensive monitoring of all outfalls, surface waters, and storm surface confluence in the 1,100-acre watershed. as well as targeted sampling, CCTV surveys, and dye testing in suspected areas. DOE confirmed 7 sources that were subsequently eliminated by the responsible party, and we are still investigating 39 locations in Broad Branch. Next, DOE will replicate this investigation methods in the Fort DuPont and Fort Chaplain watersheds. In FY 26, as part of a larger effort to improve water quality in the Anacostia River watershed, DOE will complete the restoration of Stickfoot Branch in southeast DC to restore approximately 1,000 linear feet of this deeply eroded urban stream in partnership with NPS and DC Water. We're also on track to finalize our state wildlife plan. The plan identifies current needs and priorities to protect the district species of greatest conservation need and their habitats, and we will guide the work of district government as well as that of relevant partners and stakeholders. The updated plan considers plants for the first time as species of greatest conservation need. While we make these great strides in improving water quality in the district, the health of our waterways is impacted by events outside our borders. An aging infrastructure poses that risk became all apparent in recent weeks. As you know, on January 19th, a section of Potomac Interceptor sewer line collapsed near the Claire Barton Parkway in Montgomery County, Maryland, some 4 miles from the district border. This incident resulted in a significant quantity of untreated waste flowing into the Potomac River. DC Water, who operates and maintains the sewer pipe, responded quickly and put in place measures to contain the spill and repair the pipeline, which is currently going on. DOE is monitoring impacts from the spill in the district and will also monitor long-term impacts to fish, wildlife, and the river itself. DOE has been doing water quality samples weekly, and DC Water is also conducting separate testing on a daily basis. As well as the Potomac River Keeper Network in partnership with the University of Maryland, who's also conducting testing. Thus far, while early testing showed elevated levels of bacteria at multiple sites, and bacterial levels remain very high at the site of the spill, DOE's testing has shown that E. coli levels have remained below the regulatory threshold for recreational use of the river at all sampling locations in the district since February 2nd. Except for typical increases that occur after significant rainfall, and with support from the US EPA, DOE is moving to a daily testing schedule so that we can gather more data and better observe any fluctuations in the level of bacteria in the water. Due to continued uncertain nature of the spill and the fact that weather conditions may impact test results, DOE and Department of Health recommend continued precautions and avoiding contact with the Potomac River until these results can be confirmed by longer-term sampling. We want to ensure that we're measuring consistently safe results before revising this guidance. As the DC Health Director stated at the press conference last week, if the testing results within the district's portion of the river keep trending downward, we anticipate lifting the health advisory on Monday, March 2nd. In the meantime, I want to emphasize what Mayor Bowser, DC Water officials, and our Department of Health have repeatedly said. Because the spill happened downstream of the Washington Aqueduct's intakes at Great Falls, the district drinking water was never impacted by the spill. Our drinking water system is separate from the wastewater system, and DC Water remains safe to drink. Dozens of local, state, and federal agencies are working collaboratively to monitor progress of repairs and impacts on the river and downstream communities. As we move forward, DOE will be at the table to ensure that DC Water's remediation plans will restore health to the river, the shoreline, and the fish and wildlife habitats that make Potomac River a treasure for all communities in our nation. We are planning for a healthier, more resilient future for the district in many other ways. In FY 25, DOE completed flood risk maps produced by our integrated flood model to predict where flooding will occur in current and future scenarios for different rainfall amounts due to interior, coastal, or riverine flooding. With these maps, we can identify DOE's flood risk areas, do more targeted outreach to flood vulnerable residents, and propose infrastructure in places that we know will reduce flood risk in neighborhoods that need it the most. We plan to release the maps in FY 26 and hold public information sessions about them. This work, along with work completed in FY 25 to update the district's heat map, will underpin an update to our climate resiliency strategy, Climate Ready DC. The plan update will prepare for extreme weather and natural hazards, including extreme temperatures, flooding, severe storms, wildfires, and other extreme weather events. This update will include the most recent data regarding risks and vulnerabilities by geography and will identify critical actions that can reduce risk to residents, infrastructure, and businesses. In times of rapid change and uncertainty, an underappreciated role that DOE continues in our government is to support innovation and community resilience in ways both large and small. In FY25, DOE textile reuse initiatives known as Retread DC conducted 4 workshops, 5 swaps, and 1 informational event. While its Fix It DC held 8 community repair events, these events will build a culture of reuse in place of overconsumption. Have become quite popular in the community, so much so that our Retread events was the subject of a Washington Post feature. We also now manage, after a successful program transfer from UDC in FY25, the U.S. Department of Agriculture Specialty Crop Block Grant. This is an annual award of approximately $243,000 from USDA to the district government, with sub-grants that are awarded for 3 years each to enhance the competitiveness of specialty crops in the district. In addition, in FY26, our small grants program in urban agriculture and donation and reuse will reach community-based organizations to enable innovation and support operations to benefit our residents. In FY25, we also initiated an electric Bunsen burner lending library to allow science teachers and students the opportunity to test out new technologies in support of school electrification. Just as with our households and businesses, who may be nervous or skeptical about transitioning away from familiar sources of heat, find that one of the most effective ways to overcome resistance is to meet people where they are at so that they can experience what a better future could look like for them. In conclusion, over the last year and continuing into this year, DOE faces significant obstacles and challenges that we have been resolute and creative in overcoming. The LIHEAP program was profoundly impacted by the federal government shutdown at the start of the fiscal year, delaying our ability to assist those residents most in need. Our Train Green program, as well as our Solar for All efforts, were supported in FY25 by the EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund until federal support was withdrawn. It's critical for the district, along with other states and local jurisdictions, to make our case to our federal partners that our success is their success, and that their support is essential to help our community grow and improve quality of life for us all. Even with these challenges, DOE expects to continue leading in innovative stormwater management, increasing our resiliency, conserving and restoring our fisheries and wildlife, cultivating the district's green workforce, and continuing outreach and education to district residents and businesses to create a more sustainable city. We're committed to serving our residents, and we hope to work with council to best accomplish our mission. I want to close by thanking and acknowledging again the 100 of DOE workers whom I'm privileged to work alongside. We appreciate the opportunity to share our accomplishments and plans for continued improvement and look forward to continuing to work with the committee. Also want to acknowledge and thank the dozens of public witnesses who showed up to testify about our performance last week. I've discussed their concerns and questions with the team, and I'm prepared to address any questions you would like to raise with us, either now or after this hearing. This concludes my testimony. My team and I are happy to address your questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thanks to all 3 of you for your testimony. I also believe that Councilmember Felder was here. He stepped away, but he's going to be back and join us in just a moment. Councilmember Zachary Parker is also joining us virtually and be on in Zoom, so we'll do 10-minute rounds. I'm going to focus my first set of questions on the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency, and then come back around, but it may be the second round by the time I get back around based on that. All right, so Mr. Brandeis, thank you very much for your testimony and congratulations on the report. It is, I would say, required reading for everybody, but it's also very well done, very thoughtful, and a lot of work goes into it, but it's also actionable, which I think is important for us to be able to do something with. You noted DOE's latest projections on our greenhouse gas emission goals from the 2006 baseline show a 42% reduction, and that is good news. Primarily, it's driven from a more efficient regional electrical grid, decreased energy use from our buildings, and maybe not such good news, warmer temperatures during the winter. The district's statutory goal, as stated in the Climate Commitment Amendment Act of 2022, is a 45% reduction by this year. So we just missed that goal. As we think about, and you talked about kind of the 19-year shot clock, if the district is in a place where it needs to prioritize the top 3 most impactful spaces, what the report outlines some of this, but I'm gonna give you a chance just to maybe elaborate more. What do you believe are the, if we are in a world where we have to prioritize limited resources, time, bandwidth, I've had others kind of tell me they feel like we're in a bit of a climate change recession, meaning that it's just harder to get people's attention and action to focus on this. What would be your recommendations on the top 3 things we need to be focused on?
That's great. Thank you very much. I just want to thank everyone on the commission who helped produce this report, and all of our partners, our agency partners and community partners and residents that helped us produce this report. And I just wanted to also note for the record, this report was passed and approved unanimously by the commission. So it's a consensus document, and I'm going to respond on behalf of the commission. And just a small but important technicality, the best data that we have is from 2024, I believe. And so because the emissions reduction tracking process is backward looking, we don't know yet whether we have achieved our goal in 2025 or not. So that data will come out over the course of this next year. And then at that point, we'll definitively know whether the district's performance is in alignment with its policy frameworks. Looks good. The trend is still trending down. So there's a good chance that we'll hit the legislated interim milestone. I think there's only one answer to your question, or maybe there's 2. We have to do everything, but the emissions in our city are overwhelmingly concentrated in the downtown. Unlike so many other cities, we don't have a huge industrial sector, right? So emissions are really concentrated in the building sector. Where 73% of our emissions tie back to our buildings, not to transportation or industry or airports, to buildings. And of that, 2/3 are tied to the commercial building stock. The commercial building stock is obviously highly concentrated in the downtown. So the district in this process, and across the board, right? We have stakeholders across the city really thinking about the future of downtown. The future of downtown, if we're going to align with our legislated emissions reduction goals, has to be the single most important vehicle to deliver emissions reductions. And there's really no other, single source or single element of the district that you can point to and say, oh, this should be a priority. We have to do everything across the board, but the big target, the bullseye, if you will, is the downtown. And the data is very clear. This is not, a perspective or an opinion. This has been well researched. The data is in our report. The district's, done excellent research on this. And so we have to focus on recapitalizing the downtown in what the commission believes is a once in 100-year opportunity to make DC the most sustainable city it can possibly be.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And, as we were looking at the previous panels, we talked about the Green Bank, and we look at examples of how we are re-envisioning downtown and have opportunities for major projects, leveraging and taking advantage of that highest efficiency. Again, sets us up. Agree with that. One of the, looking back at the report that was produced, the 3rd official finding in the report, which I think is very timely, is related to uncertainty in energy demand and supply projections. I'm going to read a passage from that just because I know not everybody's going to read the report. I want to make sure we hammer this home. Future energy demand and supply projections are uncertain. Existing policies do not anticipate the wave of energy demand and supply required by the adoption of artificial intelligence technologies. After 25 years of consistent progress decreasing the carbon intensity of electricity to the district, the PJM interconnection is now accelerating new plans to add 11.8 gigawatts of new power generation, with 69% of this new electricity coming from gas-fired plants. This expansion is driven largely by rising demand from AI-related data centers in Northern Virginia. New data centers in Northern Virginia and throughout the PJM region, including Pennsylvania and Ohio, will directly impact the district's ability to source low-carbon power and contribute to electricity rate hikes. Furthermore, the district's ability to meet its long-term decarbonization goals will not be achievable without ongoing and substantial reduction of the carbon intensity of electricity delivered to the district by the PJM. You noted in your testimony, I'm not going to see necessarily a data center in my backyard in DC. It's Loudoun County, it's Prince George's County, it's going to be out in Pennsylvania and Ohio. You know what I am going to see? Every time I open my power bill, that's where I'm going to see it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to see the physical data center, but we absolutely, every residence and every business sees the impact in the rates they pay. Tomorrow, the committee is going to be listening to public witnesses regarding the Public Service Commission. And I suspect that I'm going to hear a lot of comments that revolve around how increased demand for energy is raising costs and undermining our climate goals. Has the commission ever formally commented, for example, on a Public Service Commission docket?
So thank you for that. So the commission is in regular contact with the Public Service Commission. We have an excellent open flow of dialogue back and forth. The commission has, as a matter of course, decided that it is not going to weigh in on individual pieces of legislation or individual actions of the Public Service Commission. And so the answer is no, we haven't, and that's by design. That's the intent of the commission, is to kind of stay up higher level, long-term, and understand the kind of like deeper dynamics that are occurring in this whole cacophony of activities that no one else has the charge to be tracking.
We don't control.
Again, that said, we're very aware of the activities of the Public Service Commission, and they regularly report to us in our quarterly meetings.
Okay. We obviously don't control PJM. You know, we can hold PSC accountable for the decisions they make. We can hold agencies accountable for decisions they make. We don't have much of an accountability mechanism with PJM. And part of the reason of why we find ourselves where we are is historically PJM has been too slow to bring on new energy generation, especially renewable energy. And so I don't want to say static, but in the lack of an expanding energy supply and then a spike in energy demand, we're seeing increasing rates that are coming through just the energy sales themselves through PJM. Recognizing that there are things we can control, there are things we cannot control. What are the tools that you think the district has for addressing rising costs and increased greenhouse gas emissions resulting from that increased demand?
Yeah.
You know, I don't think it does us much good, frankly, to put our heads in the sand and say, I don't want to see AI come. AI is going to be a part of our society. So it's how we manage that and what proactive steps we can take. But especially when it comes to the energy side, what do you think the tools are?
Yeah, and I was, again, so pleased to hear the director talk about this in his testimony. We are a very small jurisdiction in the context of all of the jurisdictions that participate in the PJM, but we're one of them. And we need to figure out how to collaborate with all of the other jurisdictions. And the fact that this governor's network exists is excellent. And so we need to figure out how to best express our voice in the most effective and impactful way. Not easy, but I think we need to figure that out. And I don't think historically the district's, spent a lot of time trying to think about how to influence the PJM, but it's certainly in our self-interest to do so now. So that's, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Secondly, I think we need to understand, certainly the residents of the District of Columbia are all going to be major users of artificial intelligence technology. So, we can't just say like, that's the problem of Northern Virginia and not our problem.
Correct.
We are the source of demand. Just think of all the policy geeks in Washington, D.C. that are going to be using AI in order to do their research, right? So we need to really think strategically about demand management. And I think in so many of the energy policy frameworks, the focus is always on supply. And of course, it should be on supply, but also on demand. And so thinking about that is really important for us in the district, and all of the many excellent policies that we already have on demand management are all national and international best practices. So we can't let our focus stray from taking agency in controlling how we use energy in the District of Columbia.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I want to turn to Councilor Parker, who's here for a round. And Councilor Parker, I was focusing my first questions, my first round, and I might a little of my second round as well on the Climate Change Commission. And then I'm going to excuse the Climate Commission in a little bit and then kind of hone in with DOEE and SEU. You obviously have the prerogative to go wherever you want with your questions, but just to let you know the format of where I was going. So let me turn to Councilor Parker for his round of questions.
Understood. And thank you, Chairperson Allen. My questions are more so for DOEE, although still related to our environment. And it's good to see you again, Director. What resources are needed to speed up DOEE's review of air quality permits? For instance, the previous permit for the infamous Fort Myer Eckington plant expired in 2021. And that's when Fort Myer applied for a new permit application. DOEE, to my understanding, issued a draft permit in February of 2024 and issued a final permit in November of 25, which we can all probably agree is a very slow process. So again, what resources are needed for your team to speed up a review of air quality permits?
Yes, sir. So actually, this past year, we've brought on 2 additional permit writers. So we've always had FTEs. We have 7 FTEs assigned in our permit writing team, including the manager. We've added 1 more. This past year, we did have 1 retirement. We did bring on 2 new hires. So now we've kind of defined what our backlog is, which is about 157 permits, Chapter 2 permits. And so working with the new team members who are rather hungry to get these things done, we have started accelerating, resolving that backlog so that when, like you said, the Fort Myers one is long, but now our senior permit writers can focus on these more complex permits versus having to do all of them. So the deputy director worked with the associate director to not necessarily streamline the process, but to make the process more efficient, because now he has the personnel to actually make that happen. So right now, getting all 7 positions filled, I think will accelerate that process, but I'm happy that our backlog is just down to 157 because it was even larger than that for the past couple of years. So we're moving in the right direction. Got a lot more work to do. Trust me, our permit situation has been something that's been long, and I'm just glad that we're finally on a good track to finally drive these numbers down to get to where we need to get to. So not there yet. Got a lot more work to do, but I think having 7 inspectors will make a big difference in terms of getting the numbers where they need the big 2, which is reasonable.
Understood. And that is good news that we are moving in the right direction. I just want to make sure I'm clear on the number. So you currently have 7 inspectors.
Yes, sir.
And you're bringing on 2 more or 1 more?
So we had 2 that retired. Well, sorry, we had 1 inspector retire and then 1 inspector left. So even though I had 7 FTEs as of 3 months ago, right now I'm down to 5 with the intent of bringing 2 more on when the next hiring fair comes through.
And when is that expected?
I believe that's expected in the April-May timeframe.
Okay.
No, they just had one a few months ago. They had it in December, I believe. They had the last job fair, and we brought on a lot of staff from that job fair. So that process is very effective when it's put out there. So hoping to take advantage of it the next time it comes around as well.
Okay. And then it's worth noting Fort Myers' other plant in Brentwood in Ward 5 has been operating on an expired permit that expired in 2020. It is my understanding DOE has not produced a draft permit for that facility, even though 6 years has passed. And so I'm assuming you're suggesting that as you address this backlog, we can expect that facility to also have an up-to-date permit.
Yes, sir. So we're already working on that permit now. So that's moving toward the draft permit for the Benning Road the Brentwood plan. And we'll hope to have that going out for public in that, FY '25. So again, by having the senior inspectors focus more on these larger ones, they are working on that draft right now for the Brentwood plan.
Okay. And it goes without saying. And the reason why I routinely push on this is because these delays impact not only our ability to improve the air quality in an over-industrialized part of the city, Ward 5, it also means the community or the public has fewer opportunities to weigh in. So if a 5-year permit is being stretched to 10 years or more, we can see where there are gaps. But what I'm hearing from you is you are looking to staff up to at least 7 by the spring in hopes to kind of catch up with the backlog, and that the permits for Fort Myer are in process.
Yes, they are in process, and yeah, we're looking to get those 2 backfilled, and then we can continue the progress that we're making now. We don't want to lose the momentum that we've gained this past year. So that's what we want to focus on.
Okay. In the case of Fort Myers Eckington plant, community members submitted numerous requests for DOEE to bolster the draft permit, many of which were rejected by the agency. DOEE's position on many items was that it does not have the authority to require certain things of polluters like Fort Myers. And I want to walk through those because, as you know, there is a bill that I introduced to close some of those gaps. So is DOEE's position that it cannot currently require polluters to do any engagement with community during the term of a permit?
I'm not sure what you mean by engage with the community. In
Like-
terms of, please.
In terms of mitigating the concerns around emissions from said facility, DOEE rejected that request from our office and community members. And I'm asking, is it officially DOEE's position that it cannot require a facility, a polluting facility, to do engagement with the community as part of the terms of them seeking a permit or require them to attend meetings to hear from residents?
Yes, sir. So it's my understanding, my team will correct me if I'm wrong, but based on the way the laws are written for issuing that permit, that part cannot be made a part of that requirement for that permit. So aside from the public comment periods where we're taking that input, it goes back to partly what you said. If we're on these long-term permits and nobody gets to comment on them, then you're losing that opportunity to have that public input through those public comment periods if that permit was reissued on a timely basis.
But it seems like a missed opportunity if the facility is seeking a permit from DOEE that you wouldn't use that as leverage to say, or at least to ask, how are you engaging or hearing from the community and acting on their concerns?
I understand the question, and I'm going to need to have a further deep dive about that one with my team. But I believe it's the restraint. We're restrained by the way the law is written. But I will definitely get back to you on why, if that's something that was looked at, why we rejected it. I did not see the reply to that comment that was made. If it was a written comment, I did not see it, and I need to look at that.
Okay. The agency also says that it has no authority to regulate the holistic operations of an asphalt plant. Rather, its authority is limited to the statutory sources of emission.
Yes, sir.
And so can you elaborate there?
So we're looking at the sources of emission of the equipment. So we can't tell them what equipment that they can and cannot use, but we can look at that equipment that they are going to use and evaluate it from an emission perspective. So if the belt—
That makes sense.
If the belt is not covered, right, we can't tell you to use a different belt, but there may be other things we're going to require of them to ensure that that belt—
That your focus, that makes sense. So as an agency, you have authority to focus on or mitigate emissions, not the equipment or the resources there. The agency, I'm moving on just for the sake of time, the agency was also asked to restrict the operations overnight of the Fort Myer plant in Ward 5 and on weekends to prevent interference with neighbors. As you know, this plant is right there on the MBT, adjacent to housing, but also how people are passing on that trail. And in response, the agency chose to limit nighttime activity between 9 p.m. and 4 a.m. To only 50 nights a year. So do you think those restrictions are sufficient given the concern and the impact to community?
I'm glad you brought that one to me. Again, I'll need to read that actual comment as to why we did 50 nights a year versus something else, and why there was actually a number for per night. I'm not sure why we would do that, but I need to talk to my team about that, and I'll definitely get
Okay,
back to you.
so that seems like if you could follow up with the committee and my office, I would appreciate it. Obviously, here is an example where the agency acknowledges you do have authority, but instead of wielding maximum or stretching that your influence or authority there, it seems like you're only regulating to a minimum degree. So I would appreciate a follow up there. I have more questions, but for the sake of time, Chairperson Allen, I'm going to yield back my remaining 5 seconds.
We appreciate that. Thank you, Councilor Parker. We're going to use those 5 seconds wisely. Let me turn to Councilmember Felder for a round.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good afternoon or good morning, Director, and members of the panel. Director, I'll start with some general questions. Then I'll turn to some more specific questions. But could you speak to what your agency's top 3 programmatic priorities are for FY 2026?
26.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of priorities. For me, my top priorities will be continuing to do the Anacostia River Sediment Project. That's probably my biggest one. Looking at energy affordability in terms of the third party individuals that do for the electric bills. So how can we help reduce those electric bills? We're already in the grips of LIHEAP and how that's working. So that's another priority. Each administration has like what is important. So cumulatively, there's a lot more. I mean, our urban sustainability administration has many projects that are priorities because it helps reduce waste. It helps reduce, batteries. We do the battery storage. We're working on the green foods. So there's many projects there. Natural Resources Administration, again, water quality is always a top priority, and how we can do better in that arena is always an important thing. So it's not like a top 3 for the agency. I'm looking more globally, like each administration, what's best for you to work through to benefit the community. Our wildlife and habitat group as well, they do the riparian areas. They're looking at invasive species, and those are big focuses for them. Kingman Island's a big focus for them. Air quality, as we just talked about with Councilmember Parker, is very important. Lead-based paint is very important. Mold is very important. I'm sure we'll be hitting on mold in a little while, but that's also another priority for us as well. So the biggest ones that have the biggest drivers are, like I said, right now, when I look at a lot of the high profile stuff, the sediment project is a large one. The energy affordability issue is a monster problem for all of us, and something that we take very seriously. And then water quality as a whole, because, in these past month or so, that's also been a top priority, or shift of resources have been placed there. So I would group it in that kind of framework.
You mentioned energy affordability. Could you speak to how your agency is ensuring that building energy performance standards are effectively being implemented and enforced?
Yes, sir. So as I stated earlier, the buildings that are currently involved in there are have achieved, like 70% of the buildings that had submitted their plans have already met their goals. We still field a ton of questions from other buildings that are still trying to get into compliance. And so we just work closely with them, but having achieved that level of compliance already is very, very significant. That also has generated a lot of savings in terms of greenhouse gas emission reductions, because those buildings have come into compliance. But our BEPS team has been worked very closely with the overall community to ensure that the rationale for why they should see BEPS as a positive and not a negative, part of that wanting to see that as a positive goes back to energy, right? If your building is more efficient, your building is more secure, your energy costs will go down. And I think a lot of them, especially now seeing those bills, are saying, wait a minute, maybe there is something we could do, because it will help us long term. So it becomes another bargaining chip to make them realize that this is actually a good program that could actually generate positives for them and whoever the dwellers of the building or in that building will benefit from it as well, not just a property manager or property owner.
And could you speak to what improvements have been made to the district's stormwater management and green infrastructure programs, if any?
So we still continue to maintain green infrastructure and work throughout the district with that. Of course, we have some challenges forced there, so that forced us to get a little bit more innovative and working. We didn't issue the same number of grants or contracts that we wanted to, but we still were able to do work. And so now we're working with nonprofits, communities, bids to see if we can incorporate that work for them. Although we're responsible for green infrastructure, making sure that the maintenance, which is the biggest feature now, make sure that maintenance gets done. We can't do it all. Even if we had, unlimited resources, we still be challenged to do it all. So turning that ownership over to local areas or local communities is another way that is to me is innovative. To me is more efficient, because if I can give ownership to that community or that bid, they can actually do a better job because they have a vested interest in it. So we're working closely with these kind of groups to train them. And then now we move more from an actuator of work to more of a consultant, where you're coming to us, asking us, hey, advice, and providing that guidance, that education, so that they can maintain and move it forward. So not in the best position, of course, but again, instead of just saying, instead of just kind of sitting there and saying, oh, wow, we took a hit. No, we're going to look for different ways to still make it work, because that's our mission. That's our goal, is to continue to strive forward to make it better for the residents.
And could you speak to what's the status of the electric vehicle infrastructure expansion across the district?
So expansion continues to occur. There was a ribbon cutting for some curbside chargers just a few weeks ago. I think it's moving in the right direction. We put a brand new system on Benning Road, right across from Pepco. There's 4 stations. It used to be 2, now it's 4. So it is growing. Is it growing at a pace that a lot of individuals would like to see? No, it's not. But it's rather, we're still moving in that direction. I think there's a lot of positives we could take from it. And I think as long as we're being held accountable, we'll continue to work with our partners, DPW, DOB, DDOT, to continue to make those happen. I know there was DPW had a bunch of chargers. They didn't have, I believe it was like 17 chargers that they needed. They didn't have the funding to install it. And we got with them once we found out that was the challenge, was you have them in storage, but you're not putting them in service. We were able to work with them through some grants to actually work to get those chargers installed, which was a big plus for everybody. Trying to get them so that they could be in a location that would provide, although public use, although government use, there could also be access for public use. So we're working closely with them. And if individuals can get if other sister agency can get chargers, there may be ways for us to get them installed, because sometimes that's a separate issue. So we are moving in the right direction. I know advocates will say we're not moving fast enough. The district isn't moving fast enough. But again, if I look at where I was at last year to where I'm at now, we're still making progress. So we're just going to stay focused on that.
And can you walk me through the full process once a resident applies for the Affordable Homes Electrification Program?
So for that one, I'm gonna bring up my deputy director to kind of talk that one through. That's a little bit more in the weeds than I'm I'm ready for. So this is Nick Berger, my deputy director for Energy Administration, and he can talk through that process for you.
Great. Hello, everyone. Thank you. As the director said, I'm Nick Berger. The deputy director for the Energy Administration at DOEE. I'd be happy to talk a bit about the Affordable Home Electrification Program, but I'm fortunate to be sitting next to Ben, who I think can give an on-the-ground view. So as a quick overview, we have a number of programs that help low-income residents electrify their homes or buildings if they live in an apartment building. So the Affordable Home Electrification Program focuses primarily on single-family homes and smaller multifamily buildings. Residents can apply to that program simply by going on the DCSEU website. They can sign up to get put in the queue, and then the DCSEU goes through a whole process of income verification and assessing the equipment that's in the home and looking at what the resident needs and what's going to work best for their needs, and then works with local contractors and in particular CBEs to execute on that work.
Okay. And After a home inspection is completed, could you speak to what's the average timeline before installation begins and the project is finalized?
I don't have the exact number right off the bat. Councilmember Felder, I would be happy to follow up with you and give you some more exact, but I mean, certainly in FY '25, I think we experienced some delays. Now I think, as we've gotten the program up and running in FY 2026, between, application, which does take some time to get a customer income qualified to make sure we have all the documentation. So between the limited home assessment, after a limited home assessment, we try to get a proposal back from a contractor within a 2-week period or so, to review that proposal. Sometimes that takes some back and forth between the contractor and DOEE. After that, provided that there is funding in place and provided we can move forward with that project, there are certainly some folks that are waitlisted that we're trying to work through. Typically, we try to get that proposal and get a homeowner agreement and a work order out to the contractor within about a 4-week period after that, and then work can begin. And it can depend on how long that takes to actually do the installation, depending on if there's Pepco, heavy upgrades needed or other infrastructure upgrades needed for that property. And then from there, obviously, we perform a DOB inspection and a QA/QC inspection on the back end of that. So it's not something that can be done on an emergency basis, certainly. Certainly, we're getting better at compressing that timeline, but it does take a bit of time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to turn back to the commission for a minute, and then I do have a lot of follow-up questions there too, so don't go anywhere, I guess. All right. One of the chief recommendations in the report was to reinstate the position of a chief resilience officer and then make that reportable to the city administrator. I've had some experience with trying to create position, like everything about what the recommendation is logical to me. My experience has been, for example, we try to create a gun violence prevention director because we recognize that if we're working on public safety and gun violence prevention across our city, it can't be siloed in one agency or another, that really that's a cross-cutting effort that everyone has a stake in, everyone has an interest in, and so that should be housed in the city administrator, so you have the ability to look across all of government. If a mayor doesn't want to do that, though, they move that position. So that's what happened, for example, with gun violence prevention director. It got moved, and then it was vacant. It's never been filled. So we have legislatively the ability to help create and direct things, but at the same time, you'll have, depending upon who the executive is at whatever given time, they may choose to organize differently. So anything about your thought process about why it should be in the CA's office, any ideas around how to guard against an executive that maybe doesn't agree that it should be in that CA's office?
Thank you for that question. Very important. This is our top recommendation in the report. And again, I just want to underscore the reason why is that we believe that climate adaptation scenarios at this point need to be anticipated as being worst case scenarios. We're already doing an amazing job in so many different, areas, whether it's flooding, heat, sea level rise. I mean, there's a lot of work being done across district government on adaptation and resilience, but it's not enough. And things are going to get worse than we have historically anticipated. Precisely because of that point that you previously made, this is like an across the board coordination effort. And there's really no single agency that can kind of like be responsible for this. And for that reason, our recommendation is that this needs to be elevated up into the kind of like highest levels of the executive branch. The commission doesn't really think about how to fully institute that. It's just a recommendation that these issues should really be top of mind. And the historic practices that we are very innovative at and have been recognized around the world for being really innovative are not going to be enough in order to anticipate the future that we're moving into.
Yeah. The logic behind it makes complete sense to me, right? To be able to, whether it's gun violence prevention or whether it's chief resiliency, it makes perfect sense to me. My experience tells me it has not worked, that it is so intrinsically linked to the political will of the executive. if they choose to organize that way and that's what they want to have, then it is work. You have to have the buy-in of the executive, or else it's just not going to happen. You end up with a general with no army. And so I wrestle with that recommendation, not because it doesn't seem entirely logical. My experience has been, if the executive doesn't believe in it, it doesn't happen. And you need to have all the resources that get marshaled into something like that. So I guess a little bit of TBD, but I appreciate the logic behind it. I just have not seen that actually come to fruition.
Yeah, I just want to add one additional point. This isn't just like a good government recommendation. That's not what this is intended to be. This is really about how do we as a broader, city, as a broader community really step up and be prepared. And the HCMA is an incredible agency. They're doing amazing work, but increasingly the issues of resiliency have to do with public-private partnerships, with partnering directly with individual communities. And so there's a level of complexity that we have to get ready for that one agency alone is not going to be able to deliver.
I agree. I mean, let's think about the most recent storm we had, right? Resilience comes in a lot of different ways. It looks a lot of different ways. And you need to have a strong partnership with HCMA. You got to be able to cut across all agencies. We are going to continue to see increasing extremes of storms, and that's going to be both harsh in intensity in the winter and in the summer, and it looks and feels like different things. And so being able to look across all of those agencies for action, I think, is important. The District Waterways Advisory Commission, we love our commissions, recently, finally, has been fully constituted. Do you envision your commission meeting with, or have you maybe already with the District Waterways? It feels like as we talk about overlapping interests, or at least parallel kind of possibilities and work. I mean, we think about flood prevention, planning for coastal zones. Any plans to work with the Waterways Commission itself, or maybe that's already in the works?
We have not met with them yet. My understanding is that they've just been stood up. And it will really benefit them to know that the Climate Commission's already done extensive work in the area of flooding and sea level rise. That will be a very important aspect of managing any of the district's shorelines.
Excellent. All right. We've talked a little bit with the Green Bank, and I know we will again with DOE in just a little bit, but has the commission thought through any specific recommendations related to an RFK development site? We, again, within the deal, tried to set very clear climate, energy, sustainability metrics, requirements. Has the commission weighed in on that, thought about laying out recommendations?
Yeah, so the commission, well, the commission's not engaged directly with the RFK project. Of course, we read the newspapers and try to keep up with the evolution of that project. There are several elements of the commission's work that will be quite important for the RFK site, and we look forward to future collaboration there. I just want to underscore again, there are a few things happening in the city that are really like global best practice. I mean, the integrated flood model, the work that's being done on sea level rise and shoreline floodplain mapping. I mean, these are outlined in our report, and these are important for any waterfront site across the city. And there's really exemplary work being done within the district government on these.
Okay, thank you. And then the commission holds an annual knowledge forum.
Yeah.
Those kind of help pull folks together to talk about threats of climate change, mitigating greenhouse gases, community engagement. How did the event go this year? And then are there any other knowledge forums or any other expenditures that you see the commission having in the upcoming year?
Yeah, so the knowledge forum has been a really important tool for us to gather together advocates, members of the nonprofit community, community-based organizations. And needless to say, I mean, residents in the District of Columbia are really passionate about these issues. And so it's been an opportunity for us to kind of think out loud with members of the community. And it's been really, in terms of the process of putting this report together, it's been like an instrumental element. We would love to continue that. It's always a big production and takes a lot of work. But it's those kinds of activities that we believe are really necessary at this point. And again, if there's kind of like an additional kind of message here today, and that is district government cannot do this alone. This is really, district government is always going to be an important stakeholder in this, but we really need communities to step up. We need companies to step up. And there's a lot of really positive momentum in the city that we're all aware of and are part of this testimony. But the message from the commission is it's not enough. Like, we've got to do more. We've got to innovate more. We've got to attract more investment to the city. We need to experiment in ways in which we can actually get to this goal that the council and the mayor have set for the whole city.
Okay, I appreciate it. I don't have any more questions, Mr. Brandes. What I'm going to do, I'm going to turn to Mr. Parker for a round. Rather than with only 45 seconds left, I'm not going to start a new thread here. And then, Mr. Parker, if you have any questions for the Climate Commission, we can do that. Otherwise, I was going to excuse him so that we can focus back in on DOEE and DCSEU. Did you have any questions for the Climate Commission?
Sadly, I don't have any questions for the commission.
Okay. Then, Mr. Brandes, thank you very much for the work and the report. We appreciate it. I'll let you run. And let me turn to Mr. Parker then for his round of questions, and then we'll come back on my next round with DOEE and DCSEU. Mr. Parker, let me turn to you.
Awesome. Director, I'm going to jump back in where I left off. So just to revisit, you will follow up with the committee in terms of DOEE's formal position in requiring polluting facilities to do engagement with the community as part of terms for them seeking a permit, as well as in the specific case of the Fort Myer plant, the restriction that was placed on them between the hours of 9 p.m. and 4 a.m. to only 50 nights a year. So I appreciate your follow-up there, and I do have more questions. The community also requested to restrict plant operations on poor air quality days. As you know, there are some days where the air quality is worse than others, and the agency chose not to adopt this request. Why might that be?
So I'll give you, again, I'll have to follow up with a more thorough answer since I have not reviewed the comments that we gave back to the community. Because again, when they submitted these comments, we replied to them, have not reviewed those replies, so I would need to review that. One of the things I would say is why they would not restrict operations on poor air quality days would be because of how a poor air quality day is identified. Like, there's not like a set time where is a trigger. So a poor air quality day could be triggered at any time during the day to last for X hours. For example, when they had the wildfires and that smoke came down and hit DC, that triggered those days, but there wasn't a consistent pattern to how you would generate there's not a consistent standard for how you would generate a poor air quality day.
E. coli levels. So growing up in Chicago, on the news, they would say E. coli levels are at X level, stay out of the water today. I would imagine as you are assessing E. coli levels in the Potomac, if they were to rise above a certain level, there would be an advisory. Wouldn't this or couldn't this be the same?
So the difference would be in that plant and the way they do the process of making the product that they make. That product that they're making can't be stopped just instantaneously. That product would have to be whatever batch they're making. Normally, that batch has to be flow through the system so that it empty out those containers because it's a batch process. If you were to try to stop that batch process as it's going through, that would damage or hurt that equipment because now
I hear
you're leaving
that.
product in the
I
equipment.
hear that. I think if there was a set time, let's say 6 a.m., we're going to assess air quality. If it's above a certain level, for that day, operations need to be reduced or stalled. I think that would be fair. Yes, that would have an impact on business operations, but we're also talking about air quality impacting thousands of district residents. And so it seems as though the agency's decisions are centered on what's best for the business and not what's best for the health of residents. I want to keep moving for the sake of time, but I would appreciate following up there.
Yes, sir.
The community in my office also asked the agency to take into consideration non-compliance as you're considering a permit. The Eckington Fort Myer plant has received at least 3 notices of infraction in the last 10 years. And it's worth noting, those were just when the infraction was recognized. Is the agency satisfied with this, that operators are essentially able to receive a slap on the wrist, pay a $1,000 fine? And it's worth noting, oftentimes these businesses can strike a deal with the government and pay less in order for them to just keep the status quo and receive a permit.
No, I would not view it that way. I think we are very concerned. I think we have to have that relationship with the business. Yes, we're the regulators, but we also have to have that relationship for them to better understand the consequences of what.
Let me ask it this way, and I'm sorry to talk over you. I'm sorry. How does DOEE take into account past infractions as you're thinking about renewing or extending a permit?
I think we take that into consideration. That also adds to that timeline for these complex sites. Looking at that non-compliance definitely figures into the thinking of the permit writer as they're reviewing the information that's submitted, as they're going through that permitting writing process. They do take that in consideration because past actions have effect on that permit. Like what caused that infraction? Is that something you can correct as we prepare your new permit? How can we correct that? So they're taking that into consideration as, are you leaving these same things that caused the infraction in place, or are you looking at how those things can be corrected as you move forward with a new permit? So I do think
But you would have to agree that a business like Fort Myer, one of the largest in the district, $1,000 infraction or fine is not really likely to change their behavior.
Yes, sir. So what I would say to that is based on my history, I worked at hazardous waste plants, I worked at steel plants, coke plants that produced tons of pollution that carried violations. When the regulators would come onto those plants and and cite them for those violations, that became what they would call, and again, all the industries I've been in, that's the cost of doing business.
Okay.
But you have to make it in such a way that it becomes where it's not helpful to have that cost. It has to be made in such a way that they recognize that.
Yes, and perhaps we should be thinking about how are we ratcheting up fines and penalties, especially for repeat offenders that can easily pay a $1,000 fine. Residents in Ward 5 also asked the agency to revisit your odor control plans in the event that they were insufficient. And, on record, my team, I know, has flagged several days, for instance, February 19th, or even today, where you can smell the odors from that plant, the Eckington Fort Myers plant, a half a mile away at the nearby school. What steps is the agency taking to control odors outside of the plans you established for facilities when they prove insufficient?
So usually when we get the complaint about, they have an odor control plan, but a complaint's been issued to us, we would send an inspector out to evaluate using our sensor, our olfactor meter that we use to test, kind of measure what the air quality is for the contaminant. And so then that would generate a violation of our exceedance with that meter could generate a violation. Then we would issue that violation with the company that had that odor control plan, and we would have to revisit them with that odor control plan to see what went wrong, what happened. But usually that's happening from a complaint.
Are there plans to revisit the odor plan for the Fort Myer plant?
I would have to see about that.
Okay, if you could add that to the list of things to follow up. We also acknowledge that DOEE's dashboard for odor control plans is down. It's been down for, my team is noting here, 7 months. We flagged this. Is this on your radar? And do you have a sense when you might make sure you address the issues and errors on that page?
Let me see if somebody sends me something in text right now to give you an
Okay.
answer because I'm not aware of it.
Shout out to the directors that try to get real-time answers. A pet peeve of mine is when we have these oversight hearings and everybody's like, let me follow up in 3 weeks or a month. So yes, I would greatly appreciate if somebody could text you just what's the expected timeline there.
Yes, sir. And there was some inspectors out at Fort Myers this morning, and that was again based on some complaints that were received. And so we're, like I said, just keep reaching out and we'll keep doing that. But we are engaged when we do get those complaints. We try to get those inspectors out as soon as possible because odors don't last long. So sometimes you just have to get there, or if we lag and get there too late, you know, it may have dissipated by then. So we try to get there early in the morning if we get those complaints, because that's usually when, you know, something may be amiss.
And I know the agency has routinely said that you are not responsible for zoning decisions that concentrate environmental polluters in Ward 5 or the over-industrialization in Ward 5, and that is fair, and I would recognize that. That said, how is the agency working with other agencies, notably the Office of Planning, thinking about the comprehensive plan or how we might redistribute industrial land use across the district?
So
Or
our
even thinking about that?
So yes, our agency is working with Office of Planning because that's all part of that whole resiliency component. So looking and working with Office of Planning and looking at the various factors that go into a resilient community, air quality, heat island, all those things come into play. So we are working with them. So as they put together the plans, and the reason why I say that, as we're looking at Ivy City and what they're doing for the resiliency plan, those kind of questions are being answered. We know the impacts that are already there. So how can we start ratcheting that back with, you know, putting in trees, doing certain things that would make it better for them. So we have to have that relationship with Office of Planning to ensure that there is a balance from the environmental perspective as a whole, not just that specific issue, but environmentally, there may be stronger impacts. So we need to have that communication and that review of those plans that are being put together so that there is some kind of a balance coming into that.
Sure. I've been trying to be good on the clock, but I do have one quick follow-up, if you will allow me, Chairperson Allen. I'm glad to hear that you're working with the Office of Planning on the comprehensive plan. Is it the formal position of DOEE that there is a harmful effect to a concentration of polluting facilities or over-industrialization in communities like Ward 5? Is that your formal stance?
I'm looking for something. Hold on. All right. Nobody's coming through with nothing. I would not say that that's our formal stance. I would have to get back and, you know, I would have to talk to my team about that. I don't want to say right now.
Well, I would just say it's great to hear that you're working with the Office of Planning, but it means little to nothing if what you're advising them on is facing the reality that there is an overconcentration of industrial land use in a part of the city and there are harmful effects as a result. I'll leave it there for this round. Sorry for going over time, Chairperson Allen.
No problem, Mr. Parker. All right, I was gonna come back to my round, and then Councilor Felder is here, so then we'll circle back into our cycle.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I did get an answer about
Oh,
the
you got real-time answers, Mr. Parker.
the odor control plan. So the map for the odor control plans. Oh, they're flooding me right now. So the map for the odor control maps are up, open data, but a table has gone out when viewing DOE's odor OPC website and Chrome. So they're working on trying to resolve the issue on where you view it from. The map for odor control plans is up on open data, but a table has gone out when viewing DOE's OCP website in Chrome. So they're working to resolve that issue. So thank you for bringing it to attention, but my team is now focused on getting that resolved, and we'll let you know as soon as possible.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. All right, Councilor Felder is gonna actually switch over and join virtually. So he's going back to his office and will join us virtually in just a moment. All right, so I want to jump back in now and talk about some of our residential electrical conversions and the program. So we have the Affordable Home Electrification Program, obviously Healthy Homes. I think if I heard your testimony correct, Mr. Burdick, 50 homes were I'm not sure what my right terminology here is. 50 homes had improvements, had modernizations, 37 were complete electrifications. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. And then your goal for FY 26, so the year we're in right now, is to scale that up to 100 complete electrifications.
100 units, and I would have to get back to you on to how many of those will be full or partial electrification, but yes, 100 units.
Any reason that I would think it wouldn't have a roughly the same ratio of 50 and 37?
Well, I would hope it might even be higher than that. We're prioritizing full electrification through the program right now. Obviously, we're not going to turn anyone away if they are willing to electrify equipment, but certainly we're prioritizing full electrification.
Got it. And so when I look back at the 50, what did demand look like? Did you have, you were scrounging to find the 50th home, or you had a consistent pace of demand? It's just, you outlined a number of reasons why 50 was what you were able to accomplish.
I would say the demand is very consistent. I think we have at least 150 folks in kind of the queue on the single family side right now. Plus some multifamily properties. As noted, we worked with DOE to expand the program last year to small multifamily properties that are 20 units or fewer as well. So there's definitely demand for the program.
Okay, that's good. Now, critics have said, well, wait a minute. After we switch out the appliances from a gas to an electric appliance, you know what happens? All of a sudden, there was more energy usage in that home, more electrical energy use. And so people said, all of a sudden my Pepco bill went up after I changed to more electrical appliances. To me, that stands to reason. If I remove gas appliances and change to electric, my electrical energy use is going to go up, right?
Yes,
I'm no longer using a different energy source.
That's true. I mean, certainly their gas usage would go down, but potentially to nothing. We would encourage them also through the process when we do these, we also encourage them to cut off their gas supply if there's no more gas in the home, which would also garner some savings as well from eliminating that supply or that charge.
But isn't that also why you try to pair solar for all with
100%? So I think there's two other things that we do in the process is we do a utility impact calculator on the front end of these projects. It's certainly modeled data. It's not, it's not a perfect science here, but we're trying to model that we can tell if this customer is going to experience an increase in their overall utility costs when they switch from electric to gas. Thankfully, in those utility impact calculators, we're not seeing that. That doesn't mean it doesn't happen in the real world on the back end, but certainly we're doing the due diligence on the front end. And then we are checking to see, do they have access to solar for all? Have they already participated to get single family rooftop solar? If not, can they participate in community solar if they're not already, and make sure that we're connecting them with those resources?
Right, because that's the way to help offset or reduce or even eliminate that energy by the generation of it.
Exactly.
And it feels like when I'm talking about a single family home, solar would be the only, or at least one of the best ways for actually energy generation. I am unable to create a gas powered energy plant in my backyard, but I can create solar. So it kind of stands to reason, right? That you'd want to partner and pair this with solar because it's one of the few places where we actually can do energy generation, right?
100%. And we've certainly prioritized anybody who has gone through solar for all, trying to reach out to those customers first as well.
Okay. One of the other problems that we hear about all the time is around the interconnection issues. So last year, Pepco averaged about 77 days to be able to approve and get interconnection permit going. I believe in your responses, you guys were over 80 days in terms of being able to get those permits through. How much has the interconnection delays, the approvals and the permits and the action impacted your ability to deliver solar for your clients?
So certainly we monitor that. We worked with, we have a regular meeting with Pepco's Connect the Grid team throughout the Solar for All process. Certainly does impact. I think the biggest impacts that we have seen are around cost letters. So predictability of costs, especially when we're talking about community solar and these large projects, but certainly on the single family side. And then just predictability of timelines when grid upgrades are needed. But certainly Pepco, we have worked with their Connect the Grid team for several years now and do work with them closely to try to make sure that we can keep our projects on track to meet our deadlines within the fiscal year and make sure those projects close before the end of the fiscal year.
Got it. Would legislative reforms that speed up the ability to get the interconnection permits approved and help create stability around what that interconnection charge would be, would that help stabilize that?
I think, based on what we hear from our, installers, certainly, I'm not an installer, but we work with a ton of installers. I think that would definitely help the community of, solar developers here in the district. And I think, as we talked about last year, I think in our testimony, is just that predictability of timeline and costs is, would definitely go a long way across the board for solar in the district.
Yeah. And then what, as you kind of map out going from 50 to 100, what do you kind of attribute the ability to scale that up now? Is it just greater certainty out in the market? You mentioned things like tariffs and delays on shipments, things that, what are some of the factors you feel like are most attributing to your ability to create a greater scale?
I think getting more contractor capacity has been something, certainly some of the delays that we ran into in FY 2025 were related to scaling the program for federal requirements, meeting some of these additional federal requirements in partnership with DOEE. So bringing on additional contractor capacity, I think is helping there, but also just getting those federal requirements kind of under our belt and then being able to ramp up in FY 26, I think is some of the main reasons. It's just getting over a couple of those hurdles where we had to make some of those adjustments to the programs back last year.
Okay. And Director Jackson, from the standpoint of our Healthy Homes, our SCTF funding sources for projects like this, what is the agency's perspective, either measuring the success of these kind of conversions and improvements for homes, but also ensuring that the dollars that were appropriated and are supposed to be coming from the SCTF into our Healthy Homes programming, into these efforts, that they actually get to where they need to go?
Yes, sir. I want to turn it over to Nick since he's been doing the most work on that, his team.
Sure. So kind of building on what Ben was saying, predictability and stability of funding is something we've found to be very important. I mean, it's very important to Ben and the DCSEU team, but it really flows down to the contractors that we were just talking about. As Ben's trying to go out into the contractor community and say, hey, we need you to show up and be able to do this work at this scale. Their response is, sure, we can do that. Probably gonna have to hire a couple new people. And we're not gonna hire anyone if you can't give us a reasonable guarantee that we're gonna actually be able to execute the work at the volume that you've indicated. So that's one piece where funding predictability and stability is really important. The other piece that I think we've talked about in the past is the federal funding that we've brought into the district, the roughly $60 million to support all of this electrification and training work depends on having local funds to be able to execute projects. So the federal funding is great, it's generous, but when we focus that funding on low-income households, there's a cap. There's only so much we can spend per household. And to fully electrify a home, usually it goes beyond that cap. And to bridge that, we use SCTF funds. So those are a couple of ways in which we rely on that SCTF funding, the local funding, and its stability to be able to execute these programs.
Okay. But the lack of predictability hurts our ability to keep those contractors online, which is back to your capacity issue, right? So I think there's been federal instability where you've had federal resources that should be coming here or plan to come here have been withdrawn. But even the local side, we're not creating the type of predictability in our funding sources that help make sure the contractors know they can hire that up, that you can build that pipeline of folks and then be able to deliver, correct?
I'm happy to let Ben provide his view, but I would agree. I mean, I think we're not talking about really new technologies for the most part. I mean, there's some innovation here, but a lot of what Ben and his team and the contractors are deploying are things that have been well developed and deployed in communities for years. But what we are talking about is training contractors who maybe haven't installed a heat pump water heater before. So they've got to learn how to do it. They've got to train their staff. they've got to feel confident that they can do that work and frankly, make money doing that work. And that, to my mind, involves building momentum, right? And it's momentum at all different levels of this chain. But the funding stability is sort of underpinning all of that momentum. So
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'm out of time on this round, and Councilmember Felder is back. So let me turn back to Councilmember Felder for a round.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I was trying to join virtually, but we were having some technical difficulties. Nonetheless, I had a couple questions pertaining to the Solar for All program. Now, residents who have applied have been informed that the single-family Solar for All program is currently awaiting budget approval due to federal changes. Director, could you speak to what are the current funding status of the single-family Solar for All program?
So the Deputy Director, Nick Berger, this is all in his wheelhouse in terms of the funding and what happened with the federal funds, so he can provide you the best information.
Okay.
Sure, I will do that. And then I'm going to look to Ben to give us some sense about how the SEU is executing this year. So, Councilmember Felder, as you alluded to, the district had applied for and won $62 million of federal funding to support solar and solar-related investments. It was a great award. We were excited to execute that work. The federal government then, from their perspective, terminated, from our perspective, paused that work. That's a whole other conversation, but the upshot is we do not have access to that $62 million at the moment.
Okay.
And we were looking to that money to not only continue to execute the Solar for All program, but really to expand it, to work with the SEU and the Green Bank and others to take that sort of to the next level or two. So given that, we have sort of had to go back to what we have been doing in the district for the past decade, which is relying on our local funding sources.
Okay.
And so there we draw on the Renewable Energy Development Fund, REDF, and the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, SETF, that we referred to earlier, to provide local funds.
Okay.
The amount of funding available for Solar for All from those funds this year is much less than the 62 million that
Okay.
we would have had access to.
Gotcha. Well, you answered my follow-up question, which was what was the contingency plan? And I'm pretty sure you guys may not have a timeline in terms of when the pause will be. Okay. All right. Well, no further questions. I have some rapid questions that I want to throw at you guys. So you can condense your responses. That may be tremendously valued. I'm going to switch to LAHEAP. Could you speak to how does DOEE coordinate with utility providers to prevent service disconnections while an application is pending?
So normally, once we receive that LAHEAP application, it comes into the system, we work with that resident, they'll, review the application, work on their pledge. Once we have that pledge approved, we're reaching out directly to PEPCO to say, hey, the pledge has been made. That would normally stop a disconnection process. When we say pledge, that means it's in the system, and now it's just a matter of getting our payment to PEPCO on their behalf.
Okay.
That pledge was normally going to last we're then obligated to get them that payment within a certain amount of days so that pledge will stay in effect.
Okay. And could you speak to what safeguards are in place to ensure seniors and residents with medical vulnerabilities are not disconnected while awaiting assistance?
So again, those are our first priorities. Normally, our seniors are our first priority. When
Okay.
those things come in, then disability or people with medical conditions, children, we kind of have a hierarchy on how we look at those applications.
Okay.
But as soon as they reach out to us, we're always once we know that, we're always willing to reach out to the utility and work with them. Now, the other part of that, which is important, because sometimes we get a resident that reaches out to us that has an incredibly large bill
Okay.
that the payment won't even cover.
Okay.
So then we're telling them, hey, reach out to Office of OPC, was it OPC? And they can work with the utility
Okay.
with us to prevent that shut off from going on.
Now, could you speak to how many households were denied assistance and what was the most common reasons for denial?
How many, I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
How many households were denied assistance and what were the most common reasons for denial?
So I'll see if my team texts me what that
Okay.
number is, because we normally focus on how many we've served.
Okay.
Usually the nows are going to be based on whether they didn't submit all the proper paperwork.
Okay.
Income issues were there. those kind of things, or they already got their payment. Sometimes we get people, they'll send it in. You only you get a normal payment, you get an emergency payment
Okay.
per year. If you're trying to come back within that year time frame, you're not going to be able to go through the system again until the next year.
Got you. And could you speak to how your agency measures the program's effectiveness in preventing utility shutoffs?
So one of the things we measure is processing time, how fast it takes to process those applications.
Mm-hmm.
Again, if a resident contacts us and say their disconnection is in jeopardy,
Okay.
we're going to immediately try to reach out to that utility so that we can prevent that by either having them go into a utility discount program,
Okay.
whether they could do the actual LIHEAP application, but we're going to work with them once we're aware that they're at jeopardy.
Okay.
Normally, we're able to get something in place working with the utility because they have programs as well, and we can help get them enrolled in those programs. So so I don't know if we actually track that number.
Okay.
If my team sends me something, I'll let you know. Otherwise, I can follow up with you about that one.
Thank you, Director. Now I'm gonna shift specifically to Ward 7 questions. Could you speak to what coordination exists between your agency and other DC government agencies to address environmental health hazards in Ward 7, particularly where there's issues like illegal dumpings or vacant properties creating compounding risk?
So how we interact with Ward 8 as a whole?
No, Ward 7.
I'm sorry, Ward
and
7.
DC government agencies to prevent or rather address environmental hazards in the
Like illegal dumping, those
Yeah.
kind of things. So yes, we work closely with DPW or we work with DDOT. If we're aware of those kind of activities going on, usually DDOT would call, we would get the call either from a resident or we would get a call from DDOT saying, hey, there's some illegal dumping, but it involves some type of environmental hazards there.
Okay.
Then they will reach out to us. My emergency response team will be the initial ones to go out, evaluate the situation, and then they will reach back to the specific branch or division that particular issue may fall under.
Okay.
And then we will work closely to try to get that resolved, whether it be through DPW and using their team or our team ourselves.
Now, could you speak to how many Ward 7 households have benefited from Solar for All, your weather realization program, and or your utility relief programs?
We have that number? Or can we get that number? I put it like that.
Okay.
We're working on getting that number.
Now, how does your agency monitor and respond to air quality concerns in Ward 7, specifically near roadways or industrial areas or various facilities?
Right, so there is a permanent air monitoring station in Ward 7.
Mm-hmm.
Can't tell you the location off the top of my head, but there is a station there. We're also, through this new, some of our new pilot programs we just started this year, we're going to be putting in additional monitors in Ward 7
Okay.
to help with identifying issues in areas that are more localized versus the overall air monitor that's in that ward.
And could you speak to what specific investments or interventions is DOE implementing to reduce extreme heat exposure in Ward 7?
You got something for that one?
I'll offer a partial answer.
There you
So, the Fauneroy Center,
Yeah.
it's a great example of a project that we've been working collaboratively with the community on for a number of years to develop, I think, a pretty sophisticated resilience hub. And a big motivation for that is if you have a very hot day and you have an outage, a resident isn't able to access cooling in their home, either because they don't have power or they don't have air conditioning. One of the benefits of a resilience center like the Fauneroy Center is that you can go to that location and have reliable access to cooling, a place to charge your devices. So the solar plus battery system at the Fauneroy Center is what enables that site to perform in that resilience hub capacity.
Thank you. And
And so before you go, you only gave you part. So I want to try to get a whole answer for you. So this is Dr. Mary Beth DiLorenzo, who runs our Urban Sustainability Administration. She can answer the other part of that question for you.
thank you, Director.
Thank you so much. As the director said, Mary Beth DiLorenzo, Urban Sustainability, and everything that Nick said was exactly correct. And then there is additional work that we're doing around extreme heat and urban heat islands. because we know, as you heard from Uwe Brandis from the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency, we know how critical that is. So some of the things we're doing are we just remapped all of our heat data in August 2025, and we're working to get that out on our open data dashboard. We're updating Climate Ready DC, and we can talk to you if you'd like to, Councilmember, regarding some of the work in more depth about the Fonterey Center in Ward 7, which is really a model that has been of interest across the country, where community-run and operated institutions are doing this work to benefit their own communities in ways that speak to the needs of their residents.
Thank you for that. And my final.
I'm sorry, sir, we have a number for the one of your rapid fire questions.
Prior to that real-time service that Councilmember Parker was talking about. So for Solar for All beneficiaries in Ward 7, it's 2,039, so the second most in the district. There are some additional households that have solar panels on their roofs in Ward 7. I know Ben's working to find that, so we can get you a little more information.
Please. And then my final question this round is, how many Ward 7 households have been served by the River Smart Homes program?
So my NRA director would have those numbers, or is he getting those numbers?
Thank you for that.
All right, sir.
Thank you. And Councilor Felder, well, I would like to get, if we can, kind of that word by word breakdown. The agency responses have a lot of word breakdowns. The Solar for All would be a good one if it isn't already broken down by word to be helpful. I'll just tout one more big thing you can take home for Ward 7, and that is the number of trees that have been planted in the last year. Ward 7 represents 60% of all the new trees planted in our city. Ward 6 is only 2%. I'd like to point that out. I don't know who to direct my glare to, and Ward 5, 15%, Councilor Parker. So you'll be excited about that. But we do ask for those kind of ward breakdowns. But between the Solar for All, and you said it represented how many of the total?
It's about 20%.
About 20%. 60% of all the trees. All right. Councilor
And
Felder's delivering already in Ward 7.
one more thing, sir. So
Yes.
the LIHEAP denials, there was 660 denials in FY25 out of 16,000 roughly that was processed. So, and again, those reasons will give you a more fleshed out answer, but I did want to get you the number before you left.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. All right, let's turn to Ward 5, Councilor Parker, who's back for another round.
Awesome. And we do like trees, so glad to hear we're expanding our canopy. Director, I wanted to come and pivot slightly, but still focused on air quality. It seems like many of your pre-hearing responses focus on electrification of vehicles and buildings. It's also worth noting that the executive administration is constantly moving to roll many of those metrics back. But what steps, if any, is the agency exploring to advance heavy truck electrification? I didn't see that in your responses.
I don't believe we've done a lot of work with heavy vehicle upgrades. We have done work through the Volkswagen settlement funds and providing funds to DPW to upgrade the a few trash trucks and street sweepers. So we put 2 street sweepers in place that are EV. We're in the process of working with them to acquire another one. We also swapped out the at Amtrak yard. They have these vehicles called switchers that move the trains around. They normally are diesel powered. We've replaced one of those with working with COG, and I believe we're in the process of replacing a second vehicle, converting or getting a new vehicle that's EV. We do still have Volkswagen settlement funds, and then those funds have to be used to swap out diesel vehicles. That's what the funds are for. So we're also, again, working with DPW to see if there's any other areas of their vehicles that can be swapped out for EVs.
Nice. And I'd imagine that effort is going to be ongoing, expanding electrification of heavy trucks and vehicles.
Yes, sir. There's a timeline for us to encumber the funds. So we're working, like I said, quite closely with DPW to see what other opportunities are available to us to expend those funds in the right way.
Understood. As you know, 2 years ago, there was a devastating flood on Rhode Island Avenue. DOEE promised that there would be an update to your integrated flood modeling. Last year, we were told it was close. Where is it now?
So we have seen the model, and we're in the process now of creating that public face so that model can be used by the public. But the model's up and running. It's works pretty good. We've given demos in-house and with the executives, so they're aware of it. But we're very close to putting something out for public facing by hopefully by the end of this fiscal year. I'm not going to stamp it as it will happen, but we are very close to it. So yeah, it's made great progress with it.
So the hope is that by the end of this fiscal year, it will be made public.
That's my hope, and until my team tells me otherwise, we're going to go with that.
Okay. The enforcement dashboard for the agency doesn't include fiscal year 25 data. When might this be updated? Specifically, the notices of infraction.
I have to work with my OGC team that maintains that database, and I can find out what that is. One of the things I will note, though, is we're down 2 developers, so that may have slowed the process down in getting that data uploaded. But I will have to get back to you in terms of what the holdup is and how long it will take to get that done.
Okay. I'm highlighting that as another follow-up.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
In your pre-hearing responses, the agency stated that you missed targets for the following performance measures: rate of compliance with district environmental law detected through inspections. This was missed by 13 percentage points due to an increase in violations detected through inspections. What is the agency's plan to address this area of noncompliance?
So with regards to inspections, it's just a matter of, so we brought on a number of staff in FY26. Of course, FY25, there was a freeze on hiring, but that didn't stop other former team members from leaving. So that had an impact on overall inspections in several programs because they were down inspectors. This past in December, when they held the job fair, that allowed us to bring on approximately 21 positions, a lot of those being inspectors. And so we look to be in a better place by having the personnel to actually perform those inspections. So we should get that numbers back up.
And that's staffing, and that's good to hear. But there was there is an increase in violations. And so what I'm getting at is, or let me ask it differently. What do you think is driving this increase in violations?
Sometimes the increase in violations is actually generated by actually getting more people out there to put eyes on it, right? So the more you can see, that's actually going to drive up your violations. So in programs that did have, where we added inspectors, where we did add staff, that could generate an increase in non-compliance in those particular programs that it may have been assigned to.
Are there enforcement thresholds that will trigger like permit denial or cease and desist order?
So we do have the ability to do cease and desist, but that's normally going to involve, a threat to life and safety. So is it based on?
And how do you define that?
Imminent threat, right? Like, if the boiler blew up or a line blew up on there where you're actually spewing fumes from that line that may have ruptured, that's imminent. So that would create a cease and desist type order versus.
So outside of some imminent threat,
I don't believe we do it based on compliance. I don't believe we base it just on like the number of non-compliances. I don't believe we do that. Again, my team would have to follow up, but we don't count the number of non-compliances or the severity of those non-compliances to generate a cease and desist. We would have those conversations, but we wouldn't necessarily generate a cease and desist unless it was extremely egregious.
Okay, I think that is a gap. And frankly, it's a trend across government. I was just in a hearing with DLCP, and this is a similar trend where we have businesses that we know are not in compliance. And even though we have the authority to take more drastic operations, we aren't taking those steps. And so in effect, what I'm hearing and the reality is that facilities can violate district code and guidance from DOEE. And yeah, there may be a fine or a penalty, but even then, it doesn't seem like that's going to stop operations at that facility. What happens if a facility doesn't pay the fine? Would that trigger a cease and desist order?
That could trigger multiple things because that information will be entered into like their clean hands and that would jeopardize like their business license, those kind of things, a little bit beyond my.
But then we heard from DLCP that
That's what I said,
I
beyond
believe,
beyond
yeah,
my
but
expertise.
DLCP is saying they're not shutting anybody down because their goal is to bring people into compliance, which is red. It's a free fall. And so again, I just think that is a huge gap in our current government that we are allowing businesses and facilities to not comply. And while your team is working pretty hard to do these inspections and other things, the question I'm hoping you're asking your team internally is, then what? What if the next step after the inspection and the penalty is handed out? How is DOEE as an agency working with the Department of Health, in particular around air quality inspections and enforcement?
So with the new Environmental Health Administration that was established at Department of Health, our Healthy Homes team is a part of that group now. But that has actually allowed us to have a good working relationship with DOH because we have former staff that are there that are very familiar with us. And so we are working with them on multiple issues, aside from the elevated blood lead levels and those kind of things. Working with air quality is another area where we see a lot of a commonality because they can help us by adding staff, or not adding staff, but adding hands that can assist us. So as we build out these mobile or portable air monitors that we're setting up around the district, working with the Department of Health to help us interpret that data in a good way can help us drive where we need to be putting these monitors more strategically. And then recently my air quality team purchased, and they're going to start building their own monitors to allow us to have even more monitors that we can place out in the community.
Understood. Still in the vein of air quality, do you have a number for how many mold inspections the agency completed last fiscal year and how many requests for inspection you received?
Let me see if my team sends me something on the mold. How many?
Okay.
What that number is? Unless I'm missing it, they need to send me that. I'm sorry.
All right. Again, it's the number of mode inspections as well as the number of requests that you received. And with that, Chairperson Allen, I'm going to turn it back.
Thank you, Councilor Parker. I'm going to try to follow up a last few questions and also bring in SCU. And then probably after this round, I'll excuse the SCU and then can hone back in just on DOE. When we think about the budgeting issues, and I appreciated our conversation around making sure we find ways to create predictable sources of funding. We have unfortunately seen time and time again, the mayor's proposed budgets have taken those ratepayer dollars just simply to pay for DGS electric bills rather than their intended purpose. That's why the council last year tried to, recognizing we just had this game playing out every single year, tried to say this is what our SETF is going to be, and then create the mayor's energy surcharge fund that she's drawing on to pay the city's utility bills that all of us are paying for in our utilities. However, the issue I think has gotten so extreme, the Office of the Inspector General weighed in saying that there's, quote, no strategy to monitor internal controls for revenue protection for the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure I hear if there's something I'm missing. Feels like the constant sweeps of the SETF through the budget are the source of that lack of strategy. Is there something internal or something else that I am missing, Director?
No, sir. I think the internal process we have in oversight of those funds is very solid. We have a dedicated analyst that oversees that fund. And not just the analyst, but there's a budget person in the program that works very closely with the chief financial officer staff that are at our agency. And so they have a very thorough understanding where the dollars are going in SCTF and how they're being spent, what our balances are. So I think internally for us, we're very aware of where those dollars are and how they're being used inside the agency.
Yes, I don't necessarily dispute that once the dollars come to the agency, but the lack of the strategy that the OIG noted for revenue protection
Mm.
is from the fact that this gets swept year after year. Is that correct?
So we got that same statement. It's very brief, and our team was working to get clarity on what specifically OIG had in mind. So if it's all right, I'm just going to read you the quote that they sent us. In the context of special purpose revenue funds, revenue protection refers to the policies, procedures, and internal controls implemented by an agency to ensure that all money legally restricted to that fund is correctly identified, collected, recorded, and utilized only for its authorized purpose. So that's what they sent us back, which I think actually aligns pretty well with what Director Jackson just said. And I would agree with everything he said. And then we did follow up with them because we are waiting for their recommendations. So again, we had similar questions about what specifically they meant, and that was the clarification we got from them.
Got it. Don't have the OIG in front of us right now. I've read what they're stating to mean the lack of a strategy because the dollars are collected. The dollars that ultimately are at the agency's disposal to use for SCTF purposes are being used for the SCTF purposes, I believe. I think what they're talking about is the lack of predictability and strategy around making sure the dollars that are supposed to be collected actually end up where you guys have them to then be able to expend. Maybe we'll try to get more information from the OIG on that. Mr. Burdick, on the SCU, one of the things we've talked about in the last couple of years has been from the rebate program that the SCU offers when people are doing various improvements and then are able to apply for a rebate. Frequently, we've had situations where people do work over the summer months. Sometimes that just aligns with families and their school schedules, when contractors' availability, but that if the rebate is not applied for by September 30th, or if the work completed on September 29th, on October 1st or 2nd, they're no longer eligible to apply for the rebate. Has that been addressed and fixed, or does that still stand?
No, that's been addressed and fixed. Working with DOEE, we're able to, if somebody does something in a previous fiscal year, we're able to honor those those amounts that are available in the next fiscal year. We're able to honor those rebates.
Okay. And is there a time limit? So for example, as we try to give advice to residents who might be reaching out to us, is it 90 days, 180 days, or is it just fiscal year to fiscal year?
Typically to the end of the fiscal year, but there's really no limits at this point, as long as it's still qualifying equipment in the previous year and we have rebates available in the next fiscal year, we're going to provide that rebate.
Got it. Okay. That's helpful. And thank you. We also had the DCSEU began offering enhanced rebates for purchase and systems installed on or after October 1st, 2024. Have we seen any uptick in rebate applications as a result?
Yes, definitely tremendous uptick in rebate applications and just, from the sheer dollars that were available that were added from the DC electrification rebates. So significant uptake. We also ran an outreach campaign, so advertising, community outreach, et cetera, that I think drove a lot of that as well. So just for electrification rebates alone, where somebody's actually switching out a piece of natural gas equipment for an efficient piece of electrical equipment was more than 375 rebates were delivered there. So I could get you comparison as to, previous fiscal years, how many folks were being served versus FY 2025, but it's certainly a multiple of at least 2 or 3 in terms of the number of rebates we provided.
Great. So that was effective, we think,
Yes.
in getting more people to make those conversions. That's good. And then a couple last things. I think you're going to follow up on this, but what we had heard and seen was that it takes about 77 days to go through the permitting process for your average household solar. We're trying to speed that up, but we had seen some responses that it was 80 or 90 days for solar for all. So we can follow up after the hearing, but it'd be helpful to know what the additional time it would be. You also had referenced, though, a recent report that overhead costs beyond the solar hardware represents 30 to 40% of the share of the total project cost for solar nationwide. So this isn't just in DC, it's nationwide. Obviously, those overhead costs directly burden solar customers and lower income residents in Solar for All program. Do they also end up resulting in wider impacts to utility bills because our energy demand is higher overall? Like, can you talk more about the overhead costs that impact your ability to take that dollar and go as far as you can with it in Solar for All?
I mean, I think certainly prices have gone up across the board for all equipment and for labor. I think it's something that we've all faced, and certainly we've seen that across the board for all of our programs is, you know, increases in cost from inflation. But certainly I don't know that it impacts the number of let's say for single family solar for all installs that we're able to do. I don't think it's impacting the total number we're able to do. You know, we provide basically a per watt incentive on our Solar for All single family, and I think the larger impacts are certainly going to be for solar across the district, or, you know, the expiration of these tax credits is going to be have a much wider impact.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I appreciate it. I don't have any further questions, Mr. Burdick. So for the SEU, I can let you go, or if you just wait until we switch over for the next round, I'll let you sneak out of here.
Thank you.
You're of course welcome to stay. Director, you talked a little bit about BEPS so far, and we certainly heard from Mr. Brandeis about buildings are the #1 space where we can make the biggest difference. I think our BEPS program has been very successful, and I know that DOEE has worked collaboratively with building owners, property managers, and others to try to help navigate questions that they've got, challenges they may be facing. DOEE issued notice of violations to building owners in September 2025, if I understand correctly. So that would be about 6 months ago or so, but held off on issuing fines for the time being. Does DOEE have a plan for when other enforcement actions or fines would take impact for non-compliant properties?
Do we have a plan?
We'll get an answer to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get that.
We can get you a more formal answer, but one thing I will say is when those notices of compliances did go out, it had the effect we were looking for, which was getting their attention. So instead of just like ignoring it, they would actually come and say, well, I really don't know what I need to do or how to do it. And then we're able to provide that assistance that actually got them on track. And I think a part of that whole process of sending those notices out was to get their attention so that they would at least come and have that conversation that they weren't having before the
Right.
notices went. But we will get you a more fuller answer for that.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's probably a smart and like appropriate move to do the notice of violation. Oftentimes we give people an opportunity to cure, you know, if I'm thinking about a Department of Buildings, for example, right? So I think that makes sense, but also at some point,
Yes, sir.
if someone refuses to take the step to cure, they refuse to take the steps, there has to be something on the end of that. It would be helpful to know what that process is going to look like, but it's also very encouraging to hear that it had much of the intended impact or effect that you wanted to have folks come in. It seems like more than half the nearly 1,000 buildings subject to performance standards are already in compliance. For the 867 buildings that needed to enter a compliance cycle, 43% selected the performance pathway, 49% selected the standard target pathway, and just 8 requested alternative compliance pathway. As you look at that, and as now we have a lot more experience with it, have you seen, is there a particular type of building that is tending to choose an alternative compliance pathway instead of the other 2 more common compliance pathways? Is the sample size large enough to kind of get a feel for where certain trends or attributes of a building kind of lend itself to go one way or the other?
It's a good question. I'm confident we know the answer. I don't know the answer at the moment, but we will get to the answer.
Our subject matter expert knows all these answers.
That's right.
But she's not here today.
Yeah. But just to kind of reiterate what you said and what the director said earlier. So yeah, 70% of the buildings we think are sort of on track, even as of 2024, to meeting their BEPS requirements, which is great. And as you said, about 50% of the buildings are already there, which is also great. So we are seeing a lot of forward progress. We have, in the past couple of years, spent a lot of time, and I think we talked about this last year, even digging in on some of the building types that have real challenges that are sort of unique. So condos and co-ops is a good example. Councilmember Fruman brought this up last year, the year before. And the BEPS team has spent a ton of time sort of including one-on-one with condos and co-ops because it's an unusual management structure and ownership structure. They've got unusual systems and you got to get a lot of buy-in from a lot of different households to make changes. So, but we'll get you the numbers on sort of that breakdown or sort of which building types are going toward which types of compliance.
Yeah, that'll be helpful. And your example of the kind of the condo co-op model, I think Councilor Fruman in Ward 3 has a lot of those. In Ward 6, in the Southwest neighborhood, we have similar, several buildings that kind of fall into that, which just have unique structures and features to work through. So that nuance is important.
If I could offer just kind of related to your question, but one of the things, you know, that we have been anticipating that, you know, Katie Bergfeld's team has been anticipating is as we sort of move down the size distribution of these buildings. So right now BEPS applies to 50,000 square feet and above, but in cycle 2, it would in theory apply to smaller buildings. You know, we see that larger buildings, they can get the work done, but even they struggle, especially some types of buildings. We know that as you go smaller and smaller, it gets harder and harder. And so we are starting to think about what are creative solutions to get those energy efficiency improvements that we know we need, that we talked about when Uva was up here earlier, but doing it in a way that meets the capability and the capacity of those smaller building types. So we began a retuning pilot program. So that would be a way of getting energy efficiency savings, not through sort of the traditional BEPS mechanism, the traditional pathways. And we think there's a lot of promise there. So we're trying to align the strategies available to buildings with their specific circumstances. And as we see buildings get smaller or smaller buildings come into the program, we think that we're going to have to do some things differently.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I want to check to see if my colleagues who are both online, if they're still there, if they want another round. I can't tell. Councilor Parker, are you there? Councilor Felder?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Councilor Parker, let me turn to you for another round. I can't tell if Councilor Felder is online or not, but if he is, we'll come back to him in a moment too.
So Councilmember Parker, I do have a couple of follow-ups to the previous round. So with regards to mold inspections, there were 680 mold inspections and 680 complaints, 180 inspections were done. The reason for the,
Those numbers again, I'm sorry.
hold on, make sure I got it right. 680 mold complaints, 180 inspections were done.
Okay.
Also, when it comes to violations, usually when a violation is issued, if there's a second or third, second violation, normally based on the schedule of fines, those violations would be doubled. So that's another thing that would happen with those violations.
The reason for the discrepancy in the number of complaints versus
Yes, sir.
actually
Yeah, so
completed
the reason for
inspection.
that, normally when that complaint calls in, that inspector that's taking that call is going to ask questions. Sometimes what eliminates having to do an inspection is by just having that conversation with the complainant. They may have called us first without talking to their property manager, see if they can get the problem resolved. They may not have followed other steps before we would necessarily just trigger an inspection. They see mold, they call us without calling their property manager, see it get resolved. Sometimes all we have to do is call that property manager. They'll resolve the problem before we have to come out and do an inspection. So we try to resolve the issue before we actually do that inspection. But so that's what explains a lot of that discrepancy, is that we don't just take the call and immediately go out. We're going to work with that resident to see if we can, what is more diggable, more deeper than just, I got mold and I need help.
Calling the 311 count, or would that trigger an inspection?
Your first part broke up. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Would a call into 311 count? Would that trigger an inspection?
I think the call in the 311 would trigger them reaching out directly to my inspectors at the agency. Then we would have that conversation with the person that made that complaint.
Got it.
We're not going to necessarily, if we get a complaint, we're not necessarily going to jump in the car and drive out there. We're going to contact them first to see what's going on.
Understood. Okay, so do you have available the number of 311 requests that you've received?
I'm sure we can get that number broken down.
Yeah, if you can share that, and as well as how many are for mode inspection? Because a routine thing I hear from residents and just is that they are calling into 311, they're reaching out to DOEE, but it's often to no avail. So having that data would be helpful. But also what I'm hearing from you is that just making the complaint is step one, and there are some follow-up steps that the agency conducts
Yes, sir.
to actually lead to the inspection.
Yes, sir. And there's also a form online that they can fill out. And again, that helps us have that conversation to see what would be the next best course of action moving forward.
And that form goes directly to DOEE.
Yes, sir.
And where is that form
That's on
located?
that's on one of our websites. So that will be on.
Understood.
DOE.
So we know that there are always reports of 311 issues. So a headline is that neighbors perhaps should go directly to DOEE to request an inspection for immediate follow-up from the agency.
Well, if they would go online, if they would go to DOE's website, complete that mold complaint form, that would probably be the best path for them.
Understood.
We will be directly in touch with that person making a complaint if they put their contact information in.
Understood. And I'm going to just end here that, for this round, and I will be done, Chairperson Allen, on environmental impact statements. So, Director, how does the agency make sure these EIS or environmental impact statements are completed thoroughly without bias?
So normally those forms start at DOB, and there's certain triggers for what would generate an environmental impact statement. And so if those triggers are met, usually there's a monetary component to it, the amount of area you're doing, that would trigger EIS. DOB then sends those EIFs to all the agencies that have a portion of that EISF.
I see.
There's an air quality component. We're going to be checking background information like for our USTs to see if there's any tanks there. So what environmental impacts. We have an EIS coordinator at the agency. He shepherds that form throughout the agency for all the programs that would need to look at that, from permitting, regulatory. But then he would gather that information and provide that back to DOB, and then they would incorporate that into the overall
Got it.
impact statement.
And in that process, is there any engagement with the community before you make a determination and send it back to DOB?
Not for us, no. We gather that information and we get that information back to DOB. Usually at that, the person applying may contact us saying, is there any, for an update? But normally we gather information, but we do not have a public input to that particular statement.
Do you have a number of these evaluations that you've completed in the last year or fiscal year?
We do have that number. Like I said, we have a coordinator that does all those projects. He normally provides me and my team with a status update on all those projects, so we can get you that number. I know I don't have it here, and I apologize today for not having these numbers off the top of my head.
No, again, shout out to you because you're at least trying to get the answers. Which I think is a model for how these hearings should be conducted versus the notorious "let me follow up in a month" type response that we get elsewhere. One more question here. When you follow up, can you give us the count of these environmental impact statements that you've completed? And if you have any insight into whether or not there was ultimately a disapproval because of an insufficient EIS, if that makes sense.
Yes, sir. I believe I understand what you're looking for, kind of like a overall status on when we have our
Yes.
EIS, what the status is. We can get you.
And the headline that we hear from neighbors, especially those deeply concerned about environmental impacts in overburdened communities like Ivy City, like Brentwood, is that this process doesn't include resident feedback sufficiently. And that too is a trend across government. And so that might just be something that we can work on together, or that your agency can look at about how are you seeking feedback, providing feedback, so neighbors just know the status of where these environmental impact statements are at any given time.
All right, sir. And just one last follow-up, because my team has been hitting me. One of the pieces I want to talk about with regards to mold. So mold is a dual issue, right? We have component, we have a responsibility for mold, but DOB also has a responsibility because normally what's generated in that mold is going to be a housing code type issue. So we're going to continue to work with DOB. Actually, we have an upcoming training on mold, and we're inviting their inspectors to come do the mold training with us, because we want to be able to be more collaboratively about mold so that residents have a clear understanding on where that mold needs to be addressed at, whether it's the portion that goes with DOB, but also that portion that goes with DOEE. So we're just working closer with them. We've really intensified that collaboration last 6 months. And like I said, right now, I believe paperwork I signed, we'll be hosting a training at DOEE with DOB inspectors on mold inspections.
And that's for your inspectors.
Yes, sir.
Got it. I'm glad to hear that. And that's going to conclude the questions I have, but I do look forward to the follow-up on the number of questions. And I'll just end with this, that we are aligned in terms of our vision for improving the health and environmental health of the district and our communities. And where our focus is moving forward needs to be on how is that operationalized, which is where many of my questions focus. So thank you, Chairperson Allen.
And we received 74 mold complaints through 311.
74.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
FY 25, yes.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. All right, a couple last questions on building energy portfolio standards, BEPS, and then I'm going to move on to some other topics. As we have been working on this for the last couple of years, the place where I'll sometimes hear some heartburn is around the third-party verification requirement. And this will now only be imposed, this in 2026. So DOEE conducted its own internal assessment of the need to maintain third-party verification and found that, quote, it not only benefits the individual building owners, but also the regulated community at large. It creates a baseline upon which all buildings' energy performance is compared, end quote. How is DOE helping promote the importance of third-party verification to that regulated community?
Well, I'm going to give you the answer that Councilmember Parker doesn't want us to give. I'm going to have to come back to you with a more detailed answer. But I think in talking with the BEPS team, what you saw, what you read from that report is exactly right. Like the third-party verification process serves a specific purpose. It verifies the data. But we've seen a number of flow downs from that are beneficial. One is that we've had a number of building owners come and say, in doing this third-party verification, we found that we had more square footage, less square footage, extra meters, fewer meters. And that doesn't always mean their compliance obligation gets easier, but it very much can, and it has in many cases. And then, as you say, we've also seen that third-party verification gets the rest of the industry to step up, right? We've got firms out there that had, told building owners, we can do this third-party verification, and now it's showing them what exactly this means and what the requirements are and the skill sets they need to have. And we've seen this across the board, from third-party verification to building energy audits. So the BEPS program and all that it requires has a lot of positive flow downs. To the question of what are we doing to sort of get that information out, I'll have to get back to you with more.
All right.
Can I come back to your other question from a minute ago? You asked about patterns in compliance pathways. The answer that my team gave me is there really aren't clear patterns. What usually drives a building's owner's choice of the standard target pathway versus the performance pathway is really how far off they are in terms of where they need to get. We do see the alternative compliance pathway, which gets used relatively infrequently, but when it does get used, it's used by building owners that have large, complicated building challenges. They're a university campus that's got dozens of buildings. They're a residential building, where you've got 7 different, multi-story buildings that all comprise one single housing development. And so we do see a trend for complicated buildings to go to that alternative compliance pathway because it affords them the flexibility that allows them to make progress toward BEPS.
Got it. All right. One more third-party verification question. So you've had working groups and a lot of collaboration with the various stakeholders. Are you starting to see building owners come around to that third-party verification and seeing the upsides that you've outlined there, or still too early to tell?
I don't think I'd want to make a blanket statement because I don't think I have the data. Again, we have absolutely seen building owners who have come back to us and said, actually, this process either changed our underlying data and metrics, which gave us more clarity on what we need to do, or made it easier for us because we found out we don't need to do as much as we thought. We have seen building owners that I think through that iterative process of talking to a third-party verifier have figured out better strategies toward complying with BEPS. Those are anecdotes. I don't have a good kind of across the board answer for you. Okay.
All right, then last question on BEPS. DOE's taken a few measures to try to ease building owners into requirements, including updating its financial distress guidebook and focusing outreach on buildings in the 10 to 25,000 square foot range that will need to report benchmarking data for the first time May 1st, 2026. DOEE did a pilot providing one-on-one assistance to owners of those smaller commercial buildings. What would you like to share from that pilot program around that type of one-on-one assistance and technical assistance?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's become very clear to me the value of that one-on-one. Whether it's with smaller commercial buildings, our houses of worship. We had one of our, I hope I don't get this wrong, I think one of our interns last year who actually like went out with a tape measure to some churches because they didn't even know how many square feet their buildings were. So that process of sitting down, whether it's on a call or in a meeting, is hugely valuable. It of course takes time. So we are trying to strike the right balance between doing that, as much as we can, while trying to not promise that we can spend 2 hours with every building owner that's subject to BEPS or trying to work through benchmarking. But I think it's very clear what the value is. And so I think what we're trying to look at is how do we sort of institutionalize or do that work at a scale that is feasible but still helpful. So some of the ways we've done that is Katie and the team have developed a subcommittee through the BEPS task force that really focuses on, for example, condos and co-ops, what we talked about earlier, right? And so we're pulling in additional people, voices, experts that help us think about how do we push out information in an efficient way, but that helps building owners get to where they need to be. And then thinking about where we can leverage the support and capabilities of our community partners. So on some of the house of worship work, we worked closely with Interfaith Power and Light, and I believe Washington Interfaith Network to do some of that outreach to churches. So if we can educate someone like WIN or IPL, they can then go out and provide that information at a scale that we may not have the capability to do. Does that help?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and another thing I would add to that is it's about like in the Department of Energy and Environment. In the environmental world, we're looking at that focus on compliance assistance or ensuring you're in compliance, right? I think having these one-on-ones, as Nick just said, does the same thing from that same philosophy as with the environment. We want you to be in the compliance. We're not trying to, punish you. We want you to see the benefit of what you're doing, and then we can help guide you there. And having those one-on-ones allows us to show that, no, we're really here to help you. We're not here to just tell you have to do it and you figure it out. We do want to really help you.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. And I know that I've talked to property owners that have appreciated the one-on-ones and that work with DOEE. So appreciate that. Let me switch gears, talk about energy. So we are waiting on the Public Service Commission to issue their order on district safe. Could come today, could come tomorrow, we don't know. This is a proposal to issue an order on formal case 1154 and formal case 1179. Those are the cases related to district safe and project pipes proposals from Washington Gas. Essentially, the PSC rejected the motion from the Office of People's Counsel to dismiss the district safe plan while also extending project pipes 2 until the end of 2025. DOEE submitted multiple filings related to project pipes, as well as the PSC docket on the implementation of climate business plans for the district's utilities. What has been DOEE's strategy for filings on PSC's cases? When and why are you choosing to weigh in or choosing not to weigh in?
You can take that.
So, I mean, if we have, it's probably an obvious answer. If we have useful information, thoughtful perspectives to provide, we try to always provide that. As you clearly know, the PSC docket is complex, it's a ton of back and forth, and it takes a lot of time and resources. we have a really capable team at the agency that does this. We work with our lawyers at the Attorney General's office to do the filings themselves, but we have a complicated tracker of every single PSC case and deadline and what's coming up when, and we do have to sometimes make some choices about where we file. Our strategy around project pipes, especially over the past year, has really been to try to dig in on some of the details that we think haven't gotten enough attention. So one of my team members, Katya Botwinick, has done a great job of putting questions to WGL to ask them, okay, which pipes specifically are you trying to replace? Maybe in some cases, those were pipes that we thought we were going to get replaced last year. Did they not get replaced last year? If not, why not? What's the specific cost for each of those pipe replacements? One of the numbers that has come out of that, I think very productive back and forth, has been the statistic, the figure that to replace a service line, the small pipe that goes from the sidewalk or the street to your front yard where your meter is, it's about $35,000 to get that, for WGL to replace that pipe. And that's the upfront cost. By the time you run that through profits and long-term amortization over 40-year periods, that balloons to about a $90,000 cost for ratepayers. So to go back to your question, I think our strategy has been to try to figure out where are we missing information? What is the information that's going to really sort of shine light on the scale of the project pipes effort, and also how does that point us in the direction of better strategies, more cost-effective strategies?
Okay, that's helpful. Does it extend beyond that? Like, for example, what is DOEE's formal stance on district safe? Is it consistent with the climate laws as drafted in the district?
So District Safe is first and foremost a program that focuses on safety and reducing the risks of the gas system. It was created in 2014 at a time when utilities across the country were under increased pressure to make progress on degraded or leaking pipes. And that predated a lot of, not all, but a lot of the district's kind of climate laws. So, what we've seen since District Safe, or in its original version, Project Pipes was created, was the pace of pipe replacement has slowed. WGL is doing fewer pipes each year. The costs have ballooned. That $35,000 service line cost went up from about $6,000 maybe 8 or 10 years ago. And right now, if the pace of pipe replacement continues under Project Pipes District Safe, it would take 100 years to replace the pipes that I think everyone agrees are in pretty bad shape. So to be back to your question, we really think that from a long-term perspective, there are just better ways to address those safety risks. And the better ways that we could pursue would be faster, cheaper, and importantly, more supportive of our climate goals.
Mm-hmm. Are there any, like, as you've looked or talked to contemporaries in other cities and states, are there other jurisdictions you point to that have wrestled with this, focusing on safety, focusing on making sure any leak is immediately fixed, focusing on long-term affordability, as well as long-term climate goals? Are there any other jurisdictions you point to in partnership and say we think they're doing it better, or they're doing it well, that we want to try to model or replicate?
You've done the research.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a question to which I can't give you a complete answer in the time we have, and I think it warrants a more detailed answer. If you would like that, let us know. But there's a number of jurisdictions that we look to, and I think one thing our team has been doing a great job of is looking to where we can follow others' leads. So up in Massachusetts, they're doing some really innovative work to help their gas utilities think about what does the future of a gas utility look like that importantly doesn't involve pushing gas through pipes, pushing thermal energy through pipes that carry water, not gas. There's a great program that's happening up there that we're looking at. There are companies that have done some work in Massachusetts also that are relining pipes and showing that instead of tearing up the ground, pulling out a pipe and putting in a new one at extremely high cost, that you can shove a liner through one end of the pipe without digging up the ground and give that pipe the lifespan it needs, maybe 30 or 40 years rather than 70 or 80 years. for a fraction of the cost. We looking at the utilities in California that are being directed by their Public Service Commission to make major investments, even gas utilities, in electrification and energy efficiency. And if we do that in the right way through coordinated, thoughtful, both electrification and then decommissioning of pipes, we can start to really cut the cost of the long-term infrastructure and maintenance fee charges that come through that gas system.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we'd love to, we can follow up after the hearing, but would love to get more details as well about where you're seeing other jurisdictions tackle this. All right, I'm gonna switch gears to RFK Stadium. So, Director, we heard from Mr. Brandeis earlier talk about demand management and trying to help think about how we help meet our climate goals in that regard. As I know you bring up another member of your team here. Can you, first off, let's just level set. Can you help talk about what is DOEE's role in the ongoing conversations that are being led by Department of Buildings and Brian Hanlon, who's been tapped as kind of a special role of marshaling those resources and planning. Can you talk about what DOEE's participation in and level of conversation is?
Yes, sir. So instead of me paraphrasing, Daniel Connor, my chief of staff, has been the lead for our agency in terms of DOE's interaction with the RFK project. So I think Daniel can provide the most insightful and accurate impact or how DOE is interacting with RFK. So Daniel.
All right.
Hello, Daniel Connor, Chief of Staff, DOEE. I can say that, well, first off, everybody knows that there is a very tight timeline and day one operations is coming up very soon for the stadium. So our number one priority is working with Director Hanlon, making sure that the infrastructure needs, the stormwater needs, the regulatory needs that we have at the agency are addressed up front. And we're doing everything that we can to work with the commanders, the district government, to make sure that all the environmental protections are in place and that we're moving forward and trying to cut off as much time as we possibly can. There are numerous meetings per week focused on the infrastructure needs of the site. So looking at what sewer lines need to be moved. And in those conversations, we're also looking at what are the stormwater requirements for this. What are the floodplain requirements so that we're getting ahead of any issues and trying to work with the commanders and the government to make sure that all the necessary regulations are followed.
Okay. I do know they've set that deadline, right? Opening day 2030. And so that's a fairly immovable date in their mind. What often can happen in a project with intense timeline and intense scrutiny is that need to hit the deadline starts to preempt the other things that have to happen. And I hear you saying you're trying to outline all those pieces so that as those time pressures come in, all those are considerations. What are the ways in which DOE is ensuring, for example, with the Anacostia Waterfront Environmental Standards Act of 2008, commanders, I believe, are legally mandated to report to have a sustainability plan. How are those efforts ensuring to take place and be met? Because we can't allow those to be sacrificed just because you got to hit kickoff on the 2030 season.
Yeah, and those are some of the conversations that are ongoing right now. Just like we have an infrastructure working group, we have a sustainability group that is getting together. There's an energy group that we're meeting with, looking at what are the options on the site for energy related matters. So I can assure you that those conversations are going on in parallel with all of the permitting and regulatory requirements to understand what the best options are for the site, so that we're all working together in an efficient manner, working towards opening the stadium in 2030.
Got it.
Yep.
Who sits on the sustainability working group, for example?
So there's a project team. So it's everyone from Brian Hanlon and his staff to the project team, the consultants, the architects who are actually designing this, so that we're having open conversations up front about what are the possibilities, what are the requirements, and what are we doing together to see what's possible at the site. But
DOEE sits on that sustainability working group?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you Are you chairing it? Are you co-chairing it? Like who's in charge of each of the different work groups?
Yeah, the way it goes is that Brian and his team are responsible for making sure that everything is centralized, so that they're organizing everything, and then we're pulling in the appropriate parties whenever that is needed. But our team from, Nick and we've had numerous conversations with the project team about energy related matters to all of the other aspects that they're exploring right now. So we're absolutely engaged. It is a lot of what I do with my time at the agency right now, with all the coordination going on and the expedited timeline that we're all trying to meet here.
Got it. We have a couple of requirements that are set out in law, of course. Design and construction lead platinum.
Design, construction, lead platinum. I know that those are the conversations that have been had, and what are the possibilities, and using that as a goal that has been stated in the law.
All right, well, it's more than a goal in the law.
That's right.
It's more than a goal. Okay. The law is not.
I
The law can't
can-
be advisory.
Yeah.
That's the law. Say it's law.
I can assure you that Lead Platinum version 5 has been part of the conversation
Okay.
and understanding what is possible there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I also know and I know Director, you and I, when we've checked in, this has been some ongoing work as well. So the environmental assessment for the demolition of the stadium, and the last EIS conducted for the site, which is back in 1993. The next level of that environmental assessment, which has been ongoing the last couple of months,
So
that has been wrapped up and completed at this point?
has the phase 1 been done?
The phase 1, yes, we are reviewing the phase 1, the work that is going on to ensure what is in there is actually correct. Yes.
Yeah, so the work was done, the report was written, and now they're reviewing the report.
Okay. And for the public to understand, what we're talking about is phase 1 is
Yes, sir.
that essentially is a review of all the things we thought are supposed to be in the ground,
Yes,
are
sir.
actually in the ground or not in the ground.
Yes, sir. And what we did was we looked at the entire site, not just where the stadium was going. It's more efficient to just do everything now for the phase 1. So the entire site has been looked at for the phase 1, and that's the report that's being reviewed.
Okay. All right. And for the whole site, are the net zero and building energy performance standards, they apply to the development on the entire site?
Yes, right?
Our understanding is that, yes, that is the case.
I agree. Appreciate it. All right. And when it comes to our environmental permitting, is DOB and Director Hanlon in charge of that? Or is it DOEE that's in charge of the environmental permitting?
So the environmental permitting ties into the overall permit. So the process is still the same. So those environmental permits, like Daniel just said, our regulatory review team that does the permitting, they're already engaged with the permitting process. So any permit that would be needed from DOEE would still be needed and is still being acted upon. A haz waste permit would have been, sorry, not a permit, but a haz waste number would have been required for the removal of any waste that may have been found. Regulatory review would have been involved. Air quality, of course, will be involved when it gets to that stage, but every permit that will be required normally under environmental requirements would have to be made still.
Okay.
So that process hasn't changed.
All right. I think that there's a lot of people who, obviously, myself included, want this to be successful and want to make sure that everything from the stadium to the housing to the transit connections, to the parks and playgrounds, to the firehouse, to everything is successful, right? What I want to continue to keep an eye on is that in the name of fairly high-powered expediency of deadlines that they feel like cannot be missed, where we start to see pressure points being applied to either go around or relax what's required to be on that site. And so I also believe that this site is going to shape the district for the next 50 years. It is that transformational. We're talking about at least 10,000 new residents, 6,000 to 8,000 new homes, It's a major part of where our city is going to be able to grow, and that's a good thing. And it's going to dominate, I think, kind of the direction of where things are headed for quite a bit. And so we won't have a chance to go back
Mhm.
and get it and fix it 10 years from now. The key, every decision that gets made each day compounds on top of itself, and has a huge and lasting impact on the site. So I want to definitely stay in the loop and working with you all. I definitely want you all as the head of DOEE to be pushing, requiring, and in every single conversation to make sure that we do get it right. Because again, it's a phenomenal opportunity, and a lot of people want to see it get done right and want to see it be successful. And to me, success means we're not cutting any corners when it comes to our requirements and obligations to build this the right way. All right, I'm gonna move to another favorite topic. All right, let's go to the Potomac Interceptor. I do want to get a sense, and Director Jackson, it's a complicated project here. And again, in case there's anybody out there who hasn't been following this or paying attention, we're talking about a break and a spill that took place in Maryland, not in the district, but the impact will be felt, of course, by Maryland, DC, and Virginia. We've already gone over our drinking water safe. I try to encourage everybody every single time this issue comes up, remind people that their drinking water is safe.
Mhm.
And so that's an important part of this. I want to get to the testing though. So I believe it sounds like DC Water has been able to complete the bypass at this point.
No, so,
No?
yes, the
thought they did.
bypass, the
Yeah.
bypass around the break has been completed, maybe 3 weeks ago. They completed the bypass. What I was confused now with was actually starting the repair work.
Right.
So they have actually started repair work now that the bypass has been in service.
Yep. And we have DC Water's oversight hearing on Monday of next week. So I'm going to try not to treat you like DC Water and ask you DC Water questions. I'm going to ask you DOEE questions, but we definitely will be spending time with this on DC Water. From a DOEE perspective, our water quality testing is at what level now? DOE was going to be expanding and adding additional testing sites, both along the Potomac and the Anacostia. I thought, I want to give you a chance if you can
Yes, sir.
outline again what that testing looks like today.
Sure. So currently DC Water's doing daily testing at their designated 6 sites. 2 weeks ago, we started doing our weekly sampling, looking to expand that. And so we're ramping up so that we can transition to a daily testing format as well. We have a map that shows our 6 points. And we've merged that with the DC Water map, so we know that we have 2 points really of commonality where we're sampling the same place they're sampling at. We also noticed that DC Water samples doesn't go up into the Anacostia, so we've said we don't need to keep on just doing the Potomac. Let's do some sampling because it's tighter on the Anacostia. So by having that combination of points right now, there's like about 11 points of sample area between the Potomac and the Anacostia. Our sample has been weak for the last 2 weeks. Our levels have been within the range of the 410. So we're good there, but now we're transitioning over so that we will be doing weekly sampling. What that weekly sampling would consist of would be those same 6 points that we already are doing, but we would then also be looking at those 6 points that DC Water is doing. So then we would be sampling Potomac and the Anacostia on a daily basis. One of the things that was needed to happen for that to be done was having access to a lab. Normally we send our samples go out, and it takes about 3 days to get our sample results back. Working with EPA, we're going to be using their lab at Fort Meade and their staff. So that's going to expanded access to a lab is what's going to allow us to do daily sampling. So, and then also using our team and internally to the agency. We adopted a model that we used several years ago when we had the lead in the schools and we needed to get a bunch of samples. We pulled volunteers from within the agency, say who would be willing to go out and start doing the sampling. We're following that same model, and we'll get staff trained up. Right now, the current staff that does the work, they'll be good for, a couple weeks. But during that time, we'll also in parallel be training up staff within the agency to actually be doing sampling. So we feel we have enough staff to cover every day, 7 days a week sampling. That's what we want to do. And so we're just making those arrangements to do that. We've got the supplies to get us started that'll stabilize us for a few weeks while we get new supplies in. And we'll be working with DOH as well to provide them that data. Some of their people may be interested in doing some sampling because they're EPIs and they like to do that stuff as well. So again, we'll have a robust team of inspectors. Me personally, I don't like sending people out in the field by themselves, so there'll definitely be two-man teams, two-person teams that go out to do the sampling, but we plan on sampling 7 days a week through holidays. Right now, I'm looking at sampling over the next 8 weeks at a minimum, just so that we're going beyond when the spill has stopped. There hasn't been any overflows into the Potomac since February 9th, I believe. But we're going to continue to sample, takes us into that March, April, till about May. We'll see where we're at. But we definitely want to do 8 weeks just as a starting point for us, and then we'll see where we go from there. So that's the game plan for the sampling and how DOE plans on addressing this to provide that assurances that, in the waters, everything is safe and providing that information. So we're just gathering our data. Also, because of the regards to ecological concerns with regards to wildlife, animals, and those kind of things, we'll start our normal surveys. Our Fish and Wildlife Group will start their surveys in March, and looking at what type of impacts there may have been with fish, with wildlife, and those kind of things. So we'll start those surveys as well in March.
Okay. Where are the resources coming from to pay for the testing?
So we already had funding set aside for the weekly testing. So we're going to continue to use that funding. We'll ramp it up, but under the declaration that was done by the mayor, there will be funding available there. So we're just going to start the work because we can't get out the gate pretty quick. So we'll start the work, but we feel that there'll be adequate funding for us to do that. The biggest expense would have been our lab analysis costs, but because EPA is allowing us to use their lab and their equipment and turning that around, that's a huge expense that's going to be absorbed by EPA at this point.
Okay. I mean, at the public portion of the hearing, we heard from the Anacostia River Keeper, for example.
Yes, sir.
Who used to do testing in the Anacostia, but last year with budget cuts,
There was one
right?
caveat to his statement. They normally don't start their sampling until May. So if his grant was approved like right now, he wouldn't have been doing the sampling in terms of the way that he was explaining it. And so again, that's why I like the public testimony, because it gives us time to absorb that information and can have a robust conversation. So again, what we're looking at right now is doing that sampling for the next 8 weeks. But the program that's being put in place is a program to address the immediate need, right? So I'm looking at this short-term, medium-term, long-term. So sampling has to continue. Don't want to just say, okay, we're done, everything's good, we're done, we're walking away from the sampling. So we need to develop some, what's the next game plan in that medium term and in that long term? And, so that's where we need to revisit that. Yes, thank you to the funds that were put back in. That was another misstatement. The funds that you put into the budget was actually the funds that allowed the programs to operate. With regards to FTEs, that was already accounted for in our budget. So there was a slight misstatement there. But with regards to this sample, we feel we have the funding. We know we have to go all this year with sampling just to make sure we're where we need to be at. But it's not sustainable with us just doing it, but we have enough bandwidth to do what we need to do in this time frame. But we're already looking at a longer term plan, and we're always looking at our budget where there is funding to bring things on. And I know I'm sidetracking, but the disposable plastics and the annual flyer that was mentioned, that was my first time hearing it at the hearing. Again, coming back to the team and talking to them, that's not a heavy lift. Like you said at the hearing, that's not a heavy lift. And that's something that will get addressed. But we're looking at our budget on a regular basis, seeing where we're at with what we have.
Okay. But I also took from what you just said that the EPA is providing the testing.
They're providing analysis, yes.
Analysis.
They're now analyzing the results. That's the largest cost in sampling, is getting those results. By them absorbing that cost themselves, that's something we really don't have to worry about.
Got it. Okay. All right. Relatedly, when we talk about the regional response, one of the things that has taken place is that downriver, there's an ongoing emergency closure of a shellfish fishery downstream, more than 50 miles downstream. I think they closed this out of abundance of caution, but that's what they did and took place. What that's also done, though, is created a lot of confusion along both recreational fishers and charter operators. So we've had outreach, for example, from some charter operators trying to say, should I be operating in the river? Can I? How should our fishers, rowers, and recreational users for our waterway be proceeding? This Saturday, it's going to be 62 degrees and might feel like spring for the first day. People might be feeling a little itchy to get out of the water. They might start itching if they get in the water, but you understand what I mean. Has there been signage and guidance given out? Is there physical signage for folks to understand where the current posture that we're in right now, which based on the continued testing might change in a week or two?
So I believe there is signage out there, but between the news, the media event that was held, I can't remember the days right now. That media event, and then last night, DC Water held their community event. Those questions from the boat owners and the marinas, people were there asking those same questions. And those answers were provided by DOH and DC Water's environmental person that they have on board now. We're looking at the data, the waters of DC, based on the data we've seen, which is posted on DC Water's website, posted on I believe we have it posted as well. But those shows that we're well within the range within the DC proper. What we're looking at is DC proper. Maryland's looking at Maryland, Virginia's looking at Virginia. Our focus has been and will continue to be on what's the water looking like within DC. And the data that we have, the data that's been looked at shows that we are in a good range in terms of looking at it from a recreational limit. We're already there. And you know, when we was having these conversations, I don't want to step on the toes of DOH in terms of providing public health advice. I provide them the data. I want them to interpret, because there was some like two voices speaking, which was creating confusion. And I think DOH speaking from that public health perspective as they're charged to do, and we speaking from that scientific perspective of this is the data, this is what we collected, we're confident in the data we collected, has helped to kind of clear that confusion. But I think there still will be confusion, so we just have to continue to reinforce those messages.
All right, well, tell me what the message is today. What our current posture today, the 26th, what is our advisory for getting in the water?
Avoid
in the water.
avoid waters in the Potomac. Avoid if you're making contact, you try to minimize or avoid contact with the water as of right now.
Okay.
And that's what the data is showing us.
Nope. I'm gonna
Okay,
put my data over here just for a second.
okay.
The advisory is that. What I also hear you saying is your daily data for the waters in the district are showing, like, this is what I'm looking,
Trending.
correct me, showing or trending
Mhm.
below the 410 level, to where the data, if it maintains in this current trajectory and trend, am I correct that you would then, in collaboration across government, potentially reevaluate that advisory? So the advisory
Yes, sir.
today is, do not come into contact with the water, don't get in the water, stay in the water right now. That's our clear messaging today.
That's our clear messaging today, and I believe it was actually put out, based on the evaluation, the advisory would probably be lifted March 1st as we continue the trend that we have right now.
Right.
March 2nd, I'm sorry.
And I'm not
Is
even gonna
it-
put a date out there, because that's how you get in trouble, is you put a date.
Mhm.
But you are doing daily testing at multiple points that, at least currently, that data and the science is telling you is trending in a direction that you feel optimistic and positive about being consistently in a safe range. It'll get reevaluated and a new advisory may come as early as March 2nd. But let's not set a date on it. But that's gonna be based on the data.
Yes, sir.
All right. Everybody clear? All right. Okay, let me stick with water. Let's go to stormwater for a second. All right, in your pre-hearing responses to district stormwater permitting, you described a wide range of management strategies. DC received its 5-year MS4 permit back in 2023. DOE's fulfilled various requirements by retrofitting impermeable surfaces, planting thousands of trees. And as we said, Ward 7, apparently you guys got like 65% of that. I think that's Kingman Island, makes up a big share of that. But we were working on preventing, obviously, I think we have 100,000 pounds of trash that's been prevented from entering the Anacostia River each year. So also noting, one of the witnesses referenced that DOE staff were unable to certify that DC could financially satisfy its MS4 permit requirements. Where do we stand on progress toward the underlying 5-year goal? We'll start there.
So before we get started, thank you, sir. I want to bring up my general counsel because he can help me with this. Been digging into the stormwater permit for quite a while, and learning more about it. So the statement that was made during the public hearing, the form that has to be completed once per year under that permit. I think my general counsel, Dave Dickman, could talk a little bit more about that form and what does that mean when we checked off with the box that was checked off.
Yeah. And if you could just, for the record, if you push the button so red lights on, just introduce yourself. Thank you.
You good? You're good. No, you're good. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Dave Dickman. I'm the general counsel for DOE. That form that was filled out is done annually as each, for purposes of permit compliance and so forth. What it shows is that in 25, fiscal year or calendar year 25, the district met the requirements of the permit. The question regarding the funding is kind of a forward-looking one. And it basically says, do you anticipate that you're going to be able to comply? And we basically looked at what the requirements were, which were increased from the past permit. And we had consulted, or the program had consulted with EPA as they were writing the permit, indicating that even if we had the funding, we'd still have problems meeting the permit requirements, but they raised them anyway. So that's part of the issue, is that, with regard to the funding, there's issues related to the stormwater fee and other things of that nature that, have limited the amount of funding that we would be able to make available for purposes of complying. If that changes, that would obviously change, how the question was answered. But that question is a little bit different in the way it's posed than the rest of the report, which basically is a compliance report.
And I would add to that, that was one of the things that I learned about the permit itself. When this permit was issued, we provided comments back on that permit indicating that we would not be able to make the requirements of that permit. Those comments were sent to EPA at that time. They replied back with comments to all the comments they received, but they did not take our comments into consideration. The permit conditions that they gave us, the acreage that we needed to cover, stayed the same. I've had several conversations with the EPA Region 3 administrator about our permit, because we've been challenged from the very beginning, and explained to her this exact situation, that we're going to be very hard pressed to make these numbers because we don't have the surface area in the district to make the numbers. And so we've been having those conversations. Her team has provided me with the actual replies to our comments, because I had not seen them, because they're kind of commingled in all the comments that were received. I have not had a chance to look at that because it came in kind of during the whole PI thing. So I have not looked at them, but we are in conversations with Region 3, because this is the issue to me is a bigger issue, in that if we couldn't have made the numbers, why would you give us a permit that we could never have met anyway? And why didn't we work to get those numbers where they needed to get to? That was my concern.
Okay, so 2025,
Mhm.
I'm gonna look backwards. We're saying that we met our MS4 requirements in 2025.
Correct.
2026, the answer is no.
The answer is we would have funding challenges to meet the requirements.
I hear you expanding out the challenges and saying we were never going to make 2026.
The requirements of the permit, after I looked at it, the acreage that needed to be covered, we were never going to, at the end of that 5-year period, we probably would not have made all the commitments in that permit. That was the comments that we
signed the
said.
permit?
Hmm?
Are we a party to the permit?
The permit was issued by the EPA to the district.
But are we a party to it? Did we sign it? Did we?
Yes, it's a district permit.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So the permittee shall provide sufficient finances, staff, equipment, and support capabilities to implement the provisions of this permit, including but not limited to the SWMP required herein. Lack of funding does not constitute a justification for non-compliance with the terms of this permit. We're the permittee, right?
Yes,
Yes.
We signed it.
should have appealed it.
We didn't sign it. We were issued it.
Right.
But we're the permittee.
Yes.
So last year's budget slashed our funding to be able to even meet this requirement. So last year, we talked about this at the hearing last year, that we were setting ourselves on a path to come out of compliance and not be able to meet this. So the mayor's budget took our stormwater permit review fund, which is kind of our workhorse for being able to fund these activities, and instead we're paying for street sweeping. Just moved it over to DPW. Technically, I guess you could say street sweeping could be an eligible MS4 expense. I would argue that the street sweeping across the entire city is not necessarily linked to our MS4 permit. But it's certainly not going to be the top priority of what I would be using that fund for. And I don't think it's what anybody thought that fund would be used for. So we, the district, the permittee, have taken actions to take ourselves out of compliance. I understand if you want to argue now, oh, it was going to be so hard to meet it anyway. I don't know if that's what I would have heard DOE arguing to me a year ago before the budget came down. And I understand that may be the argument we're going to try to make now, but there's no way. I mean, it's pretty easy. Like, I mean, yes or no. Slashing our stormwater fund and our stormwater permit review fund and putting it towards street sweeping, did that have an impact on us, on our ability to meet the MS4 permit?
Yes.
Yeah. So has the EPA taken any action yet? Not that I have a whole lot of confidence in this EPA right now, but have
That's
they
why
taken any action?
No, that's why we've had, I started having those conversations with the Region 3 administrator several months ago to have the discussion about the permit as a whole. And that's when they provided me with the comments because I had not seen them. And so we're going to continue to work with them on this. I said, was there an appeal process at the time? And we did not do that. But she's going to look at this with her water team at Region 3 in Philadelphia, and then we'll continue to have those conversations about our permit as a whole. And this is looking at it as a whole. We're halfway through the permit. And so we're looking at what needs or what has to happen since we have 2.5 years left on this permit.
Has the district ever faced litigation on our MS4 permit?
Not to my knowledge. We had been cited for a violation of our MS4 permit before,
For
which was
stormwater.
settled
Yeah.
for the stormwater permit.
Do we run the risk of non-governmental litigation at some point of not meeting our MS4 requirement? Is that a potential legal action that could come against us?
There's citizen suit provisions in the Clean Water Act that are
Right.
potentially available.
Okay. Did DOEE meet its federal grant match for the MS4 permit under the requirements
For 26?
for 26?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We heard pretty consistently from our public witnesses last week, a lot of concern about this. We talked about it at the budget hearing last year.
Hmm.
So I'm not entirely surprised. This is where we are. Not surprised. We knew this is where we're going to be. It feels like we're kind of banking on an EPA that, at least under this current administration, probably isn't going to focus a whole lot on making sure that there's good water quality, and I don't think they will, but at the same time, we also have a federal administration that would love to ding the district at any chance it can. So I think we're facing an exposure both to the federal side with EPA, and I do believe we have an exposure from the citizens' ability to bring a suit to the district. They've all but said that's what's going to happen. So I would brace ourselves and prepare that that's very likely what's going to come. Is there any, as we look at the budget formulation right now, is there any ability to advocate for the type of funding that you would need to get back into compliance?
Yes, sir. So as mentioned in the hearing, in terms of stormwater fee, we did research on our stormwater fee. Again, has been raised in a significant number of years, but we looked at the surrounding area in the region and what those fees look like, and have provided information downtown to say, you know, this is what we would like to see happen, and that's incorporated that part as part of our budget submission.
Okay.
And,
We-
excuse
Just real
me,
fast,
we're-
when you're saying sending downtown, I'm assuming you mean in this building here.
Yes, sir,
but-
I'm sorry.
Okay,
That's-
all right, just making sure I understood what you meant.
No, I was just going to say, we're not out of compliance. So you say get back into compliance. We're not out of compliance yet. Like I said, the difference between that first question about potential funding problems and, you know, our actual compliance is, you know, we were in compliance in 25. We're not out of compliance
But is
yet.
that only because we just haven't actually decided that's the determination yet? I mean, when we asked the same question at last year's budget hearing, will this budget mean that we're out of compliance? The answer last year's budget hearing was yes. So we haven't checked the box necessarily to say we're out of compliance. So I think legally you can say we're not out of compliance yet because that just hasn't been the finding yet. But I mean, we'd acknowledge we're going to be out. You just told me like we're going to be out of compliance.
We're going to have a hard time meeting the requirements of the permit. Yes.
So let's not dance around it. Like we're out of compliance. Like the box hasn't been checked yet. So I understand as a general counsel, you can't say you're out of compliance yet, but the rest of us in this room can say we're out of compliance. Okay. Stay in the Anacostia River for a second. All right, sediment cleanup.
Yes, sir.
Feel like we've had this conversation for a few years now. And every time we're about to do the cleanup, it's coming. It's about to happen.
So we are at 100% design. So we actually have a plan to actually execute the cleanup. The sticking point right now is having a laydown area to put the sediment so that it can be dewatered and those kind of things before it can be moved off.
Wasn't that our holdup last year though,
It's
too?
still a holdup because there's no land to do that. So we have started negotiations with National Park Service. The ideal location for us is the Kenilworth Maintenance Yard. We're in competition with DOB and DPR, I believe, but we kind of got that resolved. And right now, we're just trying to negotiate with the MPS on the restoration of the maintenance yard once we complete the actual work. So that's our sticking point. We drafted our contract to go out for a vendor to actually do the work. Based on a number of questions and the continued uncertainty with the maintenance yard, we pulled back that RFP, and we're redrafting it now based on the comments that we received on it. As we're still now, again, the piece that made everything fall apart was not having secured that laydown area. So, but Park Service has been receptive now. We just need to work out the details on how we're restoring the maintenance yard once we complete our work there. But I wanted to, like, I totally agree. I wanted to be in the water a long time ago. We should have been in the water a long time ago. It's these unfortunate setbacks that have prevented us from actually getting in the water. We thought by putting the RFP out that we were there. And then the inability to secure the laydown area was the biggest sticking point of uncertainty that prevented us from moving our contract forward. And so now we're hoping to get that out in the fall. Because we will hopefully by then have secured MPS's demands that they have for us for the maintenance yard.
Okay. So we put out an RFP for the contract in 2025?
That was in 26. We put this contract out in, I believe, November, December of 25. And we had to pull it in after we started getting all the comments, and we pulled it like in January, I believe, we pulled the contract.
All right, so we're at the end of February right now. So
Mhm.
we're saying just 2 to 3 months ago, we put the RFP out.
We received about 300 comments on that RFP. The biggest driver in that RFP in terms of the comments we received was the laydown area. One of the people that bidded on it asked a very good question. Can they pick their own laydown area and and do it that way? That was intriguing to us. But we had to pull it because of the number and not having that laydown area just became too big of a question for the contract to move forward.
The contract was pulled simply because.
The RFP, the RFP. was
Sorry,
pulled.
the RFP was pulled simply because there were too many questions around the laydown area?
For the most part, yes, because that's the most critical piece. If you they can pick up the sediment for the dredge, but where are they gonna put it at?
But I mean, if we've been working on a laydown area and we know that's a key question for at least a year or two,
That's
like who wrote the RFP?
we wrote the RFP.
Just DOE alone?
Yes. We worked, I mean, we had to go out and get 3 quotes. So we took information that we received from those 3 quotes and we incorporated that information into the RFP. So all that information was there. We held two meetings with potential vendors to answer their questions before they even applied for the RFP. And so we got good information there that allowed us to tweak it. And then we put it out. We put it out for bid, and then while it was out for bid, that's when they continued to ask other questions that we were short on in terms of our responses. So they identified weaknesses within the proposal we were making. And again, this is not a fault of OCP. Our contracting officer looked at those comments. Because of the volume of comments, she was also concerned, could we really get to an actual contract based on what she was seeing in terms of the volume? We knew we didn't have the laydown area, but we were working on it. And it was just kind of cumulative where it was just, with reluctance, we had to pull it because we had to just put a better product out there than what we had originally started with.
All right. Haven't we had a contractor on this project for a long time?
That contractor has done all the study and all the work to get us to the 100% design. They actually provided the 100% design, but the actual remediation work was going to be done under a separate contract.
Okay.
And then that contract, of course, was scaled back, but they would provide us that consulting type services at that point. But having them develop the plan and then do the work, we felt it would be more cleaner if we just had a separate entity come on and do the actual work.
So the current contractor for the study and design is not a contractor who's competing for the actual work?
No, sir, they're not competing for the actual work.
Okay. And even with years worth of work by that contractor, we couldn't put together an RFP that would get us to this next stage.
The RFP that was put together was not strong enough. And that's on us, that's on me, because I reviewed the work that my remedial project manager did and putting that RFP together. We thought me and him thought we had a strong RFP, but after we put it out there on the market, it wasn't as good as it should have been.
And was that, but I mean, did that contractor help advise or help?
They
draft
helped
the RFP?
advise, but again, the decision was on us and it was not a good decision. Like I said, it turned out to be not as robust as it should have been. That was
Okay.
what we determined. I'll put it like this, some egos were hurt by it, But again, our contract officer wasn't comfortable, so we pulled it back. And so we'll, kind of put us back where we needed to be at. I'm fine with taking that responsibility for that hit because it's, again, I reviewed it, thought it was strong. Comments came back and they weren't comfortable, so we had to pull it.
All right. So you think the next time the RFP is gonna go out is
We're looking to put the RFP back out in the fall. Yes, because we just have to,
6 months from now?
we pulled it, we're already working on it because we have all those comments while we're still working with the late owner. So we plan on putting it back out this year.
Can you put it back out? Like, are you basically hemmed in? You can't put it back out until you got the laydown issue solved?
With that one question that came in, that a vendor is willing to find their own laydown area, we may incorporate that into the RFP itself. You provide your own laydown area instead of us having to do it. But we're going to continue to work. We're not going to just put that in there and not work with Park Service. We're going to continue to work with Park Service. But I think adding that statement in there that if you're willing to come up with your own laydown area and figure that piece out, and you're willing to take that risk, that's fine. We'll go with that. Because that's really the only thing holding us up.
It is frustrating to me and a little bit boggling to understand if we've known this laydown issue I remember us sitting here a year ago, having the same conversation about the laydown but we're working with National Park Service. We're going to find a spot. It's imminent. It doesn't feel like we've moved one bit since a year ago.
We have moved.
Well, we moved and then we moved back. So I guess we moved one step forward and one step back with an RFP out and then pull it back.
I think we moved one step forward and a step and a half back. The fact that MPS is actually receptive now. They've given us what they would like to see happen, which we didn't have before in terms of a restoration of the site. Not the happiest with it, but if they give me if we can fulfill all the restorations, now it's just a matter of, and we're pretty sure we can do the restoration that they're requiring of us. It's just now a matter of getting the paperwork. So I know our legal team is working on that part, but we are closer on that with a bitter pill for me, but yes.
What if NPS comes back and says they've got a great laydown area? It's called East Potomac Golf Course.
Well, I don't think they'll come back with that one. I just want to lay down area.
But seriously, I mean, I don't think I wouldn't ask that question a year ago. But after I watch what they're doing, would you say no? If
No.
they say put it on East Potomac, what would you do?
I would not say no. I just need to lay down area so I can move this project.
I want you to say no.
Oh, you want me to say no?
You'd go dump it on the golf course?
I just want to complete this project.
No, I would push back on you pretty hard if I found the DOE was going to say, let's go put this sediment on East Potomac Golf Course.
Understand, sir. I think, like you said, I understand the frustration, but I also know that, in working on this since the idea first came up, and to be this close to actually putting a shovel in the ground, as I always call it, that's for me is what it is, the frustration. Like I said, I'm willing to take the hit because it was my responsibility to do a good RFP. I didn't. We'll regroup on that. But I just want to get into the ground and get the actual physical work done because I know the investment we've made into getting to this point, and we've just been stuck at this point for quite some time. And yeah, I'm frustrated with that as well. So for me, I just want to lay down there so I can move the project forward. Cause that's really what the only thing stopping me. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. That's the only thing stopping me is not having that lay down area, but I am frustrated because I want to get into the ground. It's not that hard. It's not a heavy lift.
We're on the same page and we want to get it done. But I'm nothing else I can do about it here. I mean, I'm frustrated that we're in the same conversation we were a year ago. That said, with my ridiculous hypothetical, we also can't be in a position where we would say, we're so frustrated. Yeah, sure. We'll just go dump the dirt on top of the east wing of the golf course.
My entire team would have stopped me anyway, but
I would have figured out how to stop you too. All right. Okay. When we think about our trash cleanup in the river as well, So we've had to stop getting trash out of our bandalongs, right? That's what part of what we heard last week was that a lot of the groups that have relied
Other
on
groups that
funding.
would do it. So yeah, so we've been doing that work like there was stated. We've been doing the work in-house. Our teams have been going out doing that work.
Okay.
Volunteer groups have been going out doing that work, but not all of them. So yeah, it's been stepped back, but it's not like it's completely not being done.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming the staff had other things they were already doing. So we're sending staff out to go fill that gap.
Yes.
All right. And then when you say sending volunteers out, what does that mean?
No, volunteers, the staff volunteer, right? So we have,
Our staff is volunteering to go fill the gap on this?
they volunteer to do invasive species removals. So they're going to volunteer to do the water sampling. So there's teams within the agency that people don't just like to do their own jobs. They like to do some, if there's an opportunity to do cross stuff, they'll come and do that.
I mean, I'm sure there's gotta be at least some DOE staff that like to watch a hearing. I think they're the best. I think we got an amazing group of people who work at the agency and the department. That's just unsustainable and a ridiculous thing that we have to ask the staff that already have a full-time job to say, by the way, can you go volunteer to go pick up the trash because we cut the budget? I mean, these events are volunteer. Usually our personnel costs for this, our grants would be like what? $1.5 million.
Mhm.
And we're using our staff, we're asking them to volunteer to cover the gap. Like, that's outrageous. Like, we've been very critical of the mayor's cut to your agency's budget, but that's just insulting on top of that to go tell the staff. I know you're not telling the staff. That is I think you have such a committed group of people around you. And I know you know that too. And I know you've talked about how much you appreciate them and work with them and stand along them. So, but I'm a bit shocked and angry that we've got to have our DOE staff just go volunteer to go pick up the gap. Like, that's what government services are for. That we're going to burn through our staff and lose really good folks if that's like the answer to our budget problems here. Okay. All right. It's a long day. Not happy about that one. I hope my colleagues I appreciate I've had two of them here today. I need them to hear and understand that so that they understand what's at stake when we have a budget in front of us. That literally the DOE staff are covering over $1 million worth of funding just on their volunteer hours. I think one of my colleagues already covered most of what I was going to ask around national engineering products in Ivy City. I think you've talked through that with Councilor Parker. I think one of my colleagues talked about mold and lead, but we did have attorneys from the Children's Law Center last week.
Yes, sir.
They talked, at least one shared what sounded like a troubling interaction with staff about elevated blood lead levels as well as mold. I'm sure either you heard it or your staff was able to report back to you on that.
Yes, sir.
It sounded mostly like a lack of clarity to be able to be provided to them and their clients between either DOEE, Department of Health and Environmental Protection. Can you clarify DOEE's role in that regard of what should have happened and then what we could do to help clarify that?
Yes, sir. So in that particular case, there was a family that was requesting relocation. And so they contacted my team, and that's where the attorney contacted my team and had that conversation. And talking with my team in that particular case, they provided me more context on what that was. So in order to do a relocation, it's not, yes, we can relocate. But it's not just having an elevated level that triggers a relocation. There are 8, you have to hit like a certain amount of 8 points, right? If your child has a elevated blood level, we want you to go get a second test to see if that elevated level is accurate. They did the lead sampling inside that particular residence. They took 20 samples. Of those 20 samples, only 3 hits came back. And then the family was larger than the one child that was reported. There was 5 children there. Only one child came back with elevated level out of the 5. So based on that, there was only 3 out of 20 hits on all the samples that were done. And then, there was a risk assessor from DOH is looking at that. That used to be a former Healthy Homes team, so they looked at it as well. All those factors were considered into why the relocation was not done in that case. And I think what occurred is that between the attorney and the manager that kind of talked through these points with them, as they said they did, there was a misunderstanding there. The homeowner was, I believe, relocated after working through the court system, but I think the clarity that we had can always be better. I think the breakdown that we have, well, not breakdown, but the way we've realigned DOEE and DOH with their environmental health group can be clear. Our website, we feel is clear, but obviously it's not because of the comments that we heard last Friday. So one of the thoughts that I have, and I haven't really touched it with the team, is let's bring in these stakeholders and have a focus group and look at the websites and say, what's unclear about the websites? Let them educate us on what they feel is unclear. And then we can modify our website because, our team feels they're pretty straight, but obviously they're not. So want to revisit that, but we think the lines of separation is clear, but we do work collaboratively together, but that's not coming across to the public. So we need to address that.
Okay, yeah, what I heard was lack of clarity. I think if you're able to reach out to those folks, and sit down, and hopefully I can clarify that.
I'm
with some
hoping.
certainty.
That's what I'm hoping for,
Okay.
yes.
We also had heard from some of our affordable housing groups. They said that DOEE is not accepting any multifamily applications as for our lead reduction program, even if they are eligible. My understanding, the requirements are simply just meeting the income threshold is to be eligible. Has there been something that changed?
This is
lead reduction.
This is the I'm sorry. It's under our Utility Affordability Administration, their lead program that they run, lead safe program that they run. Mike, you want to talk about that one? So, yeah, so my senior deputy's been acting over the Utility Affordability Group. We do have our new deputy director who's here, but he started Monday, so I'll let our senior address that question, but I believe it's with our weatherization group.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Can you repeat the question for me?
Yes,
please?
sir. So this is about the lead reduction program. So we had heard from we had outreach from some affordable housing groups. And what they were saying is that DOEE is not accepting any multifamily applications, even if they are eligible. Our understanding is that the requirements are simply meeting the income thresholds to be eligible. And so trying to understand, is there a constraint on staffing? Is it on funding? Is there been a programmatic change perhaps? And if this doesn't ring a bell at all, we can follow up after the hearing and make sure we get additional details if this isn't lining up for you.
But you're wrong.
It's not. I think we can table this and I will provide you a follow-up on this particular question.
Okay, that's fine. We'll make sure we follow up. All right, we also heard at the hearing, I think you were following along, there was a constituent there who sounds like this has come up before. So she volunteered and said her name was Deborah Ackle. And she lives above a shoe shop.
Yes, the shoe shop.
Yeah. And was talking about indoor
air quality issues.
Indoor air quality, not just a inconvenience, but in terms of
nuisances and
the
the fumes
from-
going up through the.
from the shoe shop itself.
Yes, sir.
And what it sounds like is DOEE, or at least somebody at DOE has been engaged at some point. Someone from DOB has been engaged, but everyone kind of keeps saying, well, that's a DOE. DOB says that's a DOE responsibility. DOE says, well, that's a DOB issue. And obviously she and her neighbors are just frustrated as to what do they do.
Correct.
Sounds like this business, and I do not know this for sure, but it sounds like the business is also perhaps not venting the air out of their space, so it's seeping and going just straight up inside the building, and maybe there's a different way that air purification or ventilation could also be addressed. It started to sound a little familiar to Ivy City as well.
Right.
But I'm assuming you and your team perhaps prepared for this question a little bit since.
We
you
did,
brought
we
this up.
did, we did discuss this one and, you know, because the first question I asked the team was, okay, what's the difference between this and Ivy City, right? Because it's incredibly similar. The biggest difference being that with Ivy City, there was outside issues
Mhm.
in the air. And so based on that, the outside conditions, that's what allowed us to actually go into Ivy City and work with them, that particular business to get where we're at today. With the shoe business, that our branch chief for air was the gentleman that she spoke to.
Mhm.
When it comes to indoor air issues, that is a gray area. And wait a minute, I'm sorry, let's see here. Okay. So, and I don't, so as it stands right now, DOH has the authority for indoor air quality. There are no, and I believe those are local because EPA does not have indoor air requirements. More specifically, more specifically, DOH has authority for indoor air related environmental health hazards in residential settings, although they don't have regulations to issue anything yet. So didn't like the finger pointing that same was occurring and talking with the team. What I want to do is try to find a path that we can help these particular residents out. It looks like what we need to do is engage with DOH and DOB, because again, if they're not venting it properly, then that's a DOB issue. But but because of what was brought up at the hearing, we definitely want to see if we can be a part of that solution by working with our sister agencies. So that's what we plan on doing.
Okay.
And we can, we can follow up more once I have a deeper discussion on a path forward. And I believe we have the contact information for Lay, but if we don't, please have her just reach out to me so we can get more details. I think my air quality branch chief already has those details, but I'll make sure, but we'll definitely stay on top of this one since it was brought up. Absolutely.
Nature of government sometimes will be a little siloed in our departments, and something like this is going to hit, like you said, 2, if not 3 agencies. So if we're able to follow up on that, I know she would appreciate it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was unfortunate to be in that situation.
Yeah.
So I immediately started looking into that one.
Okay.
Because it really rained of NEP. So yeah.
Got it. Thank you. All right, I'm going to move to another topic, natural area conservation programs. So there is reintroduced this council period. The Office of Natural Area Conservation Establishment Act would establish a new office dedicated to managing forested areas and patches in the district. Under the bill, UFD would keep its role as the district's arborists. This new office would deal with invasive plants that are in and around our trees and forests. During a hearing on the bill, you flagged a few concerns. What does DOE's current management of forests and forest patches look like?
So I'm gonna bring up my natural resource deputy. I think you guys are good. And he can get into the environmental stuff or the conservation stuff. All right, sir. This is Steve Sorry. He's my deputy director for natural resources administration.
Hi,
Steve.
Steve Sorry, Department of, Natural Resources Administration. So can you repeat the question? I was paying attention, but I just want to make sure I'm answering it.
Short version here is, what does DOE's current management of forests and forest patches look like today? I was asking in the context of legislation that had been put in front of us where DOE, I think, expressed some concerns around the way it was currently drafted.
Okay, so DOEE owns and manages very little land directly, Kingman Island, Washington Gas Site, but not much else. Everything else we have to work with other agencies to do. We do that in coordination with them. And, so far we have, with the funding that was provided to us last fiscal year, we have very successfully been able to work on invasive species management. I think we managed 73 acres last year with the funding provided.
Okay. In the pre-hearing responses that you sent over, you did list some challenges faced with managing invasive plants on district land, including contractors dumping waste on DOEE. Management only having 1 FTE staff to do the work and generally decreased funding in FY26. True?
That is correct.
Okay. So would that legislation and increased funding, you think, make progress towards our goals of adequately resourcing our wildlife and attacking invasive species?
Absolutely. I mean, I will say that invasive plants is a very large issue. And, you know, it will take a lot of resources to truly control this, but are we able to make progress? Yes.
Okay. We talked about our tree planting. I do think Kingman Island and a pretty large amount of tree planting that took place on Kingman and Heritage Island account for the lion's share of what we saw, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Obviously, one of our goals is to reach greater and greater tree canopy. So this is also part of what DDOT and Urban Forestry works on, but DOEE plays a big role in this as well. What did we actually accomplish with that very large planting at Kingman Island and Heritage? And was it part of I mean, I know we've spent a while trying to attack the invasive species on the island. And is this essentially kind of after a large amount of work trying to remove invasive, this planting is part of an overall strategy there, or we just really want to put tree canopy out on Kingman Island?
No, this is, yeah, part of the former. Yeah, so on the island, a lot of invasives removed. There is, you know, the trees that were planted are trees that are going to be the next generation of trees on the island, that we needed to reestablish that, you know, the next generation coming in.
Good. And I mean, just to help people understand the scope of it, my understanding is DOE planted 3 times more trees than prior years, just there.
Yes, I mean, these are trees, they are seedling saplings. They are not large or ball and burlap trees that are
Not
being
heritage
planted.
trees yet.
No, but they're the next generation.
Okay, got it. And when we look at the tree planting work though through our River Smart Homes and River Smart Schools program, it looks like this work was reduced by 60% or more.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, sir. Again, due to the,
Is that is a function of the budget reductions?
yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm applauding the work on Heritage Island. That's some good news stories, but a 60% reduction of impact on our River Smart Homes highlights again our budget. All right, let's stick with Kingman Island and Anacostia. How are we measuring the impact as we have piled up mountains of snow and ice, which probably by Saturday, 5 o'clock will have melted maybe as we hit the 60s. But how are we managing our snow salt and the other chemicals that are going to be headed towards the river and the islands?
Yeah, it came up at the hearing, so yes, sir.
Yeah. So we've worked closely with DPW and DDOT to retrofit all the sites where snow is being stored with protection around catch basins to reduce and hopefully, you know, eliminate a lot of that pollution that would be going to our local waterways.
And just to add to that, sir, so DPW reached out to us in advance of the storm to let us know what the laydown areas were going to be. And then our team, my team talked to his team. We developed we went out to do a walkthrough, I think on Thursday before the storm hit Saturday. So we went out, did a walkthrough to see what we needed at the sites, and then proceeded on Friday to actually install those things before the storm actually hit. And then that way we were at least prepped for the, if they needed to use any one of those sites for snow storage, it would already be there. Even though it's still going on now, we're already talking about after action in terms of having that conversation, because they had a team that staged the areas, but that wasn't the same team that actually guided the actual storages. So again, always looking for improvement, but better than it had been because we had that pre-work. But we think we can get better by keep having those conversations. So the team is working to do that, to see how can we, next storm coming, how can we get better at this in advance and even more pre-stage so that we can do better.
Well, the reality is a storm like this, this isn't the type of storm we have a couple times a season or even every year, right? Like we don't actually do ice and snow removal and then pile it up out there, but probably once every 10 years. So one of the challenges from government is making sure we actually retain kind of the muscle memory and the relationships around when an event like this happens. And there's a natural turnover in government, but somebody's got to be in a position to remember or have it written down to be like, oh yeah, remember when we did that 10 years ago? All right, here's what we did. Here's who we got to talk to. It's encouraging that DPW actually reached out proactively. I will wager back when we had Mount Fenty out there, that didn't happen. And people, so we get better each time, but we got to kind of build the muscles and remember.
Well, and that's why we want to try to document what we
Yeah.
did now so that, again, you don't have to not have to be totally reliant on historical knowledge. You actually have a process
Yep.
in place that you can follow.
And there is a SNOW team
Yeah.
with agencies that meet on this. They start meeting, I think, August to come up with a plan for this. Some of the things, things change. We just talked about RFK being developed. That's a storage site that is currently being used that might not be available for the next time around.
Yep.
So, they're meeting to come up with those alternative plans.
Yep, absolutely. All right, we hit a couple more things and then trying to kind of wrap up. You already touched on this a little bit. I'm going to run through some of the testimony that we heard last week. When folks talked about the zero waste omnibus and things like the utensils by request and the enforcement or the information to go out. It sounds like you said you kind of took some of that feedback around some of the mailers and outreach that can be done. I think you already kind of touched on that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That was my first time hearing about the flyer issue, but I think we have a path forward for that.
Okay. We also heard a good amount of testimony, which was helpful because I don't remember this in the last couple of hearings on the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act. And so from our pre-hearing response, it seems like DOE has made some progress in carrying out the mandate through sustainable purchasing training, as well as tracking the EPPS related spending and planning processes. Is DOE at a point where you can estimate if sustainable purchasing is increasing? Where are we in the process, or are we still kind of in the ramp up phase?
I'll let Dr. DiLorenzo handle that.
Hello, this is, as you know, that's complex legislation that includes environmentally preferable products and services, and then green food purchasing in and of itself. And each of those are fabulously complex questions. Procurement is a very large ship that it takes a long time to move. We have a great partnership with OCP, Office of Contracting and Procurement, and we do work with them diligently. We meet every 2 weeks. There have been some challenges, both on the environmentally preferable products and services and on the food side. In particular on food, I would say that, there's a large element of culture shift, a culture change around how do we do things different than providing ruminant meats or red meats. And that is one of the number one recommendations. We've had some success there. We are meeting, we're in a community of practice, and I would be remiss not to call out the Food Policy Council, who's done tremendous work here. And they have a temporary funded position that's worked in a very targeted way on food procurements, which is something that the agencies themselves that do procurement have identified as a need. So we know that that's a temporary position. And so we're thinking in the future collaboratively with Food Policy Council, how can we keep that? Because it's been part of what's enabled us to move the needle. But as your questions pointed out to us, and as we all know, we came into this work during the period of the pandemic. So the original baseline year we found was 2021. That was, of course, during full-scale COVID-19 and Omicron. And so we subsequently realized that's not really the proper baseline year. So we moved us to 2022. And as you've noted, we've actually had, we haven't gone in the right direction. We're not where we need to be yet for 2025. But I think this is a case where the preliminary efforts are taking time, and we really only have the first year, or in this case, 2 years, a baseline year now, an initial baseline year, the real baseline year that we move to, and then a subsequent year of data. So we're not getting at all of the root causes, but we do know that this work is incredibly important, and we're committed to doing that. And why is it so important? Because food purchases are such a large proportion of the emissions of government operations. And you heard Uwe Brandis earlier mention that we're on a 19-year shot clock, right? To use his analogy for carbon neutrality. We're actually on a 14-year shot clock for government operations by 2040. So we have significant work to do. That is, and we are right now the plan that would comment upon district government operations and how we are going to have a roadmap to 2040 is under review. And we anticipate that with further information, we'll be able to tighten this up and be even more successful. But it's really critically important, not only for emissions, but because healthy food is something that is so important to every person who's fed in a district setting.
Yeah. I thought the example of the New Zealand apple at the hearing was a really good one, right? And I think it does speak to how changing the culture of the way in which somebody who's in charge of contracting, what questions they're asking, right? Because the emissions for that apple from New Zealand compared to the apple from Maryland are just going to be completely different. And I'm going to wager it doesn't taste that much different. And so being able to think about how do we get the cultural part of just, if I'm that contracting person, to be thinking about and asking the right questions is also half the battle. And so that's going to take a little time, but do you feel like the work is happening to reach and start to change behavior yet? You talked about the baseline, establishing the right baseline year, and I get it. We got to have the right baseline if you're going to measure outcomes, but are we actually reaching and influencing decision-making?
Yes, and let me give you a couple of examples. So one of the things we've done is develop a specific environmentally preferable products and services specification for food. So that we will actually have a guideline in place for this is what, not only this is what the spec is, but this is the language that needs to go into your contract. And we are working, you may have noted that Office of Contracting and Procurement received a similar set of questions, and collaboratively we've identified literally these are the modules for training that jointly DOEE and OCP will work to provide and how we will do that. So yes, we are doing that work. We are always, I think the director noted our goal of Kaizen or continuous improvement. And we are seeing every time we uncover something, and we've mentioned it before, but it bears repeating where we are missing data. We have gaps in our understanding. We are working on that. And a good example is charter schools, right? So like we will be completely transparent and say that our baseline year is missing all of the purchasing data from charter schools. So that's almost nearly half right now of the population of our school age children and youth. So that's we don't have a complete picture, and some of the solutions are working with the Deputy Mayor for Education, working with the Public Charter School Board, and we're beginning to do that work. But the more and more we get into this, the more we see how complex this is. And just very quickly, when we first started, we were routinely receiving banker boxes of paper to sort out with procurement, and that's less and less the case. So now there is a culture of this is tracked, we are seeing improvement. And then let me just quickly, because you talked about trees, we can't, sometimes we need to say the things that are happening well in the district, and one of them is our urban forestry division, which is the creme de la creme. We talk about it all over the country. And a few things there that are really special and important. One is the work they're doing around climate adaptation of species for plantings now that can match future climate conditions. And then a second, less well-known piece is around food forests. So around thinking about using trees that actually provide openly available fruit and other foods in the public right-of-way. So some really special and wonderful glimmers of hope, while one of the other things we're doing is saying like, oh, you know what, we can't really have, we need to be working towards agencies not having summer cookouts, that we have to go to like turkey burgers, and we have to do the kind of nuts and bolts work to say those ruminant meat, like big cookout things, we have to work to change that culture, while we say hooray over here for building the food forests and yay for the food spec.
We are able to hold two things at the same time. I agree. I know of a fig tree in public space that's fantastic, and I'm not going to tell you where it is. The information you shared though about like not getting information from the charters, has it been requested from the charter schools and they just haven't shared it yet? Or is there a way that we can try to help impress upon our charter LEAs why it's important to get that information?
Yeah, this is a sticky wicket. So we know how many charter LEAs there are. And, the way we think about procurement is there are agencies that are under Office of Contracting and Procurement. There are agencies that have independent procurement authority, but are under the Procurement Practices Reform Act. And then there's another ring of Saturn is the way we think about it, where the procurement knowledge is not centralized. It's we all know that's the model of charter schools, that they're extremely decentralized. So we'd love to talk to you further about how we could begin to tap into that data, because we have not had, we haven't figured that one out just yet.
Okay, got it. All right. Very different direction here for a quick second. Director, we'd received, or I'm trying to make sure I understand, DOEE's got a final rule on establishing fees for rail safety and security operations.
Yes, sir.
Is it final rulemaking as it is now in effect, or it is a proposed rulemaking?
Now, we're in the final effects. We plan on, drafting the invoice or voucher that will be submitted to the trains that they'll have to make those payments on. That'll happen in 26. So those forms, I believe, goes out in like June of 26, with the intent of starting collecting those fees at the beginning of 27 until October.
Is that lined up for fiscal year, or that's lined up for calendar year? Fiscal year, if you said October?
Correct. It's lined up
Okay.
for that. So those funds will start coming. No, I'm sorry. It comes in January, but so those funds will start coming in fiscal year 27,
Got it.
but
Okay.
they're not budgeted. So yeah. But-
And I'm going to assume rail companies don't like it. How are you incorporating feedback?
So we went through 2 rounds of comments when, going through the rule process. They did the
Mhm.
first one. We had a certain cost in there. We reduced that cost, so we had to send it back out for another round. So those happened. We did get some comments, but the second round, we didn't get any comments. So it went through the process, and then, I seen the thing from CXX, but it's convenient with the time right now, but it went through the whole formal process with comments that we received, and this is just where we're at with it. But yeah, everything was finalized earlier, and now we're just in the process of getting the paperwork together to send out to the rail companies.
Okay, got it. All right. We're going to end on our favorite topic of the SCTF. All right. The proposed budget last year included a $71.4 million reduction in the transfer of special purpose revenue funds from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund over the coming years to the Department of Energy and Environment. Council identified $3.1 million, $5.3 million in additional SCTF funding. There's absolutely no way the council is going to be able to cover the entire gap that is sent down to us into that sweep. So how did DOE navigate this enormous reduction in funding and still try to carry out its various responsibilities? Is it just, when I look at Rain Smart Homes, 60% fewer projects are getting done? How did you navigate that? It is it is a devastating cut to our ability to deliver. It hollows out a lot of the work that I think DOE does that is very good. I know that it frustrates and leaves demoralized the team that you've got that put in the hard work day in and day out. I can't imagine the mayor comes back and tries to cut another 25% out of your agency, because there isn't a whole lot left. But how did you navigate this so far for this fiscal year?
So Nick, you want to come up? And it was, like I said, that's why I said we have a dedicated person to deal with this, but I'll let Nick get into the details since that fund falls under his shop. He can provide some details. I'll fill it in.
So we did a little bit of everything. The law has for a long time defined a lot of the ways we spend SCTF funds. So if you go back to when I started 4 years ago, I came into an agency that was in law required to spend more money than we had in revenue, just because of all the various things that had been tacked on over time. So as you all know, many of those funding requirements were removed. a big one, the biggest portion of SETF funds goes to fund the DCSEU. That both goes to their base contract, which historically had been about 20 million a year, dropped a little lower in law this year. If you look at FY27, based on the budget passed last year, it would be 10 million. So about half of what it had been historically. So where we were able in law to reduce our spending on a set of things, we did that. We are trying to be smart and prioritize the investments we make. We're working as hard as we possibly can to spend every federal dollar that we talked about earlier in the hearing, particularly for the home electrification and healthy homes programs. And I think we're doing a good job of that. Although, as I said, some of the funding that goes to the Affordable Home Electrification Program is capped and then needs to be supplemented by SETF funds. The other half of those federal funds, the Home Energy Efficiency Rebate Program, has less restrictions. And those are the funds we point at our larger multifamily buildings. And as long as we can work with those building owners to seek larger reductions in energy use, we can put a lot of federal funds with sometimes little or no SETF. So it's a combination of, pulling back on some things that we maybe would have done in the past because the law told us to, being more thoughtful and more efficient. And then we do look to every other dollar that we have access to, federal funds, but also things like the Renewable Energy Development Fund. So while that funding has dropped off from where it was 4 or 5 years ago, it is slowly creeping back up. So this year it's $4 million. Doesn't make up obviously all of the reduction in SETF, but those funds do help us sort of balance out.
Anything else you want to add, Director?
No, that covers it.
All right. But it goes without saying, admit you had to do with less. And so there's no way that you can absorb. I mean, I appreciate the creativity, right? I appreciate that the agency is trying to figure out how do I tread water? How do I keep programs going? How do I maintain commitments that are made? But there is no way to cover that level of reduction. You can mitigate it. You can try to pivot and adjust, right? But there's no way to mitigate that level of cut. Like services were reduced. There's no way around that, right?
Yes, there's no way around that.
Okay. I know as we head into the budget cycle itself, I really am hopeful that we are not going to see a proposed budget like this again. And in fact, I really like to see it all restored and put back in. But I was also really tired of the games that happened for the last several years where we raid the SETF, we go pay something else. I also think it's just not fair to ratepayers when I think that I'm paying for something on my SETF and my power bill. And instead, it's actually just going to keep the lights on here. And so distinguishing those two so that there is the fund that is the mayor's energy surcharge fund that helps pay for your light bills. And I guess we say thank you to the ratepayers, but be more transparent about it. Like the fact that that was hidden within the sweeps of the SETF, I just don't think it's fair to the businesses and people who actually pay it. And then our SETF should be our SETF. And it's going to do the things that we want that SETF to be used for that are really good investments. And throughout the day-to-day, even though I'm frustrated with certain aspects along the way, the SETF are really smart investments that are making deep impacts and positive impacts in our city. And I know that DOE, and I have trust that the agency and the team around you are figuring out how to use every dollar and squeeze it for as far as it can go, even with limited resources. I appreciate it. All right. We may have more questions, but I think we're done for now. And we can follow up with you afterwards. But I want to thank you all for being here. Thanks to the whole team here and for any of the team that's watching online. This is going to conclude the committee's performance oversight hearing on the Department of Energy and Environment, the Green Finance Authority, the Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency, and the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. Thanks to everyone that provided our testimony. Again, the record for today's hearing is going to close on March 12th, 2026. And you can submit written testimony to the council through our hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. The next scheduled meeting of the committee will be tomorrow, Friday, February 27th. How many witnesses do we have now? Over 100? All right, we have over 100. Where the committee will hold a performance oversight hearing on the Office of People's Counsel and the Public Service Commission, which will be limited to public witnesses because we have more than 100 witnesses that are now testifying. We're moving the government portion of that hearing to next Thursday, March 5th, to avoid being here at 11 o'clock on a Friday night when no one wants to be here, no real folks really be paying attention at that point. But we want to make sure we have time to focus in on the public testimony, because I know that we're going to have a lot of folks that come in and want to make sure that their voices are heard. So there being no further business for the committee, the time is now 3:12 p.m. and this performance oversight hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you.